Sonic Thorn. You owe him your allegiance.
Caragorn? This is Dunk's Bane?
And heir to the throne of G2.
Sæt dig ned, Devilas.
G2 has no king. G2 needs no king.
Kerrigan is right. We cannot use it.
You have only one choice. The mouse must be destroyed.
What are we waiting for?
The mouse cannot be destroyed, Krim's son of Pronax, by any skill we here possess. The mouse was forged in the fires of Vertigo. Only there can it be unmade. It must be taken deep into the fiery chasm and cast back into the endless shaft from whence it came. One of you must do this.
One does not simply walk into Vertigo.
Vertigo? Never again. What about Train? Or Cobble?
Or Dust 2?
Dust 2? Its wooden gates are guarded by more than just ops?
Have you heard nothing what Maniac said? It must be Vertigo if the mouse is to be destroyed.
And I suppose you're gonna be the one to do it? Op? IGL? What's next? CEO? And I will be dead before I witness another Astralis era.
And it should be Fnatic. The fate can't be in the hands of Swedes.
We should take the mouse!
Never trust a day.
I'll take it. Should be us.
Ta ut gröten i halsen och prata.
We should! No! We should! Why not? I told you we should! I did! Name of
Astralis should take the fucking mouse. I'll take it. I'll take it.
сонсоогоо юм уу? Вертиго гэсэн шүү дээ.
Vertigo?
You have my offer.
Okay, with Tabsen Centaurus, I would say Tabsen, because Tabsen has been playing in Big for a longer time, and Centaurus used to play for Big for a long time. So I'm gonna assume Tabsen since he's been playing in Big for a longer time. Oh no, already? Okay, Centaurus are frozen. This is hard, man. Just on face, start of CS2, they won everything basically. But what's your on the team then? I'm gonna say a higher on Frozen. Okay, thank God. Should play for Heroic. They did quite well in Heroic for a while, but I think Frozen might edge it there, so I'm gonna say lower on Sush. Oh my God, this is horrible. I'm just gonna go out from the major win, and it's been in VP for a while now, and I say higher. Thank God. Okay. Hunter as well. Wow. Hunter has also won quite a few things, quite a few tournaments, some IEMs. Been a G2 for a while now. I mean, it's been higher like 4 times in a row now. So if I'm going by my gambling instincts, I'm gonna say lower. Oh, Kenny S. He hasn't been in the game for a while, but when he was playing at the top, they were good. But back then, the prize monies weren't that high as they are now. So for that reason, I'm going lower. Okay, that's higher than I thought though. Stu is higher. I think it's over $1 million, I'm pretty sure. And he won the Grand Slam, he won the Major, so I want to go higher here. Yeah, I knew that, over $1 million. Shiro is lower. I mean, there's not many people that has over $1 million, so Shiro, I don't think he is reached that number yet. Not far off though. Nothing. I was gonna have to go for the same as Kenny S here. Used to play in the early stages of CS where the prize money weren't that high, so I'm gonna go lower. Yeah. Disha. Oh, is it higher than 270? It's been an answer for a while. They were top 5 team for a while. I'm gonna say higher. Yeah. I'm gonna roll here. A couple of. Ooh. Didn't win that much Movie Star, so I'm gonna say lower. Again, now I'm gonna roll here. Mike. Oh. How much has Mike won? I know he has more than me, that's for sure. I'm gonna believe in Mike, I'm gonna say higher. Let's go, Mike. 9, not even 10. I'm disappointed. I wanted to get 10.
Gentlemen, welcome to season 19 of ESL Pro League. First rule of Pro League is you do not talk about Pro League. Second rule of Pro League is you do not talk about Pro League. Third rule, someone yells stop, loses their voice, taps out, the cast is over. Rule number 4, maximum 3 to a cast. Fifth rule, 2 maps at a time, fellas. Sixth rule, there will be no breaks. There will be no sleep. The Counter-Strike network never stops. Seventh rule, overtime will go as long as it has to. And the 8th and final rule, if this is your first season of ESL Pro League, you have to cast.
It doesn't matter about the flashing, he's running. There's 35 seconds left on the clock. Drops to 1 and 3, he's on the flank. Vitali on the side.
This kid from work, Harry, couldn't remember whether you told him to smoke Ticket or Jungle, but Harry was a god for an hour when he casted. Sometimes, all you could hear were the loud, booming sounds of yelling, or the wet choke when someone whiffed and sprayed.
Stop!
You weren't alive anywhere like you were there, but Pro League only exists in the hours between when Pro League starts and ends. Even if I could tell someone they had a good cast, I wouldn't be talking to the same man. Who you were in Pro League is not who you were outside of it. A guy came to Malta for the first time. He could cast a few rounds at most. After a few weeks, he was the last one off.
If you could cast with any talent, who would you cast with? Active or retired? Doesn't matter. Who'd be good? Pansy. You? Sato. I'd cast with Sato Kist. What did you just say?
What is wrong with you?
What did you just call me? Say my name.
Henry Greer. Henry Greer, you fucking freak. What's going on? I'm coming over.
Wait, no, Freya, I'm not there. You broke your promise.
Jesus, Henry!
You fucking talked to her about me.
Henry, what the fuck is going on?
I asked you for one thing. One simple thing. Why do people think that I'm you? Sit.
Now answer me. Why do people think that I'm you?
I think you know.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. Why would anyone possibly confuse you with me?
I don't know.
Oh no, he's actually missed it! What a blunder!
You got it.
No.
Say it.
Because
Say it.
we're the same person.
That's right.
I don't understand this.
You were looking for a way to change your life. You could not do this on your own. All the ways you wish you could be, that's me. I sound like you want to sound, I cast like you want to cast, I am smart, I am capable, and most importantly, I am free in all the ways you are not.
Oh, this is impossible.
No.
This is crazy.
People do it every day. They talk to themselves. They see themselves as they'd like to be seen. They don't have the courage you have to just run with it. Naturally, you're still wrestling with this. Sometimes, you're still you. Other times, you imagine yourself watching me.
If this is your first season of ESL Pro League,
You have to cast. Little by little, though, you're letting yourself become Henry G.
So the first thing we're going to try to do is place the patch. A very simple concept. I give you guys 5 big patches that happen in Counter-Strike.
Yes.
You try to put them in order of time, and you get bonus points if you give me the year. The 5 patches are the AWP nerf, the graffiti being added, the USP and the M4A1S being added, the CZ added, and the rework of Dust 2.
Easily the USP.
USP's first?
Yeah.
Do you reckon 2013? I think so.
Yeah, definitely. USP and silence was added first.
Then
no?
it's USP, silence, I think. Then it's CZ, then it's AWP nerf.
Okay, let's go.
So we have to write?
No, I mean, he can do it once. It's okay. He can write for all of us. You guys.
USB, no?
I think
USP.
USB?
Yeah.
Then AVP, no?
I think USB is first.
USB first?
Yeah, maybe CS.
In your answer, I feel like USB is first.
Yeah.
Sure, it's CZ. Or the AWP nerf.
No. AWP nerf is way later.
It's CZ then for sure.
What year do you reckon that was? 2014, CZ?
Yeah.
I'm thinking 2014.
Surely.
17.
Yeah, people were covering
put
up.
2015 on the AWP.
Yeah.
And then put 14 on CZ and 13 on the first one.
Okay.
I feel like AWP nerf was...
It's AWP nerf. And then graffiti.
Then graffiti, then... could be wrong.
Nah, it's definitely AWP nerf.
Then AVP?
nerf, yes.
AVP and...
Spray, graffiti.
Spray and...
Dust and the last one.
The Dust 2 rework is probably the oldest one now.
Okay, then put spray, and then Dust 2, and then put 16 and 17.
I think it's spray before.
First?
Then turn them around and put the opposite.
Maybe 2014 for the AWP
I was
nerf.
thinking 2015.
I would say 2015.
2015?
Yeah, speaking of Kenny, he didn't have a good time at the moment. Oof, that was rough.
And then spray graffiti.
Spray, then Duster.
Yep. When was Dust? 2016 is in my head.
It's 2017, safe call. I'm putting it down.
Safe call.
Yeah,
All right.
2017.
So you guys have them in an order. So you guys agree on the years you've given as well?
For mine, yeah. I can't
so
talk
no, you have to speak on behalf of the whole crew. That's what's happening.
For spray graffiti, I did 2015.
Okay.
Sure.
I'll copy your homework.
I think
Okay,
that, yeah.
copy the homework?
USB, so it should be...
13?
13, yeah.
14, 5...
Whoa, what's happening after that? Oh,
6...
16. Oh no.
17.
All right, so we have a finalized answer. USP, CZ, AWP, the spray, and Dust 2. You guys nailed it.
You guys
nailed it.
You absolutely nailed it. Like top score. We're starting the best of way. 10 points for Eternal Fire. It's only the spray and Dust 2 that would have been switched around. The spray as a fourth and then Dust 2 as a last. Nailing it.
3 for 3.
Spray is there, but it's 2016. And then you have Dust 2 at 2017. So that gives you like,
Good job.
let's say 9 points. Like 9 out of 10.
Pretty good.
Pretty decent.
That's a pretty decent start.
As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a caster. To me, being a caster was better than being the #1 analyst. Even before observing, before I worked at DreamHack for my first analyst gig, I knew I wanted to be a part of them. On a desk full of edginess and hot takes, they didn't have to do that. They just cast. They cast in whatever fit they want. No one said they looked like they'd just roll out of bed. If they were up drinking all night, nobody ever noticed they were hungover. They're off cam. If they got a prediction wrong, who gives a shit? They're a caster. I worship these boys. They were my idols.
But you see, Yanko, the thing about Zaiwu is you have to use the right filter. That's what people don't understand. If we do top 20 instead of LAN or online instead of top 30, then all it makes sense. I'm going to explain that to the people. We're going to go to the desk. I'm sure there is a way for me to go into
Forget about it. I knew I would do whatever it takes to join them.
Hey Matthew, what do you think? Look at my Crocs. Aren't they great?
My God, you look like a caster.
Yo. Have any of you seen Alex? I haven't been able to get a hold of him.
Must have slept in. Need a sub?
Yeah, sure.
Enjoy the desk. Maybe I will.
Floppy, I'm doing a survey. In fact, I've just started doing a survey right now. If we're removing one map and we're adding one map, what's it going to be?
For me personally?
Yeah, just for you. You control it. You're at Valve HQ and they just want your opinion.
Well, mine is Vertigo plus Train.
Well, that's strong. It's strong.
I don't even care if Vertigo's our best map. The map sucks.
The new change is whack. You don't like the new Virgo?
No,
doesn't make a difference.
It's pretty whack,
okay,
to be honest.
Fair
It's
enough.
Too much.
Okay. Is it to do with the Z-axis? Is that the reason? The main gripe with Virgo is the small size of it and the fact that it's all 2 levels?
Yeah, I mean, you just hear everyone. Yeah. It's like the map is basically you being down vent on nuke, and you just hear everyone. Like,
Okay.
it's just lame.
Strong argument. Strong argument. I'm going to go over to the Norwegian representation. Nice shoes, by the way. I wanted to ask about the hair. Do you not miss it? It gave you such pizzazz, bro.
Not really.
No, you had your phase. It was a phase.
Also now the mustache is gone. This is my first tournament in like 3 years without a mustache. So I'm changing.
Things are changing around here. Okay.
I mean, we keep losing, so I have to change something. Yeah.
But not the crosshair or the 4x3. You still playing in a box?
Oh.
Black bars?
I've been playing stretch for like, I haven't changed settings in like 6 months, 7 months maybe. That's impressive for me.
That's real talk, real talk. Okay. But about this map thing, are we getting rid of Vertigo? What are you saying?
Yeah, Vertigo's gone.
Yeah. Train, little cash, little something spicy?
I mean, I love train, so I have to be train.
I think train in CS2 would be super interesting with the nades as well, like clearing smokes and stuff could be good.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Well, dude, no Tash. Yeah. No Tash. Does it feel weird?
I look like a baby now, but...
You look like you're going to sign some deals, bro. Yeah, exactly. You got a pen in his top pocket, going to whip it out. Jay Tizzle, what are you sizzling? What, I don't know what that was in English. Can I try again? Jay Tizzle, what are you saying?
About the match?
Yeah, dude, this is serious. Valve HQ have told me, go and ask Complexity. What are we getting rid of?
I mean, I used to, like maybe a few months ago, I'd say Mirage, but now I'd say Vertigo, because I think the new changes for Vertigo are just really bad. Yeah. And I would add Train. I just really love Train. It's one of my favorite maps, so I'll just add that one.
I'm so up for Train. I don't even think it doesn't exist yet, but it could. It could. Grimothy, what are you saying, man? You part of this Train fan club, or are you taking us somewhere different? I'm assuming it's Vertigo.
It would be Vertigo, but taking us somewhere different, I would pick Cash. I want Cash back. Swing Highway, just get kills mid, get boosted.
That used to be called North America's map. John knows all about that. Yeah, get Cash, some wide swings.
Of course, get someone to boost me every round. Get a flash over mid, you'll kill everyone. Nice.
Yeah. Okay, I like it. So the NA scrimming Cash is coming back. Here's John with his fancy mousepad box. Question: who's it going to be? Is it Vertigo going, or are you going to break the mold?
No, Vertigo's the worst map by far. Vertigo's horrible, and I'd probably add in either Cash or Cobble.
Cobble, an old Cobble though, not this weird abomination.
Not the Halloween version or whatever. Let's remove the Halloween version.
Never again. Never again. Okay, but old Cobble, actually, that's a valid suggestion. That would be interesting. That drop room was a bit spicy though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that there was a lot of cool stuff. Yeah. I mean, I would probably adjust some things, but maybe just not the things that they adjusted. So just a little bit of, changes here and there.
Valid. I appreciate your time, boys. You're going to go take pictures, be superstars. I appreciate your time. Peace and love. That's Complexity, baby.
This is a hard one because JKS won some big tournaments, but at the same time, Nafani, he went on a streak, I think, when he was on Cologne and Gambit at the time. So because of this, I'm gonna say Nafani. Oh, that's pretty similar, pretty close. Now, I'm gonna say JKS. Because I don't know, the time that he played, maybe he gets paid a little bit more. Okay, I'm horrible at this. Lower than Snacks, I would say. Oh. Okay, Exile should be higher. I don't think Shroud played a very long time. I honestly didn't watch much, but I was a huge fan of Shroud. Yeah. Okay, I'm doing better now. That's a tough one. Because of the online events, I'm going Sirius now. Nice. It's higher than Sirius. He did great on G2. Close enough. I hope he can play tournaments again. I feel bad for him. He's a nice player. I would say Nexa is still higher. Okay, I'm back. Now, I mean, GymFat is doing amazing. Yeah, I think GymFat is higher. Yeah. He's a very nice player as well. He did win a Tier 1 event, right? But not as much as GymFat, so he's lower. Yeah, I don't think Siren played as much big tournaments as Nerds as well, so he's lower. That's me. I have no idea, actually. I have no clue. I'm lower, I think. 92, climbing up. He played a lot with Apex. I'm lower still. He's higher than me. Yeah. Oh, 10 for... Okay. I'm happy with 10.
ESL presents Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, Logitech G, and NOR.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. And Stroll's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Norby!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
It's day 2 of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, and yesterday you could feel the pressure and tension in the room for the opening games. For some teams more than others. When we're talking about Big that you can see on your screens now, they had a fantastic day even though it was a stressful first game. But if we look to Falcons and Eternal Fire, Snappy continues to struggle against the Turkish side. It has been a story throughout his career from Ents all the way to Falcons, and they now find themselves facing elimination after Zantara's had a field day with them. This is problematic though, because this is a team that's supposed to perform. They're supposed to have success. Now they go up against alternate ATACs, but is that going to be a team they can overcome? Many would say yes, but anything is possible right now. We'll just have to see how it goes today.
Where it's elimination on the line on one side, of course it is qualification on the other, namely our last game of the day on the A stream, Complexity versus Eternal Fire. Eternal Fire in a bout with Falcons, one for the ages, but they won it, and we know that they play better and better whenever they play on LAN, and that's why it's going to be extremely dangerous for Complexity. Complexity scraped by alternate. Elige has said we need to be getting into these playoffs. Well, you're going to have to start by taking down EF today, and you're in stage 2. And then before that we have Team Liquid versus Furia. I mean, you couldn't write the script any better. We have Skulls now on Furia going up against his ex-team, where Ultimate is trying to push him to higher heights for a chance to book their ticket to stage 2. It's going to be amazing today, and of course our very first game is FlyQuest versus the Mongols, so let's hear what our casters think about that one.
Day 2, IEM Cologne playing. We had some fantastic games yesterday. One of the ones that really kind of struck a nerve with me will feature in our opener, Hugo. Saw FlyQuest. They got so close, man. They'd embarked on the comeback. They pull it all the way back from 2-10 down, only to fall short at the 11th hour and find themselves in this position anyway. But their opponent's pretty interested in me. Why are the Mongols here?
Yeah, I mean, they took on Saw yesterday. They looked shaky. Had a great last season, starting off this one not too well. EWC fell flat, falling to Furia, and now they've got to take on that regional derby. We love a regional matchup though, Harry. We've got a couple of them coming up. Liquid Furia later, right? But for me, this opening game, Mongols v FlyQuest, I hope we don't get more disappointment from either of these teams, but unfortunately, someone's got to go home today.
They do indeed. 3 teams to be exact, and I've got quite the men on the case to open up today. I was going to open up by saying, we had a fabulous day one. We did, that is correct. Maybe not for you, Mac, as Hugo and Harry were talking about. Both your boys going to be cannibalizing each other in our first elimination series of the
Look,
day.
it's okay because at least one of them is going to get a win. Maybe not make it to stage 2 yet, but a win's a win, and I'll take that. There was some interesting games yesterday for sure.
The copium is real. Yanko,
Yeah,
that?
it's a good start. I mean, it's a start, right? We got some monster energies here. I think maybe we should give all 3 to Harry, considering he's casting the first game, right? I mean, gotta have to start working soon, buddy. But yeah, a lot of interesting games. Yesterday on day 1, we always say this first stage, it's cutthroat, right?
Yes.
Even though now it's full best of 3s, we still saw a couple of upsets. We saw a lot of close games, almost had, full 3 maps on every game on the A stream. Surely Maniac would have lost his mind in that case, but yeah, every team lives to fight another day.
We were kind of like ships passing, I was going to say in the night, but I guess 5:30 p.m. We were on the early shift on the A stream. You were on the night shift on the B stream.
Certainly
Any
was.
highlights there, Matt?
It's, the Americas RMR bracket, that's been going pretty well. Seeing Furia and Imperial go toe-to-toe was an interesting one. Imperial coming out really strong. And then I found out later that it was because they had a little Veto advantage that Furia wasn't expecting, which is why Furia looked pretty bad on D2.
Look great on Inferno, though. 13-0.
Yeah, 13-0. First one of the tournament, day 1. You got to do it.
12 rounds on the T side.
Oh.
Freya, don't you just love to see that?
I do love to see that, Yanko. You know what gets me going. You really do. What about you? Where were the highlights for you from day 1?
I think, outside of the Furia game, I mean, even though Pain lost to Liquid, it was a really close series. I think that was a super entertaining run. One big finding another gear in Cologne as per usual, right? That was a very close game versus the boys. But I mean, we've just had a lot of great series yesterday and hoping that continues today.
Team Liquid, very interesting conversation. Obviously, they weren't at EWC. We did get to see them back at Blast Groups in Copenhagen, having to face Na'Vi twice and beating them twice, Mac. I love to see this kind of, new reinvigorated energy coming out of Liquid, particularly with, Twist now in the leader role. Did you expect things to be going this well from the offset?
Definitely not. I don't think anyone did, but the fact that even Pain's pushing them to OT shows that it might just be specific styles of gameplay that they're excelling against right now. And you've got this Brazilian, a little bit more chaotic going down. They found it harder yesterday, as you can see by the scorelines. But they got there in the end, and that's what matters. And now it's just, one step at a time to make it to stage 2.
You know that I love to draw a lot from a very small sample size, Janko. Did we underrate Ultimate?
I don't think so. I don't think he was rated.
Yeah,
that was the problem here.
Yeah.
He had no rating because he came sort of out of nowhere. But these early showings from him have been great. I think for me, it's more the body language and just the way he seems as a person. Not too crazy, like composed, poised, which is great to see in a young player. And you look at the names he has around him, the likes of Twists, NAF, JKS, all super experienced players that have done it on the biggest of stages. I think it's a great environment for him to learn and come into his own.
Yeah.
I think what's so... Oh, was it you? Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say Twists is an IGL as well. It's like he's unleashed, right? Obviously he was a bit leashed with Cadian as the IGL before, but shifting it up, being in charge, able to put the pieces in the places where he's able to excel, makes him look like a much better player than what he was in the last iteration of Liquid.
Yeah, he was quite vocal about, his distaste for how Liquid was being handled beforehand. So I like they can kind of put his money where his mouth is, and say, hey, this is how I want our playstyle to be. But what makes this extra exciting with both Liquid and Furia getting a win yesterday means they're going to be going head-to-head, Mac, and that means Skulls versus his former team. And I feel like Skulls, he's a different person now that he's in Furia, right? He's bubbly as a character, obviously putting up some great numbers as well. Excited to see how that clash is going to go down.
He's incredibly comfortable in Furia where they are right now. You could see even yesterday, because it was that Brazilian derby, they were screaming at each other, they were having a really good time. But just the vibes in that team, it goes back to, when Skulls was in Liquid, it looked like completely different. So that comfortability, he's been unleashed.
I'm just waiting for him to, have some tears of joy go down his face, right? Even in interviews after the first tournament, he's like, I'm so happy to be with this team. Everyone in such a great mood, because you just know that all Liquid team towards the end, I mean, it wasn't an environment that anyone would want to play in. He had to do it in English, all that stuff, the spotlight and whatnot. Now he's back home, back under his big brother,
Fallen, he's going to show him the ropes. Freya, he's going to teach him, show him the way. And he had a great series yesterday, as well as Skul's highest rated player for Furia, so looking forward to that matchup today.
Let's stay on the topic of South America. Obviously, 9Z taking down 3D Max pretty handedly as well. That does set them up in a series tomorrow versus MIBR for qualification. Was there any kind of surprises seeing 9Z coming out so hot? Like, they've got a couple of the highest rated players of the tournament so far, already posting some great numbers.
I wouldn't say it was a surprise because you saw their performance at Dallas and that was the surprising one, but you get to see that, you know, with the map pool in its current state, they're actually a team that excels in these really chaotic maps. The orange map pool, as you were saying yesterday, you get the D2s, the Mirages, and the Anubises. When they are able just to play their game, run around, and it feels like chemistry-wise, they just click. There's not necessarily any huge names on this roster, but they play so well together.
And DGT was on one. To be honest, I expected perhaps a little bit more on 3D Max. They were on a roll recently, winning the event in India, right, beating Mongols in the final there. So yeah, I think for 9Z, perhaps flying a little bit under the radar because there was that Dallas showing. Obviously in the semifinal, you can see they dropped to G2, and I mean on the way beating Mouse and Vitality. Let's not forget about that. And they won a tournament in South America as well. So I think, yeah, absolutely, this is an opportunity for them to definitely cement their place in the conversation. Like, okay, now we're going to be seeing 9Z at all of these tournaments, and let's see how much damage they can actually do.
How much of a surprise was Saw taking down Mongols for you, Mac? I know you've got a little bit of bias in this, but was it a surprise?
I wouldn't say it's out of the reaches of possibility, but Mongols, I thought that they'd be coming in a bit hotter after the play break. They didn't really have a great showing at EWC. You know, they managed to... I swear their veto is their issue a lot of the time. They keep taking their opponents to maps that their opponents are good on, thinking we're just going to beat them at their own game, and then at the moment they're not, and that's a problem.
I think also for them, they're facing a bit of a crisis at the moment, the Mongols. It seems, you know, even the Sky Esports in India, they get into the playoffs based off of a tiebreaker, right? Then they can't take the trophy there. That tournament was theirs from the taking. EWC, losing to G2 and then losing to Furia in the best of one. Right now, losing to Saw as well. If they just drop out here and don't make it to stage 2, I mean, they're in trouble, the Mongols, and they need to find a way to bounce back.
Final game in terms of qualification today, Complexity taking on Eternal Fire. Eternal Fire obviously coming off the back of taking down Falcons yesterday. How hopeful are you that this EF, you know, they're finally coming together? I feel like back at Pro League, we were saying, okay, finally, we get to see some consistency coming in from them. Do you have them making it to stage 2?
For me, I feel like Eternal Fire are the more consistent team right now. If you're looking at Complexity, they were not in a great way yesterday against alternate attacks, and it felt like they were stumbling in certain scenarios, and alternate attacks ended up beating themselves. They lost that game themselves.
If it weren't for that 1v5 from Halzer on Inferno, I don't know what would have happened, and that's such a sad statement in its own right for Complexity. Elish gave an interview for HLTV talking about they have to be making playoffs and so on, right? So Complexity in a very weird situation where they've been so close and couldn't get it done so many times. They need to start getting some results.
We've had a weird situation turn less weird overnight. That, of course, was Heroic arriving without Dexter. Little birdie's told me his name is Matthew. Dexter's here, apparently.
Beautiful.
Where did we see him? Have you seen him? Have you seen him?
I haven't seen him.
No, I've seen Matthew, though.
Yeah, I trust Matthew.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
If I have to.
In some way, shape, or form. Mac, I know that this is a really emotional morning for you, right? I can see you holding back the tears. Like,
I'm trying. It's hard.
You're making me start crying, dude. One of your boys is going to be going home. You wanna give him some words?
Well, look, come on, boys. I flew all the way over here to see the success of both of you, and now I'm only going to get the success of one of you guys. FlyQuest, you've got the best jersey. You've got the colors on, the green and gold. All you need to do is just not whiff, not screw up, not shoot at shadows. Hit your bloody shots, boys, and you'll get across the line. But even if you can't, look, Mongols have it, I believe.
So it's like a toss-up between your countrymen and just another team that's from Asia?
Hell yeah.
Must be nice.
CS
you know who
East,
I feel
guess.
bad for, Freya? Vora 2K.
Yeah,
he came
man.
over, played one game. What's he gonna do now? Is he gonna come like with the team and be on the shuttle over and sort of, you know, if things go south, just be there to pick them up? Is he already flying home?
He's there just to shout at them. He's there to just gas them up.
You know,
Cheerleader. Warrior cheerleader.
every team needs one of those.
Yeah, Warrior 2K cheering you on.
I love
Positivity
that.
all around.
So big. That's going to be the first game on the B stream, Mac. You liking that?
I'm interested to see how it goes because Saw looked really good yesterday. Big looked a bit shaky, so I'm feeling that's more of a Saw situation.
You want to go right? We'll go left because we've got a split now. We're going to B stream. That is the game that we were just talking about. And the A stream, though, that's the game you can feast your eyes on right here. FlyQuest versus the Mongols. It's elimination here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
What's up, gamers? Welcome to day 2 of the IEM Cologne play-ins here on the B stream. My name is Sam. I'm going to be keeping you company for 2 of the 3 games you're going to see today. And joining me for this first matchup, we have Maniac and MacMate. Before we get into the specific game, which is big up against Saw, I think we have to give credit to Maniac, who yesterday did a marathon run, 4 best of 3s on the A stream. Mad respect, my friend. I don't know how you do it, because I still saw you at the gym at like 8 a.m. on the treadmill this morning. When do you sleep? Are you a robot?
Well, thank you very much. First of all, didn't expect that introduction. I am the victim of my own routines, right? I usually wake up around 6, 7 a.m. I have some stuff I need to go through in the morning, which I really appreciate. And then my body didn't really get the memo, right? Back to the hotel, 1:30, you cool down, you let down, you go to bed 2:30, and then by 6:30, your body's like, so it's time. Like, let's get on with our day.
Oh, yeah.
I try my very best. 5 hours sleep strong, but Counter-Strike is here to sustain me.
It's all about that love of Counter-Strike. And now I love to have a little bit of fun on the desk. MacMate, it's the first time we've worked together. Maniac, have you watched rugby?
If I watch rugby...
You know rugby?
We're a bit more cultural. I do football.
That's fair. I mean, fair. But Australia and South Africa, rugby is a big deal, okay? It's like a national sport. It's the thing that everyone puts their weight behind. And people might not know this at home, but South Africa and Australia are like really big opposition when it comes to rugby. So as a South African, I always get excited when Australians lose. And seeing as we're moving into this game, I don't know if you know what happened yesterday, MacMate, but obviously Big, one of the teams we're going to see, they beat the Australians. So they immediately have my support today.
Okay, that's great.
It's a good way to start his desk.
Look, they should have beat them a little bit more cleanly. It was
a win is a win, my friend.
A win is a win, an inch or a mile, you know, that whole saying. But yeah, I agree. Look, Big, an interesting one in this matchup. I'm leaning more towards the side of Saw, though.
Because you're Australian. And they beat the Australians.
I think Saw just looked like the better team. But look, Big, I've actually liked Big for a very long time. I like their systems and their play style. But yeah, yesterday they just looked a little bit shaky, and the fact that it got so close, even with FlyQuest making so many mistakes throughout that series, it just made me, you know, a lot less confident in Big, especially in this matchup. I'd almost say alternate attacks looked like a better German team.
Oh, hold on. Is this how we're going to start the day? Attacks is a better team than Big? Oh my, what?
I said almost.
What kind of world am I stepping in?
Okay, so hear me out, MacMate. I don't actually completely disagree with you. Big, to me, maybe a little bit shaky, but I do think that we've seen improvement. If we take a look at the new edition of Rig on Maniac, at Blast, he did a lot of interviews where he said, like, I'm playing new positions. This is new to me, and they looked a bit shaky, but I feel like the more time we see him play, the better he's getting. Obviously, these stats are since he joined Big, it wasn't a good start. It was very shaky, but he's got better, and yesterday I thought he looked very impressive.
That was already a reference series, as far as I'm concerned, as to what Rigon can bring to the table in Big. You have to keep these numbers with the context in mind. They went up against Na'Vi twice. Some of these losses were very one-sided. Rigon is a player that is going to get stuck in, very engaged, dedicated to the gameplay, so when things go south, he's usually the first victim. He's got about 30% plus more opening attempt. He's very committed, and I think yesterday you're starting to get a sense of what he can create, and I think Big needed that. They needed someone who's not afraid to take risks, to get stuck in, and to me, this is all about, can they actually mesh together? Because Bad News Eagles and Big have really strictly different atmosphere in how they go about the game. They just have to mesh, and it feels like it's working.
I need to talk about that yesterday. Like, Rigon looks so good when he's going forward. Whenever he's running
as soon as he presses W, he's better.
He is insane. The amount of crazy plays he was making was just so hard to watch as an Australian. But the thing for me is he going to be able to do that again today against Saw? Because Saw seemed to be a bit more passive, a bit more
Why would he
structured.
not be able to? Is that a skill issue? Do you think they're ready for it? Like, what's the counter argument? Because he's going to be in your face, for sure.
Saw's overall a better team, right? Like, compared to FlyQuest.
So you think Saw is a much better team than FlyQuest?
Stylistically different.
Stylistically different. I think Saw probably had a moment with an incredible upwards trajectory during the major cycle and all, but when we saw them in London, this was rough. Like, they're outing in London, 4 maps. They pretty much existed one half out of the 4 maps, and I think it gave them the slaps necessary to bounce back and start working again and maybe handling their own expectations. They got lost into it. I think they got lost into the, wow, we've made it. We're tier 1 guys, that's it. Like, every event we're gonna go to, we're gonna have not a good time, but we're gonna have a chance. And then reality kind of hit, and this is a much better, more focused Saw. We saw the game against Mongols, they were on the money.
They were on the money, but it was also close in certain instances. And I mean, we were standing here. I do think that the addition of Barry, their coach, has made a big difference. They look more cohesive to me, which might benefit them a little bit more. They've had a bit of time to put some structures in place, I think, with him. I just don't know if that's enough against Big, because for me, Mac, I'm going to say it, I think this Big lineup is probably one of the best we've seen from the Germans in a long time. I put my head on a chopping block.
That's not a tough statement. They've had a few rough years.
They've had some rough years.
They've had some rough years.
I think they were just the onliners throughout like the pandemic era though, right? So that's when they...
Why are you looking at Surson when you're saying that?
Huh?
Why are you looking at Surson when you're saying
He's
that?
on the screen. Well, who else?
Really...
Should I look at you when I say that? Jeez, what do you want from me?
Yes, in my days, online Counter-Strike was all we had.
Sisson has been solid. You know, yesterday he had an incredible series against FlyQuest. There were so many moments where he just tore him apart. He was just peeking him, swinging through smokes with an AWP. You don't see that too often, but he was doing it yesterday. I just don't know if that's going to work against Saw today. You also had JDC, I think he was saying to James Banks that he thought Saw was going to be an easier opponent because they'd be more readable because they are more structured.
It's interesting you say that because actually Banks had a chance to catch up with JDC before this match as well. So let's hear what he says on day 2.
It's the opening game of today, and Big Clan have one more game. If they get this win, they can make it through to Cologne, which is obviously, in terms of getting on to the next stage, an important step on the journey for this team. I want to look at yesterday's game, though, JDC, because that seemed quite stressful. Was it?
It was stressful for sure, but I mean, if we play that level, like we call it 80% of our capabilities, and we still manage to close out the games, even though I'm not performing that well, for example, I think it's a very good level we are heading.
Now, you've said something interesting there. You're not performing so well. I want to ask what you think might be affecting that, because obviously roles and positions have changed, right? Some things have moved around, Rigon's come in, but why are you not at the same level we saw you at with Big before?
I think I just need to groove in after player break and just get very comfortable. I have very high standards of myself. So yeah, it's like sometimes I maybe overdo my pressure and I'm just like demanding too much. So it's right now just finding the groove again and playing my game without overthinking that I'm not dropping 30 every game, you know? Basically that.
As long as you get the win, right? That's what matters the most with it. Now, okay, yesterday's game was stressful, but do you feel like Saw as a team and their play style is a more comfortable opponent for you guys?
Well, I think they play a more tactical approach to the game than FlyQuest. I think yesterday was a bit more random, individual plays left and right. I think today will be a bit more controlled, so it probably fits our narrative a bit more. But overall, it just comes down to preparation and executing what we have without stressing. So I think both teams are fine.
Do you feel a bit of pressure, though, considering it is a qualification game to the second stage, or is it still pretty normal?
I think it's pretty normal, at least for me. I mean, last time I played Cologne, it was playoffs run, so I'm expecting a good run again. I hope so. I mean, especially for the German fans, right, and for us. So it's a plain game. We have many games to come. No pressure, just play.
No pressure, just play. I like what I'm hearing. Let's see what happens in the server.
So the man on the screen right now, James, I'd love to hear from you. He says he's not playing well enough. What did you think of his performance yesterday?
Yesterday in isolation, of course, it wasn't the JDC show. Again, I take these numbers with a pinch of salt because I actually think from all of the systematic changes they've made, he benefited from it massively. Like, he's got a couple of positions now where he can play a bit more with patience. He's got some of the lurky roles, but more passive lurky roles on the T side. And the role is going to have a better input as the team finds a way to play together. When you as a lurker, you get to understand, okay, this is how my pack likes to play. This is how my entry fragger likes to play. I know his rhythm. Then I get to make my own decisions. At the very beginning, it's a little bit blurry. You're probably looking around your shoulder trying to figure out, oh, wait, hold on a minute. Did he actually take that duel? So there's going to be an adaptation period for JDC. Same for Crimbo. What happened to Crimbo? Like, what happens to the time where we would refer to him as the next one to be picked out of Big, the one that is going to make it into the Mouse, into the FaZe, into the Vitality? All of these crazy names were thrown out there. I don't know if he is suffering from all the changes, but I feel like it's been a shadow. Yesterday he had one good map where he reminded all of us. That was Vertigo. The rest of that has been below what I expected from him.
It feels like it's been a while since we've seen Crimbo hitting.
I miss that Crimbo.
Again, right?
I miss him.
Yeah.
I miss that Crimbo. Like,
do you remember
he had something.
When Crimbo was really popping off and there were so many conversations about him and where he would potentially go and his future, and he chose to stay at Big. And now I feel like that Crimbo's dropped off. We don't speak about him as much. Was it the right decision to stay in the organization?
I don't think it's my place to tell you if it was right or not because it's idiosyncratic. He decides what he wants to do with his own life. I would have liked him to go someplace else and have the furthest, biggest career he can possibly have. He chose to stay at Big. This circles back to the pressure conversation. JDC is saying, we're just going to play our game, no pressure. When you're in Cologne and you're Big, that statement doesn't hold true. It is a particular event. It is an exceptional event. We have the maps coming over quickly to get technical. Unfortunately, that's interesting. I thought Big would remove Anubis because that was going to be the pick of So. Big removed Anubis versus FlyQuest. They didn't let it through. In their opponents, the first game, they didn't let it through. And here, you allow Anubis to go through. So I hope they're ready because that one was obvious that So would go for that map.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice for sure. And then Big's Ancient yesterday looked a little bit shaky against FlyQuest, but they've gone back into it. I'm
actually confused by the Veto so far.
Yeah.
So Saw played Anubis against Mongols yesterday, so maybe Big saw something that we didn't, that they feel that they can abuse, or they just really don't want to play nuke.
I mean, listen, preparation is always going to be a huge asset, especially from day to day, because if you're Saw, there's no way you can change fundamentally how you play the map. You can have a couple of pistol rounds, maybe your first gun round is going to be slightly adjusted, but your tendencies will shine through. The problem that I have is playing off of preparation requires you to have such a strong basis on how you know your ABCs, you know the baseline of your Counter-Strike. I don't think Big is there quite yet. So usually when teams do that, they fall into the trap of you get a little bit confused. So hopefully staying calm, good communication, that has to save Big, but I still have them as favorite. You know, gemeinsam, Big, I think 2-1, I'm for Big.
Maniac wants the Germans to get into the group stage, and I get that. MacMate wants Saw. I understand that as well. There is a little bit of a need for that, considering that FlyQuest lost to Big. Saying all of that, I think there's far more pressure on the side of Big. It is the Portugueses to take if they can. I don't know what Portugueses are, so I think I should probably just stop speaking, because English, my first language, is not a strong point. Thank goodness Dinko and Moses are far better at it than I am.
Little stutter there to really sell the fact that it's not your forte, Sam. Well done down there on the desk. Yes, the Germans up against Saw. Here at the second best of 3 of their campaign at IEM Cologne 2024. Getting things started on Anubis. Big going to be starting on the CT side. Saw attacking into them. What's up, Dinko?
Oh, what's up, Jason? It's another day of Cologne, and I'm looking forward to. I think Big were saying that Saw are kind of like Big. That's
yeah, Tapson had that interview. Very similar teams, apparently.
Let's see if that's the case today. We're going to kick things off with a fight down at A main. We've got Rigon and Crimbo starting to attack in towards ours. Dulce, and that rice pudding's now on the ground, and Mudras, he's gone back and headshot return to Rigon. We've got Portuguese here, the Gaggle, now making their way through middle. Tapson taking a few steps back in towards the
yeah, but I bet he wishes he was on the camera side. Yep. I bet he wishes he was on the other side to be able to support Crimbo a little bit. He's now isolated. And Saul's going to start working around the map. But there's a timing on this. As we saw, Big push the B bomb site through B main. Searson and JDC going to be wrapping around. Oh, the bomb's on its own. The bomb is isolated, and the bomb surely is going to get dropped, right?
Ooh, Story taking a lot of damage, but he's not going to go down. The bomb still stands, but he's not got his teammates near him. That's the problem. So they're getting close to the bomb sites.
Oh, no.
Mudras is in the bomb site, and they have no idea. Searson coming back towards him, but he still wins that fight with the dual Berettas, and now with 44 seconds left, Saw are into a 3 versus 2. But again, that bomb finally has regrouped with the rest of the squad.
Oh, I can't believe they're actually wrapping to the B bomb site. Neither of these teams have been able to read the setup. They're going right into the 2 big players.
This could go well, very well for Big. JDC still in dark now. Detected, big shot from Uturks. And now Crimbo's left 1v3. And the chances for Big now dwindle to near 0. Crimbo coming close now, detected. Now he's got to deal with 3 different angles. It is not going to happen.
He wants none of it.
Yeah, he's getting out of there.
He's like, nah, I'm good. I'm good, boys. You enjoy the explosion. I'm gonna bail out.
Yeah. Crimbo's always a player that's traditionally had decent Anubis games, man. He loves this map individually, but we heard some surprise on the desk about the Veto. Saw getting Anubis. I thought Big weren't going to allow through. What do you stand on that, Jason? You happy with Anubis showing up here?
Yeah, I'm fine with it. Even though they lost it yesterday in their opening series as well, a close affair. But you didn't have Ujerks on that map. You didn't have Arisdose. It took them a couple maps to warm up into the series. Look, fine, play it. Excuse me, they won it. They won it yesterday, 16-13, without their 2 best players. They won it in overtime.
Yeah, well, we had an issue for Big yesterday where they were getting huge halves. They were racking up score lines and just falling away. Now, you would perhaps see that as a negative, that they were losing a lot of rounds in the second half. But Tabson spun it in his interview. He said, actually, it's a good thing. It shows that we've got mental strength.
Sure, yeah. That's one way. That's kind of, I guess, the angle you have to take.
We get the job done, but Big on USPs, everybody at full eco, so nice and easy start here into the game from Saw. It was a surprising day yesterday from Saw against the Mongols. We thought that Saw might concede first.
This Molly is going to get Ujerks killed more than...
Oh, he holds down. He gets 4 from a spray.
I take it back.
Yeah, you overestimate the pistols, man. Those little pea shooters.
I mean, he did die. I was correct.
You were correct.
I was
correct. He got him killed. You weren't wrong.
I didn't expect the 4 kills to come out before that.
That was pretty clean, isn't it? Look at that.
Yeah, nice transfer. They're all lined up. It's a good easy. Once he gets those first 2, the next 2 are simple. So good recovery, just in time getting his gun out.
Rigon. He was sick yesterday. I think it's cool to see him in this project. It's not one of those moves that you even thought was possible. You kind of just forget, oh, because he's Swiss, we can pop him in this team. And I'm excited to see Big with Rigon down the line. He was showing some crazy aggressive moves yesterday. Very, very good individual player.
Yeah, it should be interesting. But I mean, Big's always had like some really cool individuals to keep your eyes on, right? To keep track of. The question is just always, do they raise the level enough to like make this team, back to contending for trophies? And the consistent answer, unfortunately, has been no.
Yeah, it has been no for a very long time. JDC, he's looking for Big's trade kill here. They've lost the first player in that mid fight and the timing. Somehow, JDC not detected, but Roman will spot him out through the mid window, and Searson unable to get that trade. In fact, Searson goes down. In the middle of the fight here on the A side, it's Tabson from Heaven to take out Muterus.
So the bomb has an escape route. Surely someone's telling story. Get on your horse, baby. Start running.
Yeah, he wanted to get further and further away so he could start to sprint without being detected. Now Roman is catching that rotation. Rigon runs right back into him, and Big just seemed confused. They just lost track of Saw players all across the map.
Layers of lurkers. Like really Big had no chance of reading the positioning of all that. So much chaos going down at the A bomb site, and most of that was caused by a very small Saw party, which left plenty of players to take advantage of rotators not even looking at them. 3-0. And this is one of the strengths we saw from Saw against Mongols yesterday in that victory on this map is, yeah, I mentioned they didn't have Udrix, they didn't have Arisdosha, they had good step-ups from guys like Muterus, from guys like Roman as well yesterday to kind of make up for that, but tactically outplaying Mongols across this map. So their T-side should be pretty effective, all things considered. And, I mean, that's another point that can go down to Tapson's interview of the similarities of these teams. Both of them are a little bit slower paced, both of them are a little bit more tactically minded. You know, they like to win the games, playing smart, strategic Counter-Strike.
And in sort of that topic, I don't think Rigon could have gone from a more different team, right? You've gone from the Bad News Eagles, or the Guild Eagles as they were, into Big. It's like the antithesis of one another.
It's a very, very different environment, I would imagine.
Yeah, big time.
Saw's getting hyped up nice and early.
Story's got the AWP out pretty early too, so he did most of his good work with the AWP on the CT side of Anubis. He really got involved of that, but interested to see how he's going to perform today on the T side. He's going up against weaker weapons in this round, so it shouldn't be too difficult for him if JDC decides to peek at range of the 5-7. You mentioned yesterday, Arisdosha and Udrix being two players that when they're popping off can just bring Saw to the next level. Well, Arisdosha's down early on. Tapson going aggressive, nearly gets a second kill off those stairways. And that Story having to take a couple of steps back. JDC blinded inside of the smoke. He's trying to track Muterus, but couldn't get into a position of power. So he'll just drop back and stay inside of dark. Rigon somehow hasn't seen Muterus yet, and I cannot believe he loses that fight.
Yeah, that's a brutal one to lose. Good on Searson, though. Finds Roman coming through the smoke, so some easy kills, and Big now have some weapons to work with, and they push right through the smoke in B main. This is going to give them a fantastic timing on the flank, because Saw's going to take their time. And actually coming right back to the push, and they're going to be caught off, but Udrix with a little bit of spray control. It's a thing of beauty.
So sick at transfers. We've seen that yesterday like multiple times. Udrix has got great control of his spray, and he just shows us again. 10-2, man. This is sick from Udrix. You remember back to earlier in the year, there was these two players, Udrix and of course Arisdosha, that were popping off. They brought Saw up a level. Well, now JDC has a chance to bring down Udrix at the entrance to the B side. Low HP player spotted, second down, and that's Udrix on the ground. It's now an AK picked up for JDC, and 19 seconds left. Muterus picks up the bomb. He'll take a few steps back, but his two players doubled up now for Big. And Muterus is hoping he can get a line up. Here's the steps, and he can't quite connect any of those shots.
What a round from JDC, and Searson with an important kill on Roman, but just Saw losing too many players one by one. Good job, Tapson. The lone M4 at the start of the round, getting aggressive, finding a kill, making things a little bit weird for Saw, and really kind of starting the ball rolling in terms of upsetting in that round. First one on the board for Big. Guns come out, and Saw a little bit scrappy. They've got a descend Story down to a Deagle. That AWP has zero impact the first time it has presence.
That was a little aggressive maneuver from Tapson towards A in the previous round. This time it's Saw throwing some A aggression in, disrespecting that early utility and not seeing anybody on the other side of it.
Very different stylistically from yesterday, though. Yesterday against Mongols was much more calculated, a little bit chill on the T side to start. This one, they want to show some early pressure, force that utility out really early on in the round, and make Big feel like it was a fast A play. Look at the Molotovs and flashes that are being used to regain this control and used to send Rigon to his death.
Yeah, Rigon really wants to duel. He wants to get into these battles as early as he can, and he goes down in that opening fight, so Saw have the advantage, and now they're setting up outside of this B bomb site. Meteoros is going to start clearing out in towards Dark, but he goes down in big hold the B bomb site with ease. 3 early kills, but it's still a doable round here for Saul with that flash. That flash is absolutely perfect. JDC downs his opponent. And now Dulce is on the other side of the map, bomb down on the B site. It is a second round for big CT side.
Saul's going to be kicking themselves in this round. They feel like they got everything they wanted, and in fact they did. I'm shocked that Big won those battles at the B site because both players were in the open, 2 different angles of attack, and Saul could not land the shots.
It's JDC who just steps up with 3 kills. That Dark kill, it looked like Saul had that all day long. But John DeCastro just shuts him down. That has to be the coolest name in all of Counter-Strike. Like, John DeCastro. That just sounds like a spy in a novel, Jason.
Spy in a novel?
Yeah, international man of mystery.
Okay, a little bit, yeah. I still think Russell Van Dulken is...
That's pretty sick, too. But they could be like arch enemies in Counter-Strike storybook.
Okay.
Yep, that could be pretty sick.
Arch enemies. Well, 3-2. Big string a couple together. Starting to look pretty decent. This time recovering from a 4v5 situation. And yeah, JDC the big player in that round. So for Saul, they're going to use a timeout. Money's a little bit busted. They have that saved AK-47, 350 in the bank on Eros Dulce. Everyone else around $2,000. So going to have a little talk about how they want to invest into this round. And Big during this timeout is just saying, perfect, boys, exactly as we planned. We got the gun rounds going in our favor. Strung 2 together, building up economy. And Searson's got the op.
Hasn't been that good in Big since
You know what? That little content piece, I don't know if everyone at home saw it before this game. I was
surprised?
Yeah, here's got $340,000 of prize winning, Searson.
Yeah.
I was like, when did that happen?
Well, no wonder he could take a extended break. Bro's just chilling.
Yeah, he was just hanging out at home. He's like, whatever.
Yeah. You underestimate how many events happen in the online era,
True, I guess I have. Yeah. I coached for a year of that, so I've memory holds a lot of it.
Just that year never happened.
I went in to a service and had the memories deleted from my brain.
Yes. Oh, Tabson. That's kind of awkward. That's a long flashbang. And he's not going to push into Roman, whose Glock gets a dink off, and Ujerks will finish him off, so not too bad. A 1-for-1 trade for Salt on Glocks. They'll take it.
You'll take that for sure, especially because he's still got the AK-47 on the map as well. Eros Dulce just now coming back from over towards Canal and Boats. Looks like they just want to reconvene at the B bomb site and see if this AK-47 can give him all the openings needed. No utility. P250 on Muteris, and actually, this push from JDC can be dangerous, but it could also be exactly what Saw want, especially with how committed he is. Oh, now he hears the footsteps, and he knows he's going to have a fight, and he backs away. That's crazy. They've let him retreat safely.
Searson just waiting for that peek, sees a little bit of the body, but unable to connect that shot. JDC instead has to step out from the back of the platform. And Searson going for shots straight through the USP of all weapons. He'll finish that off through the smoke.
Not bad, JDC. 3 headshots with 18 health. And I mean, it's got to feel so good having a B anchor kind of perform at that level too. Like, he's had a couple of big rounds for you, and this map as a CT obviously just becomes such a nightmare if B is constantly under pressure, constantly having to be retaken. JDC's doing a good job preventing that in the early going.
Eros Dulce has to go down to a Tech 9, but everybody for Saw has the AK-47s out. We've seen them really start to apply pressure towards A main in their first gun rounds. Rigon is going aggressive through the water. He's already down through Canal. And they've got to know, based on the utility that has been tossed out, that this is a possibility. So Saw just a little bit more patient and tentative about going down those stairs, going down the rugs, because they know Big could have players here.
Yep, showed that aggressive stance, showed the aggressive play on the CT side, and then slowly back away and let Saw kind of deal with the consequences, having to clear everything out. They're taking mid-control with Roman and Ujerks.
It just forces them to slow down as well, right, for the T side, once you have to worry about every position.
All right, Searson, show me some with his op, baby.
This is it, the big moment. No one peeking yet from Saw. So Searson starts to get a little bit hungry for information. His teammate's starting to walk into his crosshair. He spots out one.
They wanted to re-clear that, but having seen presence, they decided to go against the full-blown push and just happy to have numbers here at the moment, but Saw equally moving really well across the map.
Yeah, straight through that smoke. It's Story that leaped to the bomb site to try and get the plant down. Searson with that quick rotation back to the temple. It's Utrix that goes down. Searson now checks in towards Dark, but a missed shot this time. Smoke's blown open, revealing CTs. And unfortunately for Saw, they have not come out on top of these fights. And the bomb is not down, so Roman takes a step around that obelisk. He's crossed one of the opponents already. Crimbo down first, but he pulls the knife. If he had kept his AK-47 out, maybe gets that second kill, but it's a strong enough hold in the end from Big.
I think he was out of bullets after that kill. He might have had like one or two left, but I think he would have pulled the knife either way, even if he had 20, because he was just trying to get out of that danger point and find an escape route to the other bomb site, to the A bomb site. Still, 4 in a row for Big. This defense starting to look really solid.
It seems like there's another layer to Big at the moment with Rigon. Like, he's 3 and 6, but it feels like I've seen him all over the map so far. Like, he's throwing himself in, gathering info, clearing space for the side. It's been great to watch him so far. Mutiris is going aggressive in towards Crimbo, waiting for that rush in mid, and that's exactly what is presented to Big. The bomb goes down as well, so it's a rough old scenario here for Saul.
Yeah, rough old scenario. You ain't getting that bomb back. You ain't getting anything done. M4 is chewing you up in middle. Dose and Story playing alone and isolated. Searson lands it, and Big's going to be up by 2 when the dust settles.
Big is starting to get control of this game now. It starts to feel like Saw is losing any kind of grip they had on it.
That happened fast, too, didn't it?
Happened real fast.
Real quick. Ancient would be the next map. This is Saw's map pick, Anubis. Big's off to a great start and putting pretty dominant rounds on the board all of a sudden. The first 2 was just them getting going, but now they have a round of 5 alive. They've got
5 in a row as well.
8,500 on JDC, 9K on Searson. Those aren't numbers you like to look at if you're Saw.
Second time out being used here for Saw. All back out for Story. You mentioned the first time he took it out, he had 0 impact. I think he just got caught by that aggressive A play that Tapson threw in.
Yeah, it was also like, I mean, that Big did a good job picking off a couple of players, putting the op in a position where he has to really force a play, which is never fun, especially against pistols that are playing in tricky positions, playing through smokes, doing all sorts of weird things. So we'll see what happens when the gun comes out now against a gun round. But more than anything, you're going to need some plays like what we saw from Udrix yesterday on Dust 2, really cracking open parts of the map and forcing defenses to shift. And importantly, unlike against Mongols yesterday, Saw's not getting that increase in performance from guys like Roman, guys like Mutiris, and guys like Story.
Oh, JDC opening kill traded by the Oppo Story. Now as Dawes say, he's had a tough time.
He got picked off in this position earlier by Tapson.
Yeah, and Rigon looking to clear it out this time. Dawes' position is common and it's cleared out. Searson was standing in wait. And this is now Big up a player, but all that mid-control has gone to Saw. They've got some space to play with at least, but Udrix on the cross gets tagged up, softened down, and in the meantime, Big have taken map control back by pushing out of those B doors.
Yeah, they've cleared out B, so they know they've lost the middle of the map, but they have control of the bomb site. So, I mean, this is going to be really, really hard for Saw to break into. Need to win some heads-up fights. There's not going to be any kind of a set piece. It's about finding your kill.
Searson wrapped around the cake. The elusive Searson able to pick himself up another, and Rigon's got him from heaven. Good team play and Big not getting into the bomb site whatsoever, or rather Saw. It's been a real tough last few rounds here for Saw.
Well, they've had to react to everything, even on this T side, which is interesting, right? Like you're reacting to losing your player outside of A, and you say, okay, we saw an M4 and an op there, 2 players, mid defense is going to be weak. Let's take the middle of the map, but you're reacting, and Big's not giving you any kills in those parts of the map, but your reaction that actually give you an opening path to a site. They're not finding solutions to these rounds.
Searson starting to find some impact with that AWP.
Yeah, he is.
And that money's gone for Saw. Hey, you can tell Searson's won 300K. He's got a beautiful Medusa right there.
He's got the skins to back it up.
Yeah. So flexing as well.
What kind of op skin you working with?
Asimov.
Nice.
But it's terrible. It looks like it's fallen on the road, a car's driven over it, it's then been thrown in a river.
So it's like the more battle scarred kind of thing?
But it's not even like the cool, it's black scope, it's just terrible in general. I need to upgrade it.
Oh, a bomb site open. That one kill. Regon goes down. Tapson had just shifted away, or Crimbo, excuse me, gets a little bit of spam damage on the cross. Now, they can and should go for this. A low buy round, you can see there's not a lot of utility to hold them back, so Big's gonna have plenty of opportunities to test this post plant, see if they can find a kill to really activate the retake. They just gotta wait for this round of utility.
Oh, Big.
Are they saving?
Just taking a lot of time here, Jason.
Well, the smoke had just plumed as that went down, so it's going to have to be fast, but I really think they're going to at least test this initially, and that's the go signal now.
Yeah, JDC's got to go eventually through A main. The rest of his teammates now flooding through heaven. Tapson just dropping into the defuse. U-Turk's taken out. Defuse being stuck. Tapson's off it. No more time. Last second, he's going to get back to it. Crimbo tries to hold it, and there's no more time at all. A last second kill to drop Tapson on the defuse, and Saw pick it up with weaker weapons.
That one MAC-10, that little MAC-10
one that got away.
Yep, the one that got away. And I think part of the reason why it gets away is, as you can see from that retake, no one comes through camera. 3 players filter up through top, 1 player's coming in on the flank, and that MAC-10 is just able to come out of camera and be like, oh, cool, free diffuser.
Yep.
But you got to give credit to Saw too. Like, winning the pistol round is nice. This half hasn't looked great, but you found a way to put another round on the board. Like, you've scraped it together. Now maybe the floodgates crack open, but regardless, you win one more round like that, and it's a pretty decent half, all things considered. You want to put more up on your T side of Anubis, but you get what you can. You take what you can.
Yeah, especially with how terrible it's been since the first 3 rounds. Absolutely. We've got a sound issue at the moment for Rigon. So we're going to get that resolved as quickly as possible. We generally do. In day 2...
Tapson's having a good time.
He's always having a great time. Of IEM Cologne day 2, we've got FlyQuest versus the Mongols currently going on that A stream too. The Asian RMR, El Clasico, as they call it.
Got a couple regional matchups on that stream today.
Yeah. Who you got winning the Liquid game, man? Liquid
Why are you asking me that question?
Oh, yeah. You've got your Brazil flag out right now. I think that's going to be a really fun game. That's a little bit later on today. Here on the B stream, the secondary stream, we've got 3D Max returning, and they're definitely going to hope that they have a better performance in their opening day.
Maybe we should build that one as 3D Max with a chance to show up to the tournament for the first time.
Well, actually, we're going to build that as a chance for hopefully Dexter to show up to the tournament for the first time.
Dexter's here, yes.
Well, I don't know if he's here yet, but that would be great if he did.
No, well, he's not maybe at the venue, but he's here. He's landed.
Okay, that's great to know. That's great to know. Okay, so that's going to be very exciting. That Rigon sound issue is sorted, and we're ready to get back into the action here. Saw with 4 rounds on the T side. That is their first outside of the first 3 picked up. Then that does mean Big have a lot of cash. They have a lot of money to rely on, so they got another solid buy coming right up. So it doesn't get any easier for Saw. Instant smoke thrown out into the B bomb site. Bit of a lurk smoke thrown out at the entrance. You can climb up into jail and come out that right side. So could be a bit of a faster play here for Saw.
They had some pretty gnarly set pieces on this B bomb site against Mongols. JDC's been very, very good defending this bomb site though. Tested again.
Well, it's Crimbo that goes down first. JDC this time does not pass that test. Tapson now defending alone, and it's just too hard for him to deal with multiple threats. A charge and a direct hit into the B-bomb site is very effective from Saw.
Yeah, I mean, just lovely utility. That execute is pretty nasty to have to deal with. Mongols couldn't deal with it yesterday. Big get overrun in this round, and Saw's right back in action.
They also throw a smoke early in towards A. It must block the info for Rigon, so they don't know if it's going to be the A play. They're drained of information for all the time.
And remember, they've challenged that a couple of times, or they've shown that a couple of times in this half where they've done like the fast presence towards A main, deep utility into the bomb site, make it feel like it's going to be an A rush. So that's kind of conditioning Rigon to be like, every time you see that smoke, you don't know, is it just going to be the standard lurk, the standard default, or is it going to be something faster paced? So it buys you a couple extra seconds, and that defender has to consider the options.
Yeah, and so you were able to set up all of your plays perfectly for the split into the B bomb site, and it was perfect utility. That's definitely a big change with CS2 that we've seen. Is just the smokes being bigger allows you to have like more of an access point into the bomb site. You can just sort of dribble it in further.
Sure.
Very effective here on Anubis. 6-5. Resurgence from Saw. They could end this half ahead. Or rather, they can't. That's impossible. They could, in fact, tie it up, though.
Yeah. Way to fix that mistake.
That is hard.
Well, for a guy who came into this saying that both teams were very, very similar and equal, 6-6 scoreline makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's true. It does make a lot of sense. Searson. Deep angle held for the entrance of Aradolce. And he starts to take a step back. Flash is effective, and Oregon turns at the right time. Now Searson, misses the shot, needs to get back, and that utility, it's going to land, but it's not going to separate the pack enough. And so they keep charging forward. Searson gets one before going down, but that rotation from Big is speedy at the end of this half. They're trying to stop that bomb from getting anywhere near the site, and the bomb does go down. Mutiras was not with his teammate, and it is Big who lead 7-5.
You guys just trying to hype up Searson, and Searson's just stone-faced. Just, nah, I'm good, man.
Big versus Saw, 7-5, Jason. We both went for that one, but
yeah, we didn't coordinate.
Yeah, Big is taking the lead just about, and it's a marginal lead, but they are very, very similar squads, it would seem.
Yeah, yeah, very, very, very much so. Rigon's over there hyping up the boys. He's bringing some energy into the squad.
He's trying.
Yeah, he's doing his best.
He's trying. And, you know, when he's used to, like, looking to his left and right and everyone going crazy, jumping around, throwing the monitors over. He looks at Searson. It's just...
nothing.
Fast.
Yeah. Just... I'm cool, man.
It's pretty sick. We'll see how this second half gets underway. We've got Tapson with a smoke and flash. 4 sets of Kevlar and a push from Saul coming out of A main. They're going to be arriving underneath Rigon in just a moment. Taking a few creeps
Oh, he
forward.
missed 2, though.
Missed quite a bit.
Well, it's okay. You've got...
oh, no. You
I was going to say you had Searson, but he moves just at the wrong time.
Oh, Rigon, though. He's got it. He's come back to check. He's come back to have a little look. Searson's gone down, though. Not going to be happy about that. And now it's Dulce starting to run out of bullets, and he's down too. That is a chaotic start to the pistol, but oh, surprise, surprise, there's another one somewhere around here lurking in the shadows. It's Mutiris still up on rugs. Rigon defending his life from all different angles, and Mutiris trying to slink in behind eventually is able to take down the Swiss man. 53 seconds, Tapson inside of the site, puts that bomb down in the middle. And this is a 2v2 retake that Saul must attempt. They got a flash and no kit, though.
They're missing the location of one player big on the defense. They know Mutiris is going to be over in Canals. JDC's fighting that now, sticking to it pretty consistently. 9 bullets left, make that 6.
JDC turns back, spots a little bit of Mutiris. And the bullets just not connecting the way he wants them right now. Flash going in, but it's blinding Mutiris. It's a disaster here, but Roman finally getting a headshot locked in, but that time is ticking, and Tapson still standing. Mutiris taps the defuse, but he knows the round cannot be won. He just wants to draw Tapson into the fight, and the fight comes his way. Tapson with a double, Big with a pistol, and that is one chaotic start to the first half.
Yeah, really nicely done from Tapson in the clutch. It felt like in this engagement, I felt like those Glock bullets had to have just been like blanks. It took so long for them to kill Arisdose, stuck on the stairs of those dualies, but still coming out on top of the pistol. By virtue of good old Tapson.
Old reliable Tapson. I do wonder, you know, is Crimbo going to be the same as Tapson? Just spend his entire career in Big?
Possibly.
Does seem like it's going that way. Speak of Big as being a family. That's how they talk about it a lot of the time.
I mean, I think it's an admirable goal that they've set to get German Counter-Strike to the top. And I mean, we spend so much time kind of, you know, bemoaning the loss of more national teams that I find it hard at this point to criticize Tabs. Like, of course, at some point during his career, I would have loved to have seen Tapson on another team when he was at his peak, when he was at his best, when he was one of the best players in the world, when he was a beast with the rifles. It would have been really, really cool, and he could have been a wonderful piece. But look, that's a goal that, you know, I think is a very admirable thing to do, and I can understand why someone in his position would want to chase after it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it has been a family for quite some time, and every now and then a weird cousin comes along, like Smooya, for example, and you got to add him into the squad.
Yeah, comes in from the other side of the family, comes in for the weekend.
It's like, yeah, he was fun to have around for a while. But,
who is this guy?
Let's get another one. Well, that'll be the 9th round, picked up for Big. Secured easily against USPs, of course. I love the energy that Rigon adds to this team. Like, it's been a while since we've seen someone bring energy to Big in this kind of way. I think that in the past, even you mentioned Smooya, but he would have brought some level of energy like that. I just feel like they've been missing that for quite a long time at this point.
Yeah, that's fair.
So it's great to see that.
I mean, it's fun though when you add a player like that who has like that kind of like emotional energy that you want to get the team hyped up, because it's like he can't do it alone. Like, you have to react to that energy too, right? Just having that presence there isn't it.
True, because then eventually if you don't react to anything, he's going to stop at some point, right?
And you've got to respond to it, and you've got to show that it's actually getting you hyped up, or else it just kind of goes by the wayside.
I've never seen Searson more hyped, to be honest.
True. That's might actually be true.
Slight smile from the side of his mouth.
Ghost of a smile.
And here comes a push through camera. And it's a flash for Tapson. He's down. And Story now peeking out from the fountain. Flashbang goes in. And Story, he's still standing on the fountain. He's looking to try and get rid of Crimbo. Bullets coming through from Rigon. He's not too far off getting this kill. But the bomb is down in the site. And Searson and Rigon must now combine together to pull this round back. And it's just looking so unlikely as now Rigon is left alone. So That's a good hold from Saw. Quick rotations and a strong defense.
It was only ever a 3-man attack into the bomb site from mid, and when those 3 players can't establish a foothold and all the rotations start coming in, they still haven't dealt with the rifle in A main, they still haven't dealt with the op on story over towards A main and up by the pillar. It's like you have nowhere to go, and you could just kind of see the possibility of that round being won by Big just decreasing as more rotations came in and more players dropped off. With the timing of that hit, it had to be a really efficient, just uppercut break into the bomb site.
Oh, that is one beefy grenade thrown on both sides. Both Alpers taken down to 46 and 47 HP.
Pretty equal.
Yeah, that's exactly. We were just seeing it, symmetry everywhere. In motion at the moment. Udrug's forced away from Dark. Great utility from Big. It's a blanket of fire at Udrug's feet, and he's going to go out towards B main. He didn't go for the full commitment on the swing. He's still focused, fixated, in fact, upon Dark. A split attempt from Big. It might be difficult to get through this bomb site because there's still utility and there's still plenty of Saw players in defense. Although burning away as Udrug's, those sound cues instantly get the big players to turn. The bullets fire through the smoke. So that's 1 kill back at least for the German squad.
Try and battering ram that B bomb site, and all the counter utility from Saw. At 1 minute and 15 seconds, they're flush with Molotovs and nades, and it holds Big at bay. A re-exec coming in? Or they just walk in contact? Regon spots 1.
Tiras goes to the peek on out Crimbo, and Searson somehow recover this. And Big are now back into a position where they have the player advantage. Bomb is going down, and they're thinking about the pathway back in for a possible retake. And perhaps questions flying around, is it even possible to win this one now for Saw? It is going to be incredibly difficult. They have 1 kill on Aras Dose. The only piece of utility they have is a smoke on story. And he's made sound dropping down now. This is a solid post plan from Big. A trifecta of death, and now they have detected the retake attempt. They've seen where both players are, and they realize they can't win this. So Saw are getting out of there. They're saving their weapons, and Big turned this from disaster into a round victory.
Yeah, it looked really sketchy in the initial thrust, but that follow-up 3-on-2 at the B bomb site was handled really well from Big. Good job juggling aggression. 1 player peeking in, sees the player at pillar, doesn't commit to the fight, allows his op to take a supportive spot, allows the player from B main to activate, and then you've got 2 defenders who are all trying to do different things and able to stroll, waltz into the B bomb site for a plant.
Last timeout being used here for Saw in regulation.
It's weird. I think you asked that question earlier, what I thought of like an Anubis pick out of Saw, especially after watching them yesterday. And it's in retrospect, it is a little bit of a head scratcher considering the difficulties they had on it yesterday against Mongols, considering it doesn't seem like your star players are... Actually, I don't know if you can say super comfortable with not having good games on it now twice in a row. Udrug's had a really good start, and it's kind of been, middle of the pack since then. Aras Dose really hasn't arrived quite yet. And you're not getting the same tactical advantages that you found against Mongols.
We're seeing a more neutered version of Saw today.
Yeah, but remember, it took them, that 3rd map yesterday, once they got there.
Yeah, once they got there.
Yeah, once they got there.
The most impressive part was the fact that they lost 13-5 on the previous map and were still able to come back and win 13-5 themselves.
Sure.
So the fact that Saw are never out of it. But that is not a good start from Gutierrez. He hasn't had a great game here. He's 6-15 now, and he's conceded that opening kill.
Little pace change from Big. This has been a much more slower, calculated textbook round, where the last 2 had a lot of early aggression.
Aras Dose taking a few steps back, retreating behind the utility that Big throw out. So they've got A main control. They don't have to play with it, but you just know they force the defender back.
Saw's getting pushed into a situation where they want to push this, but all of Big is going to be here.
Oh, JDC
might get
ready. Flash does not blind him, and he's able to get one. Nearly a second, but here comes the push from Big through Dark. It's a split, and it's effective from Tapson. They're now pulling the Saw defense limb from limb, and Story cannot find any heroics in this one. It is a 4 versus 1. Arisdase locked out of this. Big up to 11.
I don't know if I'm going to maybe give production a little bit of a challenge here, replay observers, if we can get that flashbang that was thrown. I don't think it made it over. Because JDC was looking directly at B main. That flash is either off or like if it might have been misthrown or it's just lined up incorrectly. But I don't think it made it past the B main choke point.
Yeah, we'll get to see at least a little bit in that replay, but it's going to be a frustrating round for Saul because you don't like to have mistakes happen like that off the back of a timeout, right? You've kind of called the time. You have 30 seconds to prepare for what you want to do and deal with, and you lose 4 players and only get 1 kill. So rough scenario.
I mean, the real thing, you got to give credit to Big for forcing Saw into that kind of a decision to make that sort of a play, to where they didn't have information on the map, to where they felt like they were locked into this B push being the only thing they could actually do.
So Arisdase with an M4. Everybody else kind of figuring out what they can afford.
JDC having a really good game for Big.
Oh, it's great to see JDC having a good
He was stellar on the CT side. I think he had 3 different 3K rounds.
Yeah, he's massive over there on that B-bomb site. JDC was a player that many people were a little sad about the fact when he got removed from Mouse and wondered where he would go. Had a few months in different projects, and then the big move just made sense.
It all came together for him.
Yeah, it did come together for him. And it worked out for Mouse as well.
Yeah, they're happy. Big's happy. JDC probably happy.
Yeah, definitely happy in this game. And he's taken out eventually by Muteris' USP, but that round has the expected result, which is utter collapse for Saw.
Seriously, might be my favorite human being. Actually, I'm not even sure he's a human being.
He is a cyborg program for Counter-Strike. Just watching him sit beside Rigon.
The coach is like, bro, give me something, like a fist bump, a high five, whatever you're into.
Dude, it's so sick. I love the idea of him just going, yep, you're sitting beside Rigon now, and he's just like 2 opposite human beings. He doesn't even know how to interact with him.
No.
That's why he does his best work online,
Yeah.
There's no one around him, just him chilling.
No one bothering him with fist bumps.
Yeah, stop with the fist bumps. The human interaction. So I'll finally have a buyback, but obviously last chance saloon here because Big about to close out map 1 of this series in very comfortable fashion on Saw's map pick.
They saw the upper when they came in.
Oh, Arisdase, he knows the second player's pinned behind that corner, and that's a fantastic opening.
Tapson must have just been so blind.
Yeah, he's just blind as hell the whole time.
Yeah, he wasn't reacting at all to that kind of continued spray, so Searson's going to have to step up to the plate. Scopes in early, so he can entry with the AWP through Dark. Cautiously clearing, well, not cautiously, he didn't even really clear to the right corner, but took an educated guess.
An educated...
I don't even remember what that was.
It was something like that. Oh, Searson, he throws the molly out to the back of the platform. U-Jerks forced out of position, and Searson is heating up. He can't stay in that. Tickled by fire and forced away, but it's enough of a distraction to allow that boost from JDC to prove effective.
That's pretty sweet. That's a nice little trick that Big just busts out. Searson drops another smoke. However, 3 defenders here still. Op needs to have impact, and it can't react in time. JDC stepping in, misses his shot, so Crimbo can just do economic damage. A win seems so far out of reality. Can he make it to the A site? No. He has the time.
He's just not going to make it because Muteris is here, and he's now pulled his AK-47. Unless he gets that, it's the headshot, and Crimbo, he's got it. 9 seconds, second play coming in. Arisdase chasing after him, and Crimbo, he knows he has to play for elimination now, and Arisdase was ready for that. Time certainly makes things uncomfortable for Big at the end, and that could have been a far more comfortable finish to the round for Saw.
Yeah.
Big always making it a little scary at moments.
Thankfully, they get to keep the op in hand as well, though. Story still has the AWP in the field of play for Saw. They've got to win 5 in a row to force overtime. This is a good late mid-round push. into A main from Aris Dulce to get 2 that really sets Saw up for the victory. But, I mean, Big's still dangerous in these late round situations. Even when they're down a player or 2, they're still finding ways to do damage, to find kills, find possibilities.
Here's Searson. Nice shot. Roman taken out. Cleanly collected by the AWP, and the fire protects Searson. It gives him some cover, and he shoots right through it. Udrax could not connect onto the sniper at range. Forcing the fight out of desperation. Story's going to claw one back. 4-on-3 in the favor of Big, and they're going to pause across the map. 4v3 to close out the map. Rigon taking steps beyond that smoke, and Aris Dulce now detected off the fountain, flushed away. And the bomb will join the rest of the pack to finish this attack. Searson straight through camera, Story alone. And what a start to day 2 here from Big. Tapson was talking about their goals, their expectations here in Cologne is to make stage 2. They've collected their first map here in the advancement match.
You'd imagine they'd want to make it to stage 3 as well.
Of course. Well, we'll take one stage as it comes.
It's one stage at a time, the old adage. 13-7, Big taking map 1 over Saw, taking Saw's map pick away from them. They've got an advantage in this series. Looking forward to stage 2.
Just a quick reminder that the winner of this game is going through to the group stages here at IEM Cologne. Big up against Saw and Maniac for Big. Germany group stages, the next step. It's so important to them, and they've started off with such a firm run there. 13-7 on Anubis, their opponent's map pick.
An absolutely excellent start for Big. We questioned the choice of allowing Anubis to go through. We talked about preparation, whether or not they would have something up their sleeves, and the short answer is yes, absolutely. Some of the choices they've made in the defense, where they positioned Sursen in certain moments, you could see that Tapson was in his opponent's head, and they absolutely put them in places on that first map.
It was, you know, when you think of Big, prep is a big key, right? Counter-stratting, and you saw a lot of that there during that game. So saw also it felt like a few individuals were not performing up to scratch, not really hitting the kills that we're used to seeing. You know, Mutirius in particular, I was looking at him to be doing a little bit more today, but that first map was, hopefully it's a warm-up and we get to see more from Saw in map 2.
So I had a chance to see Saw yesterday. I've seen them today. I feel like they look like two different teams. With my very non-educated eye, I'm just going to say there is a cohesion that's missing. There's this mid-round sort of, I want to say, fumble that I was seeing a little bit from them. What was it that Big was doing that was kind of maybe getting in their heads a little bit and messing up their game?
Just being in the right place at the right time. That's the thing about Big, right? When they have the numbers, they know how to close out rounds. And this is a thing we saw yesterday, even with FlyQuest, even with Mongols, even with just other teams playing against, you know, teams that have more experience. When they'd have a man advantage, they just don't put themselves in winning positions to close out the round. And Big is one of those teams that do that, whereas Saw, you could see them maybe suffering from a bit of lack of experience in this one.
Yeah, it's possible. I think also Big didn't really allow a lot of opening kills. Like, that was a problem for Saw. Not to be able to trade evenly, to get some of that map control, that space, so you can then decide what's going to be your next step. You talk about preparation, just follow Sursen on the map. Like, just have a look again at this game, have a look at a 2D sort of tool that you have, and you follow Sursen and you can see where Tapson's mind is at. Hey, sometimes he's on the B side, that's right here with the AWP. He gets a kill a little bit lucky. Now he's helping out Rigon. It happened a couple of times where he was pairing up onto the A side. In the retake here, it's a bit more regular, a bit more conventional. Once again, later down the road. So anytime Sursen had a read, or Tapson, maybe in an interview we can get to hear from them who was actually at the helm in these decision making. But I thought that Sursen made the entry very complicated for Saw. And as a result, they were playing behind, usually playing catch up. Big was very assertive, proactive with grabbing map control. And when you play Counter-Strike like this, it gets much easier because they had the information.
Do you also think that Big was maybe abusing some of the mistakes that Saw was making and finding ways to make sure that they could use those to their advantage?
Yeah, absolutely. Are you very gracefully teeing me up for this technological moment? Because actually we can do that. We can talk about mistakes, right? On the side of Saw, there were a couple of opportunities to close round, and 16 is an unfortunate counterexample to what was going on. We can roll the clip here. We'll see the first line of defense for Saw is actually doing somewhat of a decent job. That's how I would like to preface it. Big were trying to abuse the B side, trying to put a lot of pressure. You see a couple of utilities being put forth. It's not exactly clear at this point, but Tapson falls. That's okay. This is all part of the plan for Saw. They have that first barrier. And now from this moment on, it was a 5v3. It's a 5v3. I appreciate it's a very local 5v3. The trade comes in, but the deaths keep coming in, rolling in, and the deaths are unrequested, unsolicited. This peak, for example, Mutirius, is unneeded, unnecessary. And then for Big, it's just about being patient, playing off of each other, and making sure that we punish these peaks. This isn't the structurally sound Saw that you were talking about.
Yeah,
this is disjointed. You have an advantage, you give it away. Big's going to take it.
They shouldn't have that much pressure on their shoulders in this game as well, right? This isn't for elimination. This is just for qualification to stage 2. And maybe that's enough for them to be forcing these mistakes, overextending in specific situations like you saw just there. And they really need to slow it down, regather themselves, and going into map 2, be able to fix all of these little micro mistakes that we keep on seeing.
I'm a bit worried, Mac, because this was their map pick, and to me they looked disorganized and unprepared, if I'm honest. And that's concerning for me because you chose this. We all knew you were going to choose it as well the moment it wasn't banned.
I feel like, look, they just have to pick up the pieces, figure out what's going on in the 5-minute break that they have to regather themselves. Because, yeah, here on Anubis, if they're not able to play their game, like if they played a completely different game yesterday.
Well, listen, I don't want to break the fourth wall, and I'm trying to respect like team's privacy. But after this round lost, while they were saving, we are up here. Our quarters are up here. We're sort of in the gallery, level 1. I could hear Saw arguing. I could hear them. I don't know if it was an argument, but it was definitely some sort of very harsh feedback. Like, what the hell is going on? Like, how are we playing these situations? And it gets a little dangerous because, sure, you have to make sure players are disciplined, but also how do you avoid the trap of now getting into map 2, already being afraid of making a mistake, overthinking. So is not a team that's having momentum right now. So I do worry on the side of Big. It's the polar opposite. Like we can have a look at Rigon and how he reacts in general and the energy. It's night and day. The contrast between these two teams in terms of atmosphere right now. Oh my God, it couldn't be further away from Switzerland to Australia.
Yeah, that's a long trip.
It's pretty far away.
It's a terrible trip. Don't. It's
terrible. I wouldn't do it.
But look, here we go. You got Rigon, and sometimes he's just chilling. But when they're winning those big moments, the rest of Big, they're all fine, they're all dandy, they're all just like, come on, yeah, good job, boys, guten Tag, all that. But then Rigon, of course, is...
Yeah, that's exactly what they say. Nice, man, guten Tag.
My one German word. Yeah, but then Rigon just is popping off on the big ones, making sure he's loud, making sure he's screaming, letting Saw know. And maybe it's just that, you know, when the frosted glass goes unfrosted and they can see each other, him screaming, him staring straight down the opponent, like, that's going to be a little bit intimidating.
I like that he's doing it too, because for a while it felt like Tapson had too much on his shoulders. Like Tapson was kind of the only one who was not only obviously being the IGL, and that's already a pretty big burden, but he was trying to pick up the pieces, trying, come on guys, let's go off kids. And now you can see, or I can feel like he toned it down just a little bit. Maybe he can focus on what he's doing, because Rigon is going to be this hype man, crazy hype man. Whether or not they lose round, as soon as there is an opportunity for him to rejoice and celebrate the teammates, he's straight up at it. And this is something they need. You need a little bit of emotion, a little bit of life to make sure you come back into these games.
I want to go back to talking about emotion and specifically Saw. Obviously, that what we presume is an argument. We don't speak Portuguese, but it did sound to me like there was the tone was quite
specific.
Your coach doesn't speak Portuguese now, so how does he help you in a situation where he has absolutely no idea why you're giving each other a hard time or what you're unhappy with?
I don't think it's about content, it's about form. So I think he grasps what's happening here. It doesn't matter if you don't have the vocabulary, you know there's tension and you can just address it immediately. No BS, straight to the point. Make sure you evacuate some of these negative emotions, you reset for the map. You take what was in the message and you wrap it up in a better Christmas sort of wrapping paper, and then you do it for the map too. I don't think he needs to speak Portuguese to understand what was going on here. I understood what was going on, and I don't speak a word.
Fair enough. We are getting ready to get to the second map here, and this is an opportunity for the hometown heroes to close this out and guarantee their spots in the group stages here at IEM Cologne. All to play for from them. We heard from JDC at the start of this how important it's going to be. Let's find out if they can do it.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
The first Cologne is always a special one, and I've got Mr. Aros Dose with me here. Your first Cologne, and you're now one game away from making it to the second stage already. How does that feel for you guys?
I mean, it feels like every other tournament.
Okay.
Yeah, we just come here. We had a rough season, last season, but we got rest, we practiced a lot, and we came here to go to the next stage, and that's what we want to do.
Nice, okay, so you're very focused on this, and I want to talk about it. You said you had a rough season. Obviously, the major was such a high for you guys. Then we saw things change, right? You've got Berry come in, so the style and approach to the game has changed. Do you feel like now you're on the way back up to where you want to be?
Yeah, we were tired because we were playing every tournament. We play, but when Berry came, we got a different knowledge of the game, and he's helping us a lot, and we are improving with him every single day. And we want to show that in here.
Okay. And in terms of showing it in here, you had a great game against Mongols yesterday, right? One you can be proud of. Would you say that Mongols would be potentially a tougher opponent, though, maybe looking at the ranking and stuff, than what Big were? And does this make this game more comfortable for you?
No, every single team is hard their way. Mongols, they are incredible aimers, and Big, they are big aimers and good in tactics. So they are different, but tough opponents.
What are you expecting from this game, though? You confident for the win?
Yeah, of course we want to win, but it's going to be a tough game. We're going to do our best and try to win.
I look forward to seeing it. Let's see if Saw can get that very important win and move through to stage 2.
Don't know how it's come to this. I don't know how I could resist. I took a vow to never sin, but I saw the darkness from within. And if the sun can't break through, just let the thunder shake you. I know there's a hunger for the truth. Another moment of clarity. I see the one who breaks me. I never thought it could be.
A lot of work to be done if Saul want to play another game here. We've got Big showing up in a big way right now. That first map was very impressive, very convincing. Saul had a solid start, Jason. They went 3 rounds up, and then from that point onwards, it all fell apart.
Yeah, it was a 6-round streak for Big after that to really establish themselves in the first half, a 7-5 lead, but overall they just looked great. Their T-side was wonderful. Saw could never get a good feel to it. They never had that half felt like it just slipped away from them.
Yeah, no, it just fell on the floor, and they never really quite were able to pick it back up.
And that was their map pick.
It was their map pick, which just gets worse and worse when you look at the rest of the series. They've got Ancient, Big's map pick. We know how comfortable they are on this affair. And we even talk about some of the weaknesses for Big over recent months with his new roster, and it's the fact that Sirius maybe hasn't been performing to the level they want out of him. Well, he had a good first map. He was showing up, and JDC, what a CT hold he had on the B-bomb site. This could be quite a quick day for Big at the office.
Yeah, very well could be. We'll see how Saw can bounce back after this this tech issue gets resolved before map 2 is live. Yes. It was what the graphic was: Hometown Heroes for Big versus Portuguese Challengers.
Yes.
Is there an alliteration we could get with, is there like a different word for challenger? It starts with a P?
I can't think of one right now, Jason. So maybe neither could the graphic guy.
That's where my brain went this morning, this afternoon, this 2:30 p.m. What time is it?
It's currently 2:30, I believe.
Beautiful.
There we go.
And map 2 is already live in this opening series. On day 2 of IEM Cologne 2024, Big into attack into Saul. It's Big's map pick. They're 1 map up in the series. This victory takes them to stage 2.
Stage 2 lies in wait. Expectations set on that for Big.
What the?
That was probably the weakest shot I've ever heard based on the sound.
Yeah, that was like the gush sound.
And he got headshot. He's gushed it 4 damage.
All right, then.
And now he's been hit again, but he's just down to 75. So JDC is the juggernaut today. It's about to be a quite simple B execution with smokes popping in for big already. Rigon's got that first blood. And now going through the smoke is Mutiris. His teammates going down. It's kind of chaotic right now, and Saw not winning many of these fights. In fact, none of them. So Bomb goes down, big into a 5 versus 3 post plan, and they've got a molly for this too, so they've got time.
Yeah, 3 defenders here, but like a really weak stack. Smoke blocks off the 3rd player, so now it's just 2 players defending. They've got a crossfire set up, but 1 player's out in the open, so the crossfire never activates. So essentially, 1 defender at a time had a chance to hold back this hit, and that's not going to concern Big whatsoever. No chance at this retake, no kit, everyone's starting to back away, and another pistol for Big.
Oh, big shot indeed from Searson. No retreating for Ausdose. Story hangs around just to pick up 1 at least. He'll filter on back, but JDC already on the pounce, on the hunt. They get further away than he would have liked, so good start for Big. Great pistol round. And Rigon continues to try and bring fire to the squad.
Opening kill here, as you can see. I mean, coming, Udric's just trying to get through that smoke to provide some resistance, but altogether with the way they reacted to the execute from Big, that stack really didn't even matter. 1-0, upgraded in the 2nd round is Saw. MP9s, Deagles, 5-7, a little bit of utility.
Roman. 5-7, rattling through the smoke. He can hear the steps of Tapson. Can't quite deal with the threat just yet. Prolonged cave fight.
Yeah, just, I mean, they're content to let the smoke expire. They haven't really challenged in middle whatsoever. We can see a double stack over in Donut. That's starting to get investigative. So JDC, let's see how you're going to start map 2.
Oof. Not well at all. Gets digged up by Story. Now Crimbo looking to make a response, and Mutiris at long range with that MP9 outmatches Crimbo. And now we're looking at 55 seconds left and Saw up 2 players. Great start into this round.
Oh, the swing from elbow coming in.
Ausdose elbows his way forward, and it is Rigon brought down to 7 health. Story with another deagle, this time on Tapson. Rigon with Searson, the last 2 remaining players, and now it is just Searson left alone. He'll leap to the side and try and get a bomb plant. The deagle bursts open his skull, but he's still standing somehow with 3 health. If he can steal away a bomb plant, this is now not the worst scenario, but it's not pretty. It's not pretty for Big to concede this one, and Saw bounce back early on.
Losing those early extended, mid-range fights. JDC going down first. All of a sudden, you're in a situation where Saw's pushing A, they're pushing Cave as well. You're just getting collapsed upon in middle, and not enough players to watch all the choke points. Good work from Story. That deagle is everything in this round. Mutiris as well, adding an MP9 kill. Shouting right back at him.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned that in the first map. You know, the fact that Saw lost 13-5, and they were able to bounce back in the series. They know they have mental strength, but they didn't have ancient strength. That's for sure. They did not look fantastic on this event. Searson, AK-47, hero, trying to get the job done, but Rigon charging up, creating space and distraction, but Udrix has dealt with the threat of this B-ramp play. It's completely shut down. In fact, Big would have expected, given how much space they got early on, they would at least get 1 kill, but they don't even get that. Not a single kill for Big.
No access to the B-bomb site. Good spray down from Udrix. And Saw, once again, much like the first map, getting a pretty good start going. About to be up 3-1, as Big should be saving entirely in this.
You're talking about Udrix's impressive performances, and that sounds good. That if you're in a sauna, that would be like the kind of perfect music to play while you're in the sauna, getting a nice sweat on.
Day 1 of posting until Counter-Strike lets me be the voice actor for music.
Do an ambient sound. 500 days later, Jason. Still going. Never an end to that story. But Here's the Max 10 ready to go around that corner. Tapson waiting. What the hell's just happened?
I don't know. I think Tapson probably had his hands off the mouse and keyboard. He was probably
looking down the
talking
line.
through a tactic, like gesturing to his teammates. And just gets
looking
wrecked.
at the wall.
He's like, oh, okay, that happened.
Yeah, so they're taking a timeout in a way. And it's all over. That's one of the rounds of Counter-Strike that exist.
Hey, your Opera just got 4 kills with the MAC-10. You're living the dream if you're Story and Saul right now. That's exactly as designed. He's just like, I'm just going to push right out of the gate with this MAC-10. I know they have no armor. I'm going to see what I find. And now he's rich.
Got money in the bank. We have to watch that again. I was like, damn, okay. Just looking at the wall, admiring the hard artwork that has gone into that. But the buy is back for Big. They're gonna go right through. The doors smoke. Take B-lane control. JDC trying to fight out elbow, and it's been a pretty rough start on Ancient here for JDC. He's down to 0-4 now.
I think he just swung into the spray. I don't even think he really realized that there was going to be a fight there. Mutiris was just spamming the smoke, and JDC kind of wanders right into it. Good first kill. All that early utility from Saw prevents, obviously, any plays being made in middle. Even the B lane players were stuck at the box, not able to take any space. And Saw going to sit back on their heels. Not a lot of utility left for them, but with the man advantage, I think they're going to be happy. And Big at the moment, I don't think they really know what to do. They're kind of in that pause, patient state of the round, but there's no reason for Saw to push or react to anything. So this patience is just burning seconds off the clock.
Well, Saw only got 5 rounds yesterday on Ancient against the Mongols. 4 of them were won on the CT side. They only picked out 1 T round. So we know their T side can be weak, so they want to do as much work as possible in this first half.
Also, I mean, it's going to be interesting because you'll have had a massive conversation after that game yesterday, right? So things might look a little bit better for Saw today because you'll have gone over everything that you felt you failed and struggled at.
Well, they have failed to hold the A site and stop the plant going down, but they have got the player advantage. But how long is that going to last? Because Rigon is right beside Roman, just waiting for his time to strike. And Rigon sends down 2. Udrex coming back through. Donut numbers evened out again. Crimbo stepping up, but it's Udrex that is 6-1, looking for a 7th kill. And he does it on the Deagle. That is so sick from Udrex. And it's Saw getting right back into it. 4-1 on the board. And Udrex will celebrate that one.
Oh my god. Sit down. He willed that into happening. A great play from Rigon. The fact that Saw even gets back into this is impressive in its own right, but the Deagle shot is beautiful.
That is frustration there for Big. I think as soon as you peek, you're going to go up against him on that defuse. You think you're going to get that final kill, and he just blasts your head over the Deagle. Timeout taken for Big. They're feeling a little rattled at the start of Ancient here. 5 seconds to grab that monster.
This feels like Top Gun music.
It does. It feels like we're getting ready for that mission.
I'm just on an aircraft carrier right now.
Yeah. And we're slow walking out. Sunglasses on.
Aviators on.
Trying to complete the mission. Mission impossible. And right now for Big.
Do or do not, Dinko. There is no try.
Oh. Rigon straight through the the smoke in the middle of the bomb site, and he's dead. So he's created space. He did have the hero AK-47, unfortunately for Rigon. Would have liked a little bit more, couldn't get it. His teammates not doing too much just yet, but that bomb plant, that's objective number 1, and it's secured. Sometimes you gotta lose a wingman. Enigis kind of fights, and Searson sending himself forward into battle, gets one with a P250. Bomb did not go down, and that is a problem for Crimbo, because he could have played a post plant, but now it's over.
Yeah, well, Tapson was heroically trying to punch those numbers in with like 5 HP, so any random bullet or nade that came through is going to take him down. And yeah, Crimbo's just hoping for some economic damage. One more kill would be lovely. And actually, Roman's got the low HP for it, but he's going to be smoked out for a little while longer, Crimbo.
Just take your time.
Which
relax.
means we get to hang out.
Yeah, we do.
all know it's going to happen.
Yeah, we know exactly what's going to happen. It's going to fade, and Crimbo's going to walk out. And let's take a prediction. Who's got the kill on Crimbo out of these 3 players? Gonna go for a wild one. Ours Dawsey, the furthest away player. Well, he's coming closer now. But this is gonna be his first. They're gonna give it to him. They're gonna give him his first kill of the game, and it's ours Dawsey locks it in.
Nice.
There we go. Now he's gonna be top fragging after that. That's the one that gets him going.
Well, the good news is that Ujerks has been an absolute beast. This is a really good hold for him. There's that hero AK trying to come through the smoke, and he just continues. 5-1 for Saw. Matching the number of rounds they got against Mongols yesterday on this map. They're looking to force a third, which would be Inferno between these 2 teams if we can get there. Looking good for the Portuguese so far.
Yeah, this is really impressive. And they've been able to have such a strong start here. Good start from Searson, stops that B-ramp push, but Aristotle's still going. And now a swing out from Roman. He gets both. Both kills locked in on his aggressive maneuver, and Story hung around to catch Searson chasing up the ramp. Now JDC, who's had a nightmare start here on Ancient, he knows he has to make a play. He's got some control in middle, he's got some space to play with, and he turns back to catch Matiris. Red Room now opened up.
Yeah, that's a really sketchy kill to take if you're Mutiris, especially Roman with 1 HP. It's almost like let him be the one making those kinds of plays.
Is JDC going to predict him coming so quickly through red? You've just killed a player there. There's no way you think they're going to come down it this fast.
He's selling a fake, though, and he's going to go right through his own smoke. So takes the risk, and now he's got plenty of time and space and no vision. However, Crimbo's
bomb going?
Coming back to A.
Now, do Saw think there's going to be a B play and walk through that smoke, following him to the
biggest issue is if JDC goes down right now.
Oh, he turned back.
If he does fall at this point, Crimbo is going to be like, what am I supposed to do now? You were my entire safety net.
Oh, now he knows where Story is, and he misses the shot. Goes to the Deagle, and that is disastrous for Story right at the end. JDC from 0 to 3, and Big pull that round right back.
They needed it, because I don't know how in the hell Roman got 2 kills there. Regon's going to be really frustrated. He wasn't able to clean up that frag. He's wondering where all of his bullets went, but JDC bails Big out, gets their 2nd round on the board, first since the pistol.
It's a good example of just knowing when to hit the pause button if you're Big, you know, just chill out a little bit. Play came to them in the end. Really trying to bombard elbow. Regon eats that grenade. Max damage down to 42. And Searson, oh, close to another opener through B ramp. They used a lot of utility early, Saw. They're down to 2 smokes left. Incendiary and a flash. There's so much time left in the round. Big have the utility advantage late into this.
Red Room smokes, and JDC is going to start making his play in middle. He's all on his own. 1 in mid, 2 towards Donut for Saw, and it's Story to find a kill. 13 kills, 3 deaths for the Portuguese Opper.
Really haven't found an answer to Story just yet.
There's about to be 4 players at this bomb site as well, so even with a lack of utility, you've got all the manpower you need to hold this off. 1 more smoke going in towards Cave.
Ooh, and they're going aggressive down ramp. Crimbo's detected it though. Will taps him, able to hold on. He goes down to Roman. Crimbo needs to trade out this close kill, and he'll get both. Now the bomb picked up again. 29 seconds left in the round here for Big, and you talked about manpower. There's so many players here on defense for Saw that Big just don't get anywhere near the site.
And despite the low utility, that 1 smoke thrown in Cave does a lot of heavy lifting in this round. Keeps Searson at bay, allows them to focus over towards ramp, and all he can do is save at this point. So Saw's going to extend that lead back up to 4. Defense looking good.
Counter-terrorists win.
Can hear Tapson being very emphatic.
Yeah, very
vocal at the end of that round.
I heard the word smoke. That's the only thing I really understood, to be honest. That doesn't give you a whole lot.
If I had to imagine, he's probably saying something like... He's trying to get his boys like motivated to make some plays in the early stages. We're seeing that heavy utility dump, but then you're also seeing Big kind of respect it so much that when all the utility clears from Saw, Big is still very much set up in just a standard default. They still have 3 players towards B lane that are just kind of there. You have JDC sort of alone in mid trying to do something on the map as the only active player, and you've got someone, you know, watching for an A push. So I think he's just kind of a little bit upset that this T-half doesn't seem to have any power in it, like nobody's making plays to create opportunities. And without those plays, Tabson as the leader is not getting information on what he's supposed to call next and how he can organize a victory in the round.
Well, suddenly from being very vocal to being silent.
That's a tech pause.
Because you've got a tech issue up. Although Dexter has just arrived inside of the building.
Yeah.
See him walking down the red carpet, so Dexter is in the building.
Give him a golf clap.
He made it to an event.
Yeah.
Good to see. It's good to see him in person in that heroic jersey, that new heroic jersey. And you start to realize how close you are getting out of the stage 1 stage of the tournament, because at the hotel we're starting to see there's top teams arriving from that will be in stage 2 already there, starting there. So we're getting deeper and deeper into Cologne, heading into day 2. And that's exactly where Big want to be after being 1 map up already. They were hoping that this would be a swift 2-0, but it is becoming a battle, a grueling fight against Saw. And you don't exactly have all the necessary weapons to feel too comfortable out of this pause.
Gonna let Searson lead the way with the AWP. Light smoke as he clears Red Room. Give him the cover to focus on Donut. Story is here with an AWP.
Oh, Story once again finds an opener from Donut. Searson was clearing close with an AWP as the front man, and he's gone down too easily. And this is, again, a shooting gallery in middle for Saw. Big get 1 kill, a single frag from Crimbo. And this is about to be another comfortable round from Saw. Crimbo's about to peek out and see 4 targets eventually. And they just swing him at different times, and Crimbo can do nothing about it. So Saw in full control of Ancient. Big's map pick is not looking like it's their map pick at all.
No, but the same thing on Anubis in the first map of the series is, yeah, they're just kind of stealing each other's map pick. This is a nasty angle, even the shadow showing as well. Just as Searson's about to kind of get a new angle and see where he can move to next.
It's not like Story's playing different positions, like he's unpredictable. He's been in Donut so many times with the AWP. He's got that same opening off of the ledge. Like, ridiculous amount of times.
Well, Big hasn't sent a whole lot of bodies there. They haven't, like, really emphasized any sort of mid-control ever, so I think even despite the fact that, you know, Story might not have the most dynamic setups at the moment, it's not really being punished, so...
16-3.
Yeah, he is. And Roman's about to get 1 or 2... Ooh.
Oh, early fights still go the way of Saw. It's a little... Harry at points on this ramp, and Searson's decided he's going to pull out the AK instead. Gets 2 kills back inside of that B bomb site, drops the numbers, thins the herd, and now the AWP is back in his hands again. But as Dorsey, he's got closer than Searson might anticipate. He's going to be tough to clear this, and he is going to go down. That bomb falls on the floor, and Crimbo is so far away from the rest of the pack. He's now alone in this 1v3. He's going to make his way all the way from elbow to the B bomb site, and that bomb is dropped. And he's got to deal with lots of threats on the way. Mutrius is still inside of middle. Crimbo finds him looking the wrong way.
What a weird position to play for Mutrius, though.
You're just open to everything.
Yeah, I mean, he's watching towards Donut, but you can do that from the other corner where you can't just be free kill.
All right, Crimbo. Are they going to give you a chance? It's 42 seconds. Crimbo's got another, and now it's just Roman left on 5 health. Crimbo down to 21, but will he protect the double doors play? And he won't. Roman finds himself the powerful position, but they nearly give that round back.
Yeah, that was kind of an ugly 3-on-1 for Saw. Very, very much so. And Crimbo almost has a chance to steal a round away, but the story still being Big getting blanked. None of their tactics have worked. None of the early strategies they're running have worked. Mid has never been a problem for Saw whatsoever. Story is 17-4. Looking like a nice casual game.
Big's money, just always rough. They're not getting bomb plants in these rounds. They're just getting destroyed. Getting ass handed to them.
Now it's that classic, really crappy place to be where it's like you're fighting just to give yourself a chance in the second half. You need these last 2 rounds.
And now Stories Op is positioned towards A, so they've got a read of the potential of an A play. They haven't seen too much of these direct A hits. Rigon moving forward through that smoke. Story brings him down. Flash goes in, or rather a deep piece of utility, forcing Story further back. A decoy was enough to fake it out for him.
Big can win this.
They can win this. They're in the side. They got the bomb down. And also Saw to show us what they've got in a retake. Searson completely blinded. Sick flashbang from Story over the top. And that allows a free entrance path. Tabson trying to block it, trying to act as a blockade. But he's taken out swiftly. Crimbo's rifle stepping up for 2, but it's all on JDC. And he hides at default. That seems to be a position they're ready for. They dink him. He has to go to the Tech 9, and now it's a 1v1 up against Roman. And JDC is looking for that headshot, but just cannot connect with a pistol. It'll be a 9th round for Saw. And Big finally coming close, but close is not enough when you have just a few rounds available in the half.
Yeah, really, really tough round for Saw to come out on top of. That initial rifle going down, planned by the smoke close up to the pistols, ends up backfiring. Mutiras can provide no cover, so Story's got to fall all the way back. That retake starts from 0. Not a single foothold into it. But good teamwork, good trading as they come into the bomb site. And a massive lead for Saw on map 2. This essentially tells, I mean, at this point, if you're Big, you're just like, oh, well, the second half comes down to the pistol round. Like, we can't even really think past the pistol round at the moment because we might not have any rounds past the pistol round.
Yeah, it's true. You haven't given yourself enough room to concede a pistol round. So at this point, the most likely outcome is that we see Inferno in this series.
And it feels like outside of like some low economy, like fast-paced B hits or like pace changes when they have Tech 9s, Big haven't really changed anything. It's still very much JDC kind of on his island, kind of alone, look towards A and middle. It's kind of 3 players over towards B lane, 4 players over towards B lane, just passive until utility expires and then seeing if you get any freebies.
Oh, that game plan has not worked in this half. JDC, when he's in this lone roaming positions, you want him to start getting a few picks consistently. He's had 1 round where he got a 3K. That makes up the majority of his total 4. Smoke up into the B bomb site. No secrets were Big are going to us. Looking at the mini-map. Everyone having to commit into this B site, into Roman, into U-Jerks, and it is just a massacre. At the end of this half, Big are nowhere to be seen. They have completely disappeared after map 1. Saw back in this series.
This series has third map written all over it. Saw is up 10-2 on Big's map pick of Ancient, and it looks like they're not going to slow down. And if you're Big, it all boils down to the pistol. Yeah. Pistol, maybe you can make a comeback happen. If not, maybe you can make Inferno happen.
Yeah, definitely. But you asked for a Portuguese P word, Jason. Well, it's been a Portuguese pummeling of Big so far in this first half. It's 10-2, and Big are about to lose their map pick in spectacular fashion. Saw, they've got utility on Arisdose and U-Jerks, and they want to send us to Inferno in the Stage 1 advancement match. Meteorus waiting around that corner, flashes up from Arisdose, and that allows the opening kill onto Recon, but they're about to see a whole heap of Big players. Everybody's in mid.
Oh, good kill, good kill. You don't need to fight that. You don't need to push the issue, but he does. 3-on-3. Bomb can get planted. All the information of Big's location is passed on. Story goes down with a deep fight against Crimbo. Oh, and through the smoke, he adds one more, because why the hell not?
Yeah, okay, Crimbo, I like that. Roman now in a 1v2, and they've got a kit. They can stick it. They can just get that smoke on and defuse it, and Roman better be perfect with that. Yep, no, more, a little bit more. Yeah, he's got it. Knocks down Tapson, and now time is running thin, but the kit's down on the site. So JDC will collect the final headshot. Big win the pistol. And now, Jason, surely it's a comeback.
Surely. I'm surprised Roma didn't just back away from that fight a little bit.
Yeah, run away around the corner.
See if you could actually get away and get into the smoke, just tuck into the cubby, anything really. But
he was locked in.
Had some confidence with that P250. This follow-up fight from Arisdose, it's like you got that one kill. Just back away. You can actually run all the way back through T-spawn towards double doors, and then you can watch the flank, and then you can get involved in the post plant later on.
I mean, those kills from Crimbo would definitely help.
They did, yes. They still needed a little bit of help.
Yeah, they did need a shot through the smoke to land. Timeout taken for Saw, their first used. Haven't needed them. See, Searson looks the same now he's losing 10-3 as he did when Rigon was firing him up.
Yeah. He doesn't budge.
Consistency. It's good to see Barry back. It's always good to see Barry. Just wish he was playing, man. Those are some great days.
He just has the look about him of just a good dude.
Yep.
You know?
Like he's a good dude.
Yeah.
I'm sure. I haven't really spoke to him, honestly.
I haven't either, but just looking at him, I know I would have a good time.
Barry's the best.
Yeah.
Saw with Galils on 4 players at Deagle, now for Story, so that's the fortunate fact of planning the ball.
I'm almost a little bit surprised they bought with this kind of a lead.
Just want to get it done.
Thought maybe like a half buy into AKs in the next rounds.
Yeah, well, that's a good start. The Deagle kicks things off with an opening headshot. Look at Tapson. He wants some kills from behind. And oh, it's not pretty. Arisdose, he's going to look the right way at the right time. Does not look like it. Bomb plant is denied. Tapson catches a good timing as Arisdose. And now it is Mutura stuck in red with a bomb down inside of the B-bomb site.
Arisdose had that play from Tapson under cover until he heard the M4 start firing out from the B-bomb site. Felt bad he wasn't protecting the planter, and Big's going to get a 4th. So, now the question becomes, how many can they string together? How much can they close the gap before Saw responds?
No, yesterday we've seen big halves. We've seen 10-2 halves from Big that ended up going right down to a 13-11.
I was going to say, we saw the 10-2 half, but then we also saw, you know, like the 3-9 half right after that.
Yeah, so we know that comebacks can happen against Big, but can they do it to themselves, you know? Can they rally the troops to get back into a game? Then we can really start to talk about mental strength for sure.
Yeah, let's find out. What have you got for us?
I mean, we did also see that Saw's T side really did not go well yesterday. They got 1 round on the T side against Mongols.
True, but their CT side didn't go well either against the Mongols. They won 4 of the first 5 rounds and then got blanked for the remaining 7.
Yeah, that's true. But that was after a tech pause. You know?
That was after a tech pause, yeah. Tech pause is doing a lot of work.
Crimbo. From the temple. Okay, what the hell was that? All right, Arisdose.
He's cheating.
That's the only reasonable answer to that. This is named Joel. Bomb goes down inside of the site, and that is a committed plan forward, but it's also denied. U-Jerks as Deagle strikes this time, and now Regon decides that bomb ain't going down. You're not allowed to plant while he's around, and then he commits into the fight, does damage. Searson has to finish off the job, and now it's a 1v1 for Searson to close, and that Deagle has now went straight through the chest of Searson. It's dropped him down to 20 health, and that Deagle looks so potent, but Searson stands tall.
Ice cold. He's like, that's the fight I want. I'm going to wait for you to peek. I'm going to wait for you to swing. I'll stand out in the open. I know you've got no armor.
Dude, I really didn't believe in Sirius, and I'm not gonna lie.
Oh my lord.
I thought that was over.
That shot is so ridiculous. I feel bad for Crimbo.
Yeah, but at least he can just kind of say there's nothing he could have done about that.
Yeah, oh, for sure. But you still feel like crap.
Yeah, you're not going to play that angle.
I feel like crap when I take that kind of a death in
that's
matchmaking.
That's true. That does happen a lot in matchmaking, though. There's some great deagles out there.
There's a lot of really good deagles in matchmaking.
It's almost like they can see me through the wall. Intiris making his way out middle, look to try and conjoin with Roman. Searson's going to be taking his AWP, putting it in the donut, and that's exactly where Story racked up kills throughout that first half with the AWP. He's 20 kills, 8 deaths, and Searson's now getting a little itchy feet. He wants to go forward into A main. He's got his teammate with him. Arisdose, oh! Searson misses the shot. Arisdose is given a warning. He's able to fall back, and now the attack into B. Based on the A aggression, Saw feel like that's the sign to go. That's the sign to attack this B bomb site. No smoke for the short cross, so Regan gets a double. Mutiris trades it out, and the numbers still favor Saw.
But now, oh, good kill. Good kill from Crimbo pushing up. Arisdose saw the AWP. He never saw the M4, so Crimbo maintained the aggression, but still a good place to be for Saul. Unless you peek into this off. Shadow shows Searson. That's 2 misses in this round that he absolutely should have nailed.
Oh, that's so rough.
And that's probably going to be the map.
Dude, they would have made such a difference if he just lands those shots. And now Crimbo, 1v2. He's just seen the second player, and that's a smoke. He's got a grenade for it. It's absolutely perfect. He can blow it open and go into the fight. He's so close. But Utrecht stands his ground. And that might indeed be the one that breaks big completely here on Ancient.
Oh, he needed these shots. Searson just needed one of the 2 of those shots to land, and both of them were very, very manageable, doable shots. 11-5, and that's the money for Big. They have to buy, but they've got no rifles in the field of play.
Yeah, this is not a nice scenario for Big.
And the losing bonus is at 1, so it's like...
Worst case scenario.
This is going to be the same buy next round if they're to lose.
Yeah, this is a pretty tough situation. But great if you're Saw.
Yeah, lovely if you're Saw.
I'm going, like, what's like the outcome now is 13-5. But that kill from Rigon, that's a nice start to the round here for Big. And they build off of it. And as Dulce, grenade lands towards Crimbo, who is no longer holding the wide angle.
Didn't get cleared. They have no idea.
It has to be considered, though, surely. Shadow gives it away. How is Dulce able to react to the Shadow?
I'm surprised that he wasn't calling for that flash earlier. Like, mayhem. Like, flash, 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 I could peek.
Yeah, it's just a very slow round in the end.
Yeah.
Quite control for Saw. It's 12 rounds on the board. And it has been fantastic to watch them go from yesterday losing 13-5 to now coming back and playing Ancient and
potentially winning 13-5.
Yeah, it's one day you can make a big difference.
Yeah, beautiful symmetry. As I mentioned, and it always works this way. It seems we've talked about it for years. When you lose a game, you have such a deeper conversation about what went wrong, about how to change things, if you needed to change things, or if it was a bad game. And I'm sure Saw after that game yesterday spent a lot of time last night going over Ancient.
They likely knew it would come up in this series, and they are ready. And soon we will get to see what their Inferno looks like. Roman walking his way towards Crimbo, and that MP9 rattles away too. Nearly a 3rd kill from Crimbo.
Yeah, Jesus, Crimbo. That's way too much for an MP9.
Shouldn't have done that. Now, oh god, no. All that hard work, it's gone.
Well, Saw can pause and wait here. They have control of the B bomb site. Now they've spotted JDC. There's Dulce, some precision shots, and that's it. That's all she wrote. 13-5 on map 2. Ancient goes the way of Saw. They've forced a 3rd map. We've got Inferno to decide which of these 2 teams moves on to stage 2 today.
Well, how the turntable. This was not what anyone was expecting after that first map where Big looked dominant again. So we come in here to Ancient, which is Big's map pick, and they get owned. I mean, the first half they were schooled in how to play Ancient by the Portuguese team, and ultimately they were able to even out the series, and it is now one map apiece. It's all going to come down to Inferno. Quickly, off topic, if you are watching and you're a Heroic fan, I can confirm that Dexter is in the venue, so make sure that you're sticking around because that's going to be pretty hype later on. Let's focus in now on what we just saw on Ancient. 13-5, going the way of Saw. MacMate, they look like a completely different team.
They certainly did, and it was all thanks to brother Jerks. He was going real hard this game. You saw him performing in Anubis as well, but yeah, this game, him along with Story just teaming up so many times to just drag them kicking and screaming through each of those rounds.
I mean, 100%. Individually, baffling from these players, but just overall, we had our little like psycho talk between the maps and say, oh, I wonder what they're gonna say, like how they're gonna handle the frustration from map 1. Ooh, the tones were not exactly great, it was a bit obscure. And just forget all of it, we're just waffling. At this point in time, we're just waffling. The Saw that walked in from map number 2, whatever they said, however they addressed map 1, they've done a fantastic job because the philosophy of Counter-Strike they put together here was perfect, pristine. It was together, synchronized, aggressive. Whenever they were fighting, it was never discombobulated as on map 1. It was everybody together. When they had these mid-fights, it was Story from the window, breaking open the smoke. It was people coming in from Donut, people coming in from Cave. And Big just felt asphyxiated. We even had shots where Roman was laughing his ass off, realizing, wait, hold on a minute. Did we actually just dismantle that B hit? The flashes were perfect. Listen, just... okay, fair enough, you have my attention. This was legitimate from Saw.
I loved that they were able to reset the way you were speaking about, because I think that's the mark of a really good team that can go outside and say, okay, we're going to fix this. That's exactly what they did. And then, for me, Big was just completely shut down.
Yeah, it felt like Big... There were moments where things could have definitely gone their way and changed this scoreline completely. There were a fair few, clutch situations, 1vx's and 2v2s that really could have swung the game back in Big's favor, but we didn't see them won by Big, and that's why the scoreline looks a little bit more blown out in the end.
Definitely, and usually when you have a game that is so one-sided, you go back to the beginning of it and you find sort of key turning point. I think round 5 is an example of that. It's still pretty much up in the air. It's Big being in an advantageous position and just Saw striking immediately. See the scoreline? It's obviously still wide open. You go through the motions of a map control. Nothing too crazy is going to happen. A couple of trades here and there. Muturis finds JDC. We know he likes to hang around behind the smoke in elbow. If you do your preparation, you can get a kill over here. But from this point on, we're really interested in the end of the round. So Big is absolutely going to fight back into this. They're going to get themselves in a position that is, I would say, favorable. And that's really frustrating when you realize you had to work your way back from that 4v5 and then towards the end, spoiler alert, we'll get to this, you just misplay it.
Yeah, is this the one where Ujerks hits the 1D?
That is exactly the one you're talking about. Ding, 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 straight on the money. You put the bomb down, you 3v4. Regan has the really good intuition right there. He stays in the smoke and he's gonna stick that double kill. You can almost feel like, I think on the keyboard you can probably realize someone is in front of you. He gets the double kill, and this is the moment where the clutch is over. This is supposed to be over. The problem is in that 2v1, that position right there is very committed, and the time should be enough. And I remember sitting in the green room thinking the only way he loses is if he peeks immediately, and that's it. This is 3-1. You get 1 deked. Financially speaking, you have to realize the implications of that. It's big with no money right behind. So actually, have a little bit more into this. This was supposed to be 3-2.
Situations like that as well, where you win with 1 surviving on the CT side, it's so detrimental to the economy, but the fact that Saw was able to keep their finances completely stable, even though they were losing so many people, so many of those rounds, just goes to show how resilient they were in this map. And look, I just want to talk about, I think round 11 is a good position for just looking at the chemistry and just how good they are on the retakes as well. The layering of the flashes is something I'd like to highlight once we get that one sorted. But
this is exactly, I agree, we're going to have it right on screen. Saw entered this mode where this is just flow state. Yeah, it's just flow state, and that's a pretty good example right there.
Yeah, this is all the start of it. You know, everything's happening. Big managed to get full control of A site, get a nice open plant, and they're in some pretty solid post plants as well. It's just the way that Saw decided to retake. You'll notice that they're going to go 3 in through Temple, 1 sitting back. That's Story with the flashes in TT, but just the layering of the flashes is what I want to highlight. So here's the take, full control, and then it's about here where you see this started. So flashes into Temple, 2 go through there, but then the ones over the top, you can't quite see them on screen, but look at the timing of them. Pop, and then the boys are just going to run out together, and you'll see a couple of these Ts fully blinded. Crimbo fighting, and then there's another flash that'll come across the top. I think we missed it there, but either way, it is just that utility which enabled these trades to come through so well, and spacing from Saw immaculate.
I agree with you, but you can also look at the other side of that coin, right? We're here, and we're praising Saw for how they are playing together, synergizing. In this very situation, Big could have played off of each other. You literally have 3 players who have a bottleneck coming in from the CTs, right? 3 to Temple. It's not ideal for a retake, absolutely not. But they give away kills without having a teammates being able to help. If I'm playing big box and I wide swing into the left, my teammate in Temple cannot help me at all. In Donut cannot help me at all. Same, if Donut is committed to the fight and I have a guy on bomb site, he cannot help me at all. So they were all a little bit impatient in the moment they were taking fights, not enabling any kind of mutual help. And that was a very stark contrast in the situation.
I also think it is a little crazy to go 3 all out of the tight choke point. That is Temple.
Against pistols!
You just don't expect that coming at you. Not at all.
And it still worked out.
It worked out.
His name came up a lot, and we're running out of time, so I don't want to lose this opportunity to highlight him, because I saw this lot yesterday as well when Saw was playing against the Mongol Story. When he pops off, this team is just revitalized, re-energized. We didn't see a lot of him in map 1, but in Ancients he came to the party.
Yeah, he was absolutely farming. You could see, I think he had 100% KAST.
Yeah, probably.
Kills, assists, survived to trade it. And look, flashes, just being involved in every single round is just crazy, and this is the highlight package.
He had, 4 opening kills, 100% success rate, 6 multi-kills, and you could even see that I think Big got a little bit caught off guard, and then they tried to refine the game plan. They tried to play a little bit towards middle, take space, but he was always there. He was always there. He was non-negotiable. The amount of time he punished Sursen, and if we're gonna, can you allow me just to be pissed for half a second? Because we're gonna hype Story a lot, and I think he deserves it. But how many sitter did Sursen miss in this series? And this is coming from someone that, even to save myself, I couldn't hit an AWP shot, right? So I'm taking this with a grain of salt, and I'm very humble about it. But goddamn, at this level, if you have the read, which he sometimes had, and you're holding your angle, I don't understand how uncomfortable and unreliable he has become to hit shot of literal people walking into his crosshair. I don't care if you can flick like Monacy, it's fine. There's only a few individuals in Counter-Strike who can do this right now. But I need to know that if you're holding the angle and someone walks into it, you're gonna get a kill.
It's just the polarity of him, right? Like map 1, great. He had a great little series. He had a good couple of kills, great supportive utility.
That's true, that's fair.
But then Ancient, the flip-flop, it happens sometimes. So it's just about consistency. In CS2, we were talking about that backstage, is how inconsistent a lot of these individuals have become. So look, we'll see what happens on map 3.
Who's going to consistently win the map? I mean, because it's the next one. That didn't work out, but when I was thinking it did. But the bottom line is, let's make the call. We've seen enough of these 2 teams. How do we think this is going to play out?
You have a coin?
We don't need a coin. I'm telling you, it's going to be Big. It's Inferno, so not a great track record on it. Big have played it already. I'm with Big on that one. I said 2-1, sticking to my guns.
Backmates?
2-1, but Saw.
Here we go. The desk is divided. I do love it when they're arguing a little bit. Let's find out who is right after this.
same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2024. We're here in Stage 1, and one of these teams, after this map of Counter-Strike, will be heading to Stage 2, Jason. It's Saul versus Big, it's Inferno, and we've had back-to-back blowouts, but on their opponent's map picks.
Yeah, it's been an interesting series in that way. Neither team performing on their own selection, so we get the decider. And obviously Inferno is going to be a beautiful one. And I mean, we heard from Tapson, the interview he gave with HLTV just earlier was, this is our goal. This is the first goal of the tournament, obviously, is make it into Stage 2. Win these 2 best-of-3s, make it easy on yourself, get a little bit of rest, and be able to look forward to performing against the best teams in the world. They've got a chance to do that right here, right now on Inferno. Saw equally trying to match some of the peaks they had in the first half of the year. This would be a good victory to get on that path.
Big starting to creep up through banana. Saw are going to have 3 players positioned on the B side of the map. So they have the resources available to stop this if Big do commit early, but given the spread, you'd imagine it's going to be quite a long pistol round here from Big. Showing a little bit of presence towards top banana.
They probably don't really enjoy that they got top banana for free, as silly as that sounds.
Yeah.
They're kind of like, okay,
There's a stack of
something going
crap
on
behind
this was too easy. No one even peeking, no presence, no one even gathering information.
Well, they throw a little decoy in there. And they're ready with 55 seconds now gone.
Saw's got a really good read of this, though. You can see Story's just gotten back at the perfect time.
Mutiris at the ready, peeks off the balcony, dives into the pit because he knows there's an attack coming in, and that's a big shot. He's still alive, he still stands in pit, and that's a threat they'll have to deal with, and they will. It's 3 clean kills from Big entering that A bomb site. And Roman and Utrux are locked out. They can't really get back into this one.
That's just a lot of space, isn't it, that Big has to work with. Not even challenged till they're already halfway up lane. And those USPs had to land some pretty miraculous shots if that was going to be a victory, and it doesn't happen. So Utrux hops in. That's nice, but not enough. Oh, maybe. Oh, my lord. JDC's left alone.
Not enough, but he just adds them up. He stacks them up, and now he's looking for every kill needed to get back into this. JDC in the pit, cowering away. He'll fight his way through Utrux, but that defuse is being stuck all the way. He goes to the knife instead. Every second ticks on in.
Oh, he got it.
Defuse on the last second. That is one of the most ridiculous retakes we'll see all of Cologne. Utrux is unreal.
That is something special. Look at there's no chance. You look at this before the retake begins, and it had to have been like a 1% chance of victory. There's no reason. One of the hardest bomb sites to retake in the entire game, and Utrux just deletes the challenge immediately.
That is one of the closest defuses we are going to see. That is wild. Saw win the pistol round. And Big into the buy straight away.
There's just absolutely no business winning that. I don't even know what you're supposed to say to your teammates after that one. Utrux swings out, finds Crimbo, who had bought up a Galil. That now hits the deck. Going to be tough to recover for Big. I imagine they'll try. When the smoke clears deep B. And they might get it for free now that Saw's backed off. Passive into the bomb site. That's probably an unforced smoke to the B choke point as well. No pressure being applied by Big. Saw just drop it very, very early. Don't want to mess with any of the buys. They got one more smoke on Roman. If he can time this when the utility starts to stream over, or he'll just chuck it out. But, I mean, this should be easy for Saw to read at the moment. There's no noise on the map. There's no presence towards the A bomb site. Mutiris and Arisdose over in lane. They see and hear absolutely nothing. So if you're these 3 Saw defenders, you're like, all right, everyone be on notice. When this smoke clears, is coming in hot. All 3 players inside the site.
And time is starting to tick on. 30 seconds remaining as this execute comes in. Big to finish on B. On Saw set up with 3. Roman. First oranges. Strong position with that MP9. Rapid to kill. He goes back, gets a dink on Rigon, and he looks up. He gets a double. One from fire, one from bullets, and that plant is now in. Mutiris and Arisdose far away from this. But is it going to be another retake from Saw? Searson down low. He needs to fall if they're going to pick this up. Grenade landed on Rigon. You thought that was going to be enough for Mutiris to take him away, but not to be as the Swiss man stays strong. Arisdose caught by Tapson. And Big show composure after the pistol loss to bounce back with a force.
That's really good. That helps put that pistol round gaff, in the back of your mind. It helps you get past it entirely. 4v5 conversion for Big. The entrance is onto the B bomb site. It seemed like the defense was going to be in such a strong position, but I mean, so Story burns. Rigon gets a kill. Look at the double Molotov setup as well. They eliminate that entire defense with utility, make it really uncomfortable, and it's a very clean take. Very impressive work from Big in the early going.
Banana control is comfortably in favor of Saw. They used up all of their resources essentially to get it. But this is a pop out of the balcony from Big. Rigon's completely blinded. It's awkward, but it's Big staying on top of these fights. Saw given a window of opportunity, but unable to get through it. And that is Big now up 2-1 after a simple direct hit into the A-bomb site. And for Saw, money has drained to basically 0.
Yeah, about saving these 2 weapons, and even that in the next round probably won't do a whole lot for you. Wonder if Big's gonna hunt any of this down at all. Certainly that MAC-10 is replaceable and not important on Rigon, so he can go for whatever he would like, but no reason to risk the rifles to try and take some of this away. Good job from that MAC-10, found the second, and they're gonna continue hunting. One in CT spawn, taps and coming around the corner, they take it all away. So should be a very easy round moving forward. Unarmored USPs likely up next for Saw, and Big's off to the races. See how much of a lead they can extend while they have this economic advantage over the CT side.
They never really had a patch of form in Ancient at any point, right? They didn't get a decent start. They didn't have even a string of rounds in the middle portion of the game. It was just never a point where Big looked in that second map. So great to see them losing the pistol in a weird way and then coming back and being able to compose themselves and still get a good start regardless. Much better from Big already.
I can't believe they won that pistol round.
Yeah, it's still just a little...
The more I think about it, because it's like... I said 1%. I obviously don't know what the exact percent would be, but I was trying to like work it out in my head, some of the conditions, and you're like, okay, 2v4 pistol. Yeah, nicely done, Rigon. 2v4 pistol, you've got no utility, you've got no kit, you've got half the bomb timers already through, you have to hit every headshot, and then you have to stick a 10-second defuse.
Pretty much everything is against you, and they still want it. Like, that is 1 in a billion.
Just craziness.
Yeah, crazy. Really cool to see that happen. Didn't really matter in the long
No, yeah, and they lost the second round, so it's like, oh, damn.
It's like, kind of, all right, first gun round, and let's get the timeout in straight away here. So, realistically, if you come into this tournament, you see Saul versus Big, you gotta say Big are getting through this game, especially in this tournament in Cologne, right? But I don't know, like after yesterday's game and how Big looks so shaky. It is it's up in the air for me in this closing game.
Yeah, you know, I actually came into this pretty 50-50 just because it's like I have no expectations for either one of these teams. Neither of them have shown us a body of work that makes you think that they're going to be the ones. Like, you might give Big the credit just because we see them more, a little bit more name familiarity, kind of easy to slip into that. We obviously know Tapson, JDC, Rigon, Crimbo, like all these names, Searson with the off. Like, you have a little bit of a better idea of what they bring to the server. And for Saw, it's just, both these teams are kind of at that point where it's like, all right, what have you got to offer us? Like, we're still trying to discover what kind of a team you are.
I remember we got to cast some of these Saw games at the RMRs when we were qualifying for Copenhagen. I just remember Ares Dosse and Udrix taking over Inferno games. So you know what can happen. He's very capable of doing it. Udrix, he peeks on out, he gets rid of Crimbo, taps him down low too. He's finished off this time by Roman, and Roman needs some help. Rotation's coming in, the smoke doesn't work. It's not going to be effective in stopping him or slowing them, and now he's forced out of position. Instead of sitting back, he goes to the fight, and that gets him 1 extra kill. Ball tries to cross, it will successfully cross as JDC gets 2 kills, 1 to the back of the coffins, and Searson had pushed into CT and catches Mutiras focused on the site. So Ares Dosse, yet to frag, is now at a 1 versus 2. And he's a long way off with no kit on his back.
Well, that got chaotic. That went from 0 to 100 very quick. Searson looks like he wants to give this one a go, at least a peek in to see if anyone will give him a mistake, but that ain't coming.
Yeah, so he grabs the AK off the top of the half wall. He can then fall back, save this AK-47, and take something out of this first gun round. But this is Big. Battling through, JDC standing tall inside of the site. Could have went down at multiple points throughout that and stayed up.
It's very early in the round for there to be like no real ability to stall out that hit from Big at the B bomb site. Right? Like normally if with that kind of a pace you see smoke in the choke point, Molotov drop, nade down, they use some deep obviously to open up the round if they're going to be that aggressive at car, but that missed smoke really cost a lot from Roman.
And he even makes the most of the situation too.
With 1 kill,
he's able to get 1 out of it, but yeah, it just wasn't enough. Gets tougher now for Saw. Their start just keeps getting worse and worse. They used up all of their good start energy in the pistol round. And Big are on a 4-round win streak. Should be 5 now, looking at the weapons the SAR are able to bring to the table for round 6. Good shot from Arisdose. That's his first kill of this map. And he's the one you need to get some impact. He's got an AK.
I was going to say, you probably love if you're Arisdose that they're still giving you those fights, those challenges. You lose that one, unfortunately, but you were looking for that battle with the only rifle, with the only AK-47. You wanted those opportunities.
Here comes Rigon through balcony. Mutiris is the next player up.
Against a 5-7, it makes me nervous.
Yeah, it does make me nervous, but Rigon is sharp. You can always rely on Rigon. He'll descend down and clear out the site. Rigon is just massacring them on the A-bomb site. Udruk's left with that deagle as short. JDC covers off that flank, and it is now 5-1.
All right, we going to get a close map in this series? That's the question
it's
right
not
now.
Looking like
it's not looking like we've just exchanging blowouts map to map.
Yeah, we usually call a 3-mapper a close game, right? You just could believe in that, but this would be a very misleading title to this series because it is being one-sided map after one-sided map, and now the third Inferno is starting that way. And a buy is back. This is the best buy the SAR have had so far, to be fair. They have FAMAS. They had a little bit less utility than they would have liked in the first gun round.
And remember, Story was an absolute beast on Ancient with the AWP, so you get that out in his hands, and it's like, all right, baby, time to get working. It's got to be immediate. Flashed and the boost up. They were focused on the boost, which allows Crimbo to get an easy one.
Yeah, now they're actually applying pressure towards B again. It's going to draw utility out of SAR, even if they don't go for the pounce.
And now they're establishing success at B, round after round after round. Oh, dear.
Oof.
Yikes.
Oh, there's not even a commitment for Big into B. They're just trying to make SAR panic and fumble nades and go through that. Instead, they're going back to top middle. You mentioned Story's up. Well, here it is. Playing from dark, cleared away, has to drop back to the site. That's potential.
Arisdose's got a full belt of utility. I'm surprised he hasn't used anything, but he's going to need to do something towards halls to give himself the freedom to look towards Rap side, which is being pressured.
Oh, this could be a big Rap from Big if they get around. They are so close. Once those smokes start to fade away, that first one,
everyone from SAW is here. There's no defenders at the B bomb site. All 4 members of the defense have arrived.
Yeah, Story's still standing at default. Peeks on out, instantly annihilated by Tapsons. That all pass to see impact later on. Arisdose from Pit, only 1 kill, and Big are crumbling. Or rather, that defense from SAW is crumbling because Mutiris, he's still alive at Library. He's pulled up 2 kills. They have a couple of victims still left. That bomb isn't planted yet.
He was able to drop it on the cross into the bomb site. Crimbo's having to take his time, be cautious for a repeak. So it's going down just now, and Searson has got the bird's eye view to cover it, and no access for Mutiris. 6-1, a 5-round lead for Big on this deciding map.
Story, it's real rough for him. Just gets absolutely obliterated by Tapson. There's a second timeout for the side of SAW. And this third map has just started. Money, a problem again. They're just getting so one-sidedly beat down that they're not even able to save weapons.
Yeah, they're having a tough time, and I think it's going to start coming down towards, I think, that SAW B defense. I think they've played with 3 players at the B bomb site frequently, but not ultra aggressively, and I think you have to start applying a little bit of resistance towards the half wall area to make sure Big cannot gain control of that without cost. And I mean, they have tried. Right? Like previously they did try.
Yeah, they've tried.
They peeked into that boost and Crimbo was able to get the first kill.
As much as people tell you, Jason, trying doesn't matter all that much. Succeeding does. And that's what they've got to go for here. Double setup in the apartments here for SAW to try and deal with Rigon, who has been unplayable. And, well, it does help out when they pull grenades and they end up getting caught at the perfect timing. So Arisdose and Story open up with 2 kills in the apartments.
Exactly as I mentioned. You need to apply resistance towards A halls.
Coach Moses back on the scene. Gotta listen to Moses. Everything will be fine.
Everything will be okay. I promise. It's gonna feel sketchy at times.
Mutiris. Ooh. Gets off the table just at the right time. He smoked out at Library and now Archway, so Mutiris is out of play for a while, out of commission. Story's got his first kill of Inferno.
This round can still spiral away from Saw very, very quickly.
As we've seen many a time.
If Ares Doce goes down, if Story steps out too much into the open, that's not a great start. You don't love that if you're Ares Doce. And that's a nice nade kill, but 1 kill from Searson.
He's got Story defending him from default, at least. It's still a 4v2. It's looking incredible now for Saw. It looks unlosable. As Crimbo comes out of balcony, Ares Doce with a great round. That's 4 picked up total. 1 of them with a grenade, the rest with good positioning and fragging prowess. So 2 rounds. That's what Saw have got now, and this has to be the beginning of a build back into this.
I mean, they've got a lot of benefits out of that round too, right? Like that was mostly with pistols, and even a scout was in play, so they're able to get a couple upgrades. They got an AK-47 on Ares Doce. They have the AWP they got for free on Story, and by virtue of winning a force buy round, they just get a little bit more cash. So it's the best chance for Saw to bounce back into this game, into this half. And we'll see if they can do it, because Big's overcome them. Even with strong economy, Big's not had a whole lot of complications in this half.
Running around the corner, Roman, that is wild. Absolutely wild. Oh, the wall bang on Ujerks too. He's lost 70 health through the half wall. Yeah, Banana is not working right now for Saw. It's got a little bit of dysfunction.
Well, Big with another 5-on-4, and plenty of time to sit and wait and make Saw move, make Saw think, make Saw guess. Story's going to be the lone B defender, looking like Big is going to challenge him next. 50 seconds on the clock. He does have a smoke. He can take a shot and fall back.
Yeah, he's yet to have impact with that AWP, yet to even get one of those easy shots where he can take it and peel away. Utility has forced him back time and time again. And he's actually decided to use that smoke now. 30 seconds left in this round as this Utility is dumped into the B bomb site. They are about to apply pressure here, and Story has a 5-7 in his hands instead of the AWP.
They're going to have access to B. Story can't do anything.
Yeah,
he
he's
just gets
locked out.
naded. Ujerks gets picked off on the rotation as he tries to
Bomb's coming back.
Back to the A-bomb site we go, but Ares Doce is still here.
Well, Ares Doce has to have one of the biggest rounds of this game.
Oh, I don't think they'll expect him. 8 seconds. Look at the time.
The time is limited. Ares Doce can stop this. Headshots in. Plant is starting to come through from taps in, and the bomb will go down. The kill will come through. And now Mutiris is backed into CT where JDC has found him. Perfect timing. All calculated from Big.
Look at Kagafu. I don't think he's sitting there. He's like, that was not calculated.
German efficiency, Jason. We got to believe in it.
I think the only way to win that round was for Ares Doce to actually swing and prevent them into the bomb site.
Yeah.
Like that, and I mean, it's an easy thing
Maybe
to
he's
say.
thinking they're going to plant on default. Maybe that's the idea behind that, but yeah, it's just unfortunate for Ares Doce to plant a little bit further in the site. I'm sure Big were panicking there, though. 3rd timeout in this first half.
I mean, that's just an indication of how flustered they are, right? How nothing's gone their way. They've had to burn all 3 timeouts in the first half just to try and get going, and they just can't. Now, thankfully, as I mentioned in the outline in the last round, they got plenty of money. Plenty of cash. So this is going to be another full buy. They'll have another AWP on Story. Plenty of utility. It's just you're now buried in a hole that seems impossible to climb out of.
The hole keeps getting deeper for Saw. How is B going to look? How is this Banana early presence going to shape up for Saw? They've got 2 MP9s. Using early utility, they're applying pressure, and they're going to send Roman charging down through Banana. Not exactly the outcome they would have hoped for, but that Molotov assisted by the team damage of Tapson is taking Crimbo out of there. So, for the first time in a long time, Saw have won that opening fight in Banana.
Well, now Story better be focused. He better be ready. He's got to know it's coming right back towards him. JDC going to be the first swing, the first jump out, leg shot. Control of brackets over to Big, but they have to pay for it with HP.
Well, that utility stalls Big out for now. But you know they're going to keep coming. Rigon spotted. Taken down by Ares Doce and Ujerks. This is a good play. Right into Tapson. Oh no! That is so unlucky that he can't take Tapson out of the fight. 55 seconds now remaining. They're going to push this smoke at long right into Tapson, knowing that he's low, knowing that they had the advantage in that fight. And now Stories AWP will finally finish off JDC. That early work finally done. And Searson with a 1v4. He's stuck in middle, and that bomb is in easy possession of Saul, so he's going to slink away with a sniper.
There's no reason for him to save. They have all the money in the world.
But is there a reason for him to go for it? Of course, damage.
True. That's a fair point.
Just damaging some of those buys, but yeah, it's not a situation Searson can find himself as the victor in.
Hey, listen, if Halzer can win a 1v5, I expect Searson to win a 1v4.
That's some weird logic. Sure, Jason.
a lot of logic that round that didn't work out at the end of the day.
That's true. That was versus alternate attacks. Crazy round from Halzerk.
Yeah, that was silly. When you told me that, I didn't see it live.
You thought I was joking or something?
I thought you were joking.
I was like, Jason, Halzerk just won 1v5.
It's because everyone we were with started laughing. Like, ha ha ha. Funny joke, Dinko.
It wasn't anything to do with Halzerk, of course. It was just the fact that 1v5 is just so uncommon.
It just don't happen.
Yeah.
He did it getting dinked on the second fight as well. What a legend.
Yeah. Halzerk the legend.
7-3. Big's lead is cut down to 4. Saw trying to claw themselves back into this map to have a fighting chance as they switch sides in just a couple rounds.
The Aussies are gone. That's sad. FlyQuest heading back home.
Yeah.
Expected, really, but still sad regardless.
It is sad.
Perhaps we'll get to see a better version of them later on.
I'll still be doing shoeies this week.
Yeah, normal operating conditions. Drinking out of your shoe is just gross, man. Especially with your feet.
Yeah, what's wrong with my feet?
I don't know. Just seem to walk a lot, you know, Jason. Just treaded the earth for a while.
Seem to be more of a walker than the average human being.
Here comes Roman.
Oh, he's done it again.
Yep. Ooh, Crimbo burning, and everybody burning. Everybody dead now. Udruk straight through that smoke. Tapson and Crimbo both gone, and this is much better for Saw. It did take a little bit of an awkward situation for Big to favor Saw that.
Yeah, but I think this might be one of the few times in this half that Saw have been able to gain an advantage down Banana, and especially with good utility usage. You lose the first player, but so many Molotovs, they've got nowhere to fall back to, and now the bomb is dropped up at half wall.
John DeCastro picking that bomb up.
When's the Udruk's peak? It's coming. It's coming.
Yep, it is. And it's another lineup for Udrux. That's 4 in the round.
Go get the ace.
He's one away from taking Rigon out and collecting the beautiful 5. The ace of spades as he digs them out of the hole. It's Udrux shutting down the entire play inside of Banana.
A second ace in this half. Didn't Rigon get another one earlier? Was it Rigon?
Yeah, Rigon got one in the apartments against a full eco. This is more impressive.
Yeah, that's true. Crimbo and Tapson with nowhere to go. Flames behind him, smokes and an M4 up in front. And a nice clever play behind the boards.
While they're boardwalking their way back into this half, this is fantastic. They can get a 5th round out of this somehow.
And Saw's kind of accomplished what Big was trying to do on Ancient, the previous map, which is give yourself enough space to where like losing a pistol isn't the end of you.
Yeah, it's true. Oh, hot and heavy here for Tapson. Turns out that's not how he likes it. Down to half HP. Searson's having a little bit of a peek. You know, Story's been around here a few times with that sniper.
Oh, they're just going to dry walk in. Oh, this is going to be so dangerous.
This is definitely going to be dangerous, but Udrux, he pops up. He detects it early on. And Bigger coming. They're still going. They're trying to get into the site, but it's another shutdown from Udrux. Roman's with him. And Rigon, he's coming back in to try and make this work out for Big, but it's the last round of the half. They're going to push the smoke, and Rigon's caught without a gun in his hands, but he still wins that fight. I don't know how, but he's collected it. But the bullet's peppering him, and he's got the bomb back. All right, Rigon. Now there's a mid player that he's got to worry about, and he's just knife out. He's going to walk right to his death. Mutiras has waited all half long for this moment. Great recovery from Saw. It's still Big who lead, and it's anybody's game here on Inferno.
A disaster of a first half for Saw, but they win 4 of the final 5 rounds in that half to claw themselves back into contention. Final and deciding map of this series. Winning team moves on to stage 2. Losing team drops down one more chance. They'd play the winner of alternate attacks and Falcons for a final chance at moving forward.
Dreams of the big stage, I'm sure, for Big, but it's one step at a time. And the Germans had a very solid start in that half, but Saw slowly chipped away at it and carved themselves out 5 rounds. This pistol is underway, and it's a quick play down middle for the majority of Big's forces. There's one player in Banana, but the rest are running down mid, and it's 2 for 2 at the start of this. Back and forth it goes. Aristose is worried about bottom middle, and he's come out to help his team, and that risk to send all the resources down mid does not pay off for Big.
Again, another one of those tactics where you really need to deliver the killing blow quickly, swiftly, efficiently, because you can see what happens. One player wrapping around alt mid is actually so much more difficult to contain than you'd expect. And this mid push from Big does not pan out.
Great work from Saw to get even trading in those first fights. Makes it easier for that second mid player to come around and clean up the rest. But that gap is now shrunk to just 1 round. And Big are going for a force buy, so this could end up being a really bad start to the half for Big.
We saw how much Saw struggled when they didn't have the economy on the CT side. And Big's in danger of giving that advantage over to Saw on the T side. Delay smokes down Banana. Saw's happy to sit and wait.
Mutiris slips through that smoke. He's ever closer, and a big swing from Crimbo. Quick reactions to get that first headshot. JDC's close by to back him up. He looked like he was going to hold down Mouse 1 for a couple of kills there, but only managed 1. But will they predict that Tapson is still here? They look focused on the site. They're still clearing it. They're going through the motions. And Tapson really should not be getting away with much because they are fixated upon Dark.
And they were going to volley that position either way, so yeah, he was pretty much screwed. Was hoping somebody, Searson, could provide enough of a distraction to take some eyes away. It's not going to happen, so back off, save that scout. Regon will save the Deagle and armor. 15-9 for Regon to lead the way for Big in this map so far.
Did have that ace in the first half too against Pistols, but it was still a really impressive scoreline.
All right, fine, 10-9.
Yeah. No, they count. Just half of them.
Kind of.
Yeah, kind of count. Still had to get them. But that's the scoreline tied up. That happened really fast.
Yeah, crazy to think about considering how much of a disadvantage Saw was at one point. It was, what, 7-2, I think, at a certain point?
Oh, Furia versus Liquid's currently ongoing. I could barely hear myself think from all the communication going down on the ground. Seems like a fiery one. The first time Skulls has played against his former team. And that's just a fun matchup, regardless of that storyline. It's just a really cool game.
Both teams showing positive signs out of their roster changes. I think Liquid is a little more concrete with the 2 series victories over Na'Vi back at Blast. Furia just kind of eye test wise felt like they were playing better Counter-Strike. Don't really have any significant results to go along with it quite yet.
It's not Nuke they were playing, so that's different.
True.
Anubis over that. You can catch that action over on the A stream. That's our second game of the day. We're still on our first.
And we are getting that close game as well.
That's what we wanted here in Inferno. There's Dosse to deliver the first blow. JDC's steps heard in the apartments. He'll run away. He'll hide. Regon about to go aggressive. Ujerx is positioned perfectly to deal with that threat. He took a shot to the body, but he sends one to the head. Saw looking like the eventual outcome of this round is them taking a 1-round lead. The great thing about Cologne and Katowice and the majors is you get a lot more teams attending. So in general, you do get upsets. You know, you see teams you maybe don't see the whole year, and they've been putting the work in, and finally when there's their time, they get some big results. So Seoul could be a team that if they start to build up and they have some group games here. I always like Seoul as an underdog upset team.
Sure, I think still they have to show us they can parlay those kinds of upsets into deeper runs, right?
Yeah.
But definitely some of the elements are there. Playing good Counter-Strike, good mid-rounds. You've got some good rifle strength on Arisdose and U-Jerks when they show up. Good op strength on Story.
Not right now, though. Story's had a really quiet Inferno so far. We're hoping that the T-side could be a little different for him. But
usually not for oppers.
Not for oppers. Yeah. So it might be a tough day at the office of this final map.
Look, I mean, despite everything, they have a lead.
Yeah.
In a map where it still feels like they just got so destroyed in the first half. So I mean, impressive that they've been able to turn that into a lead going into the second half. Still early going.
I'm surprised at how risk-prone Big are in this game. Like usually this is a team that don't throw that many risks into. They play by the book, but they come into the second half. It's a 7-5 scoreline. They have a very small lead, and they throw everybody down middle, and then they force by a second CT round. And that doesn't go well. And now the game is, they're behind.
Well, it's all about can they, how long is it going to take them to plant their feet in this game on the CT side, right? Like Saw didn't do it until the scoreline was 7-2. If Big can do that a little bit earlier, like right out of this round, if they can establish this as a strong, convincing victory with a number of players surviving and build up economy early, then all of a sudden that's when your CT side can feel very, very strong. It's when you have to labor through half buys, through missing a smoke, missing a Molotov, when you've only got 2 M4s to work with in a round.
Oh, you've got Tabson, and he wants to fight. He's close at the barrels. Well, U-Jerks has a gap on the side of that smoke to peek out from the cubby and take out Tabson. So, first opening kill, it's Saw. Are they going to go with this? They still have 2 players outside of A, so you'd imagine not.
It's a perfect opportunity at this stage in the round for a double pump. Look how much counter utility they forced out. Look how much delay utility they forced out from Big defenders. And now you forced him to an aggressive play. You've got 1 more kill. Perfectly organized from Saw.
Now 1 player left inside of the side, and that's JDC. He'll play on Fountain. The fire will sit atop the water, but not spread to JDC's position. He'll peek out and get a double, sweeps them under the rug, and he sees that 3rd player. He knows the next victim's there, and he's got Rig on over towards B with him. That bomb, it decides we do not like what we're seeing on B, because Arisdose is pushed through the A site. He's caught Searson trying to move back to safety. Now Rig on running down Banana, has no idea Roman's waiting for him. It is patience, it is perfect, and Saw are into A.
JDC created an opportunity for you to be back into this round to contend for it with his double kill, but Saw is just a step ahead. The shift back, and that's where you see the strength of the guys like Arisdose and U-Jerks. Both of them, when there's a little bit of space created on the map, when they realize, a player's gone down, defense is having to shift, when they can start to put together where exactly to make their plays and get aggressive, you see Arisdose have impact and bring his team all the way back to the A-bomb site.
Well, they haven't planted their feet yet.
No. And that's an issue. Obviously.
It's gonna get worse and worse. Money's starting to swell as well for the T side, so even if you do start winning rounds on the CT side, you know you're gonna have to win a string of them just to get rid of the economy of Saw.
Good use and good positioning up on that boost up. You can see the pop flash to activate the aggressive play is actually blocked by one of the shutters he's standing against. And completely negated. Another pensive timeout coming in for Big. High fives all around. Rion hyping the boys up.
Yeah, you may recognize Kakafu from his OG days.
Kakafu?
Yeah. Kakafu. How do you say it, Jason? How do you say it?
Kakafu. But you put some emphasis on that second syllable. You said Kakafu.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a bird song, isn't it? It's like Kakafu.
Okay. Yeah, we'll have to ask him.
Yeah. That's how he asked for a timeout. There's rumors around Big as well about a little Toe and B coming back to the team, so that would be...
Are there?
I read some, yeah.
Okay.
Well, that could be interesting for the future if that does come to pass. Because that was the coach during the success of the online era.
I mean, you got to have so much respect for Gabi and what he's contributed to the game, for sure. It felt very weird when he was removed from the team in the lineup.
I'm talking about Toby, not Gabi. There's too many Bs in the German world.
Okay, well then,
Toby.
Never mind.
Yeah. Sadly, no Gabi.
I don't take it back, but I will not continue my point about
Respect to Gabi. Molotov to clear out the sandbags. Huge Orcs to take top banana control. No one from Big applying pressure here because there's only one player over at B, and that's Tapson. Everybody else over on the A side of the map, and that will change quite quickly as soon as one bullet is heard towards the B bomb site. Early rotation, taking a little bit of a gamble.
I don't hate it with this kind of a buy with with just the pistols.
I think Big are about to hate it.
Well, yeah, they're about to be sad they picked the wrong bomb site for sure. But you never know with Saw. I mean, this is just basic control. They might choose to fall back after this, although you could see on the mini-map pretty convincingly attacking Rap side, and Regon with this CZ is going to have to make a decision, get aggressive in halls, get aggressive towards lane, but this is not a battle that he's going to enjoy.
Not at all. CZ gets nothing done. Teaser into the A bomb site. Big aren't saving their weapons on the other side of the map.
No, with the losing bonus built up and the money they have left over and the weapons they have, they could actually go for this and challenge for it if they wanted. At the moment, setting up like they just want the exits.
Clean from Saw. They're in full control.
Yeah, this T side's been lovely.
How many rounds in a row has this been?
5 straight to open up the second half.
So 8 in total.
So 7-2 before Saw really figured out their CT side. That's 9 rounds in. So we got 4 more rounds. But they don't have 4 more rounds to play with.
Oh, they don't.
They only got 3.
Nope. This is rough. And it's not like they have 3 rounds guaranteed with goodbyes either, right? So you're really looking at 1 at this point, and this is it. So let's see what Big can do with it. Ops out for Searson. I mean, we talk about Crimbo all the time. You know, we love Crimbo, but he has kind of been missing here.
It was a point that Des brought up as well, is for all the excitement and hype around Crimbo, it's kind of died down. Part of it is Big not making deep runs, so we're not seeing him as much, but also his individual performances aren't at the level that we've kind of seen in the past and that we've wanted to see more of. And certainly Big, I mean, he's kind of the center point of this team in terms of firepower. Halls pop.
It's just so direct and simple from Saw, but it could be so effective if they can bring down Rickon off the balcony, but it's Tapson and JDC that just maul them. Story left alone, Rickon comes around to close it, and that A-hole does not break.
I don't like that call from Saw for just one reason. I mean, obviously it's a change in style. They're thinking maybe they can catch this defense off guard, but I mean, this is one of the likely outcomes. If you don't get that first kill, you're not able to stream out into pit, you do just get deleted. So that's a round as Big as trying to finally settle their economy and be confident with some money they have for the rebuys moving forward, where they have 4 players survive. You haven't actually done any damage and kept the pressure on them. Now there's a bit of a sigh of relief from Big. They're like, ooh, okay, first round, and we had 4 survive, and we built up some bank in the back to cover any losses we might take moving forward. Especially when you consider that default kind of style that Saw was playing with. Take banana control, take halls control. They were finding kills, 5 in a row, had success with it.
Familiar sound of the Battle of Banana with utility. Saw will start to creep back up through mid. There's 3 players to Big position on this A-bomb side again. And JDC swings into the fight. Roman goes down. JDC gets a second out of it. He stayed very committed to that. He thought it might be one. Fall back. Seriously now gets aggressive, emboldened by the success of JDC, and it's 2 picked up from the sniper, and another stronghold from Big. Finally, those feet hit the ground, and they plant themselves in the second half.
Yeah, and Regon just feeling it. He's telling the boys, we got this now. 2 in a row. We've got the money advantage. Economy's back in our control. They've got to make a decision, Saw, about how they want to invest moving forward. But he's starting to feel real good about this Big defense, locking things down.
Still not used to hearing him speak German.
Yeah, that is a little weird.
But I am used to not understanding what he's saying while he's playing, so it doesn't really...
I am used to knowing nothing that is coming out of his mouth.
Yeah, unless he's speaking English, then it's easy. Taps it straight down through the banana smoke. It's Ujerks that falls early on. Suddenly, just like adrenaline has just been stabbed into Big, you know? They're just injected full of it. Back in the game, it's great to see them alive again.
Going to be a close affair down the stretch. Searson holding towards Boiler. Eres Dulce with the Tech 9 to have the first swing and goes down.
Yeah, that's an easy connect for Searson. Because no one's throwing utility or chasing after him, he knows he can just get aggressive and close out the final 2 kills. That 10-10, we're all tied up again. It was a weaker situation in terms of buy in the last round for Saw, but they're back to the AKs now. That big streak of rounds that Saw was able to rack up has come to a close.
3 kills for Saw in the last 3 rounds total.
Ugh. That's not pretty.
Which is just the perfect time for Big to come alive and set themselves up for the end of this game with a very flush, strong economy behind them.
Searson attempts the opening fight, but he's smoked away, so he can't stand and duel in middle any longer. Ujerks, they're coming at him through banana. Through that smoke, Crimble will launch himself. Not really getting going here, Crimbo. He's lost his life.
There's one of those kind of risks that you were talking about where it's almost like, do we need to do that?
Nope.
Did we need to push through a half-wall smoke?
If anything, it's just going to make Crimbo feel a little worse, you know?
I mean, and Saw's loving this. They're like, yeah, we'll just hit the B-bomb site. Searson alone with an AWP at Coffins. They're going to throw utility on the fly, which is going to give them a chance. Blinded at the last second. Smoke is coming in late as they enter in, and now Big have a decision to make in terms of do they want to go for this retake. They've got 3 players here.
That helps.
Yeah, that does help. 1 more kill and it's on.
They could go for a boost too.
No more smokes to block off these choke points. This is being watched. You're crazy, JDC. You need a flash.
No, you just need a lot of good timing and a little bit of luck thrown in there. JDC with a kill on the top rope. And now a 3v3, one that Big can go for, but Roman stepping up. Mutira's coming in. It's all Searson with a 1v2. He's going to the Tech 9. Steps being made. He knows exactly where he is, and he's going to peek on out Roman to close it on the AWPer of Big. And Barry lets out a bellow as he's happy with his team taking the lead again.
Someone tell Ujerks, baby, you're up on that box. Gun out.
Just stare at that boost.
Gun out.
No utility. Don't fumble through the nades.
Nice simple round for Saw. Get the opening kill and just continue forward, hit that B bomb site. Good tracking from JDC as well.
They're kind of giving the opening kill, weren't they? It's really awkward there for Crimbo coming through that smoke. It didn't go as planned, obviously.
But again, due to the flush economy of Big, another full buy. Back in action.
Oof.
Oh.
Oof.
That didn't do nearly as much damage as I thought it would.
No.
Could have been worse.
Could have been a lot worse. It was just a fireworks display in the end. Searson. Oh, Flash is so good! And he nails 2 kills off the back of that 1 bullet. And that's a fantastic start for Big as they set their sights on tying this game up. It's the AWPer that puts them ahead.
Couple sound cues given over by Saw and alt mid as well. Searson was looking for that exact play, and you hear that footstep as Story like slides out with the AWP to take the angle. And you gotta be licking your chops. Two more smokes and 2 Molotovs for Tabson and Crimbo at the B bomb site, and there's no reason not to just string them together and overlap these smokes. And Saul's gonna, I think, give up this round. Not a lot of money. They want these AKs. We're tied up again at 11.
It's a perfect display of how impactful that AWP was at the start of the round that gets the opening kills in the first few seconds, and the round is over. We desired a close map in this series. We've got it right down to the wire here in Inferno. It's so difficult to call who is going to pick this one up. Currently, it economically favors Big. And Sirison is starting to land shots on the CT side.
Yeah, he's having impact as an opera on the CT side Inferno, which we know can be so impactful and so crucial to an Inferno defense.
It's something that Saul didn't have.
That's what I was going to say. It's an impact that Story wasn't able to find in that first half. 11-11. Last potential buy for Saw. Losing this, they run out of money.
Regon playing from the pit. They're going to deal with this threat because Brigon can be so strong from this position as they charge up through short. He's going to be re-gone. Bye-bye. And now JDC inside of the site steps up. It's a double headshot, but it's no kill. Not a single kill. And that's forced Big into the save. So you had last round Big winning off the back of 2 initial kills and forcing the save call. Now it's the opposite. Saw straight into that A site. Big straight into the save. And this game is now in favor of Saw. They're going to be a map and series point advancement point into stage 2 of Cologne.
Yeah, playing passive because you had a triple B start for Big's defense. I don't think Regon ever expect him to be that bold coming up lane. The timing of it, he even drops utility to stall out Halls, Molotov towards lane, but they're already past it up at truck. Completely caught off guard.
And now time to listen to the somber music of this save call.
Throw everything at it if you're Saw. Not going to take any guns away down the stretch. Actually, throwing everything you had at it would have been a bad idea. That was another instance of logic that doesn't work out at the end of the day. I regret saying that.
Absolutely everything you've got is...
Looking at the money, they made the right call by not doing what I said.
Yeah, go all in. It's just a tendency for you, Jason. We can't bring you to the casino.
I just wanted some excitement, you know?
Yeah. All in! Jason, you've just started playing.
That's exactly why I don't do it.
Yeah, me too.
Because that is what I do. I'm just like, I actually don't want to be here, so can I'll just...
All in! Yeah. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Most of the time you lose. Now Saw looking to take the W. Top banana coated in flames. But a smoke will hold Saw back for now. Bigger giving them that control. They do not want to fight it. They instead want to delay them and keep them at bay behind the smokes. Grenade is decent. Under a minute left. The bomb is poised towards top middle, towards Sirison. And we talked about this op. We know how impactful it's been, but it's cancelled by a flash. He's running back, retreating into the site. And it would be ill-advised for Saw to round that corner.
Trying to show them the same round that they just ran.
He's going back again.
But this time, Big's not really all that nervous about it because Sirison steps back up to the play with the op. But it's going to pulse JDC back from the B bomb site. He's got no utility, so it's Tapson again with the late smoke to delay. Crimbo's got a Molotov, but that's a shallow smoke. I think Saw's going to be more than happy to attack through it.
And here they come to close, or we get overtime. It's Utrecht's running in first. He is going to try and spray down that backside player, but it hasn't gone that way. And Crimbo has a nightmare of a game here on Inferno, and it looks like that nightmare will become reality, at living hell because Saw are up one player, make it two, to close out this game, to take away Big's first chance, their best chance to advance into stage 2 here in Cologne. But they are still fighting. They are still in this, and it's Rigon, the new recruit, getting them right back into the battle, and Story is left alone. He has been so quiet, but he ends this chapter with a shot on the defuse, and one player left. Story runs back, takes a few steps. That defuse is not happening, but Story ends it here. He ends it right now against Big, and they will move into stage 2 of Cologne. They progress, and Big will have to wait longer if the Germans dream of moving up in Cologne. But this is Saw, a team that have struggled throughout the year. At times they have looked fantastic, but now they're returning to form here in Cologne.
Shout out to the young man's Story, the young Opper, 22 years old, has a nightmare of a game on Inferno, but finds a way in the final round to have impact at the most critical moment. A 1v2 clutch, stays poised despite the fact that he's, what, 4-17 going into that round? Could have been very easy to disappear, but he steps up. And Saw, on a day where they don't play their best Counter-Strike and looked outmatched at different points, they just find a way to win. Find a way to scrape together a couple critical rounds to give themselves a chance.
Yeah, it's definitely becoming more and more of this Portuguese potential. And for Big, it's going to be frustrating, the fact that they couldn't get through on the first time of asking. They've got to feel like this was a very winnable game against Saw.
Absolutely, they must, and I mean that'll be a little bit of a head scratcher. You can't be too down on yourselves. You still got another chance to go through, but certainly conversations from Big for today. And I think Crimbo's going to be very disappointed, especially that last round is going to play over in his head, an open kill on it with a spray and just missed all of it.
Yeah, he's going to be in his own head for sure about that one, but it's all about resetting. They have other chances. It's not in the lower brackets, but we have got Banks down there with Roman to talk about their celebration of moving into the second stage.
And I'm sure they're very happy with that, Dinko. Roman, I want to look back at some history for you. 2014 was the first time you played trying to qualify for Cologne back in the European finals. 10 years later, you now make it into this event, onto the second stage. How does that feel?
It's awesome. I mean, it just shows that if you keep grinding, keep the best attitude, and if you believe, you can do it. So for me and Materials, it's an insane feeling. And I mean, age is just a number. If you believe and if you have the right teammates, of course, because most of these is because the trick is that we have on a team that they are so good. So a big thanks to them, and just keep believing.
Now, in terms of keeping believing, you believed even going into the second map. Your first map, you pick Anubis, it doesn't go so well. Then you come through on Ancient, and you guys look like a different team. You start off so many, it was like 10 rounds on your CT side. How did this go for you guys? What did it happen mentally? What changed within the team?
I mean, props to them. I think they prepared really well, the Anubis. So we just had an off map. We made some mistakes. We took long to make decisions. So on the Ancient, we just tried to reset our mentality and do the best we can. And we talked about how we should play, and we just did it to perfection, and it was awesome.
It was definitely awesome. But then we come on to Inferno, and you were down so far, but then you come alive towards the end of the first half, right? What was going on inside your minds then? Was it like, okay, we can't go down like this? Because it looked like Big had full control.
Yeah, for sure. They had full control. It was really hard to come back on CT because they had us in their hands. So it was really hard to give the perfect call. But thanks to your jerks, Michel, he was playing so good, and he saved us a lot of rounds. So.
And I want to ask on, I think it was the 11-11 scoreline. You guys started to work towards B a little bit, then you rotate back and you just hit A. Whose call was that? Whose decision?
Yeah, it was Story. Story was having enough again, but he made the perfect call on that round, and next round he did a clutch. So he won us the game, and it's really important to keep the mentality up, even if you are having a really bad game.
Yes.
You can always help the team, and that shows that.
It definitely does show it. Well, you're through to the second stage. A big congratulations to you and a whole team effort being shown here. Great work from the guys.
The Portuguese team is going to the group stages of IEM Cologne. What a big achievement for them. They are going to be over the moon with that. It is a huge step. And there is a certain gravitas that comes with IEM Cologne and getting into those group stages. Maniac, maybe something for younger, newer Counter-Strike fans that they don't necessarily understand. Explain why it is so important to these Tier 2, Tier 3 teams to step up into those group stages.
I mean, quite simply, aside from the major IEM Cologne, IEM Katowice are the events that you have the most amount of eyes on, the higher prestige. This is is where the story of Counter-Strike is being written. This is where legends are being made. And for a team like SAW, which has this sweet combination of a few veterans who have tried so hard throughout the years to be considered elite, the Roman, the Muturis, that I was playing against at the time. And then you bring up this new generation, the Story, the U-Jerks as well, Aros Dose, and then they get to experience this together. I feel like this group of people have had a lot of first in the last few months. They've completely destroyed the glass ceiling that was above the Portuguese Counter-Strike. If anything, if you are a bit of my generation, you remember Fox. Like, Fox is your go-to. Fox was Portuguese Counter-Strike, but now you have new players who can kind of carry the torch, and that's a very well-deserved victory that they had to fight through until round 24.
Yeah, you could hear it as well in the interview, like Story making mid-round calls, also clutching, also getting the 8 most impactful kills that series. Just
every single 5, one. But the 5th one.
That was it, bro. That was it. Every single one managed to set them up for a round, set them up for a situation, and then also clutching as well to close. That is just absolutely insane. For me, though, U-Jerks is the guy that I've just been looking at that whole series that was doing so well.
You say that. He is also our US Air Force Aim High player of the match. So let's pull up. I mean, what was it about him, though, that stood out for you? Because you were calling this all the way back when we were the second map. Yeah.
He just never backed down. On Anubis, you know, he was doing his job. Everyone else seemed to go missing. On Ancient, he was doing his job. Everyone else started to fire up around him. And in this one, even when they were down, what was it, 7-1, 8-1 scoreline early, it was when Big was sitting there. He was just running in. He was the one getting a lot of the kills, doing a lot of the heavy lifting, always in a nice little position to pivot off of his teammates, and that allowed him to get a lot of these multi-kills. There were so many rounds where he just had that crucial impact, which got them back into the game in the first half, and that is why he's my MVP.
I absolutely agree with you, and I think the highlight package we're getting is telling the absolute story. You're down 7-3 at this point in time. Roman even expresses the concern, like, Big, they have them in the palm of their hands. Like, we don't know what they're doing. They're a step ahead of us, and then you have 2 multi-kills back-to-back from U-Jerks to go to 5-7, and you can feel that momentum shifting. You go into the second half, and suddenly it's Big who looks a little lost. It's SAW who are making great calls, abusing the defense. I gotta be honest, I've seen the same helplessness from the defense of Big that I saw on day one. Like, not knowing how to have the impact, not knowing where to stack, not knowing how to retake information. They played in dark a bunch of these rounds. That's a little bit, it's not satisfying, it's dissatisfying to watch.
It's definitely dissatisfying, but U-Jerks in particular, there was one round in that game, one round in Inferno, 13-11. Go back to the pistol. The pistol round they won, which inevitably everything went wrong after that for the next 7 rounds. But he managed to get that ninja by the half a millisecond, whatever the hell it was at the end, before getting knifed by JDC. And that was the difference maker at the end as well. You got to think about that. That's impact.
Oh yeah, I get what you mean. Like, every round, if you win 13-11, everyone can actually beat a 1 round. So you think about it.
Every little moment.
I do want to give credit, though, to the coach of SAW, Barry, because we spoke to Babsky yesterday in the pregame, and he actually said he's played with Barry a little bit, and he said, I think his exact words, I'm paraphrasing because Babsky uses strange words, but it was something along the lines of, like, this was like a genius, like, strategic move or whatever, because he said that this guy has, like, so much insight. I am starting to see it, though, because I had a chance to chat to Barry in the shuttle on the way from the airport, because we came in on the same flights, and he was saying, you know, we took time out of this, like, hard online grind of the tier 2 Counter-Strike to just spend time working on the fundamentals, working on cohesion within the team. I think we're seeing it a little bit in SAW now.
Yeah, I agree with you. I also think these kind of, like, deeply rooted changes need time in order to be efficient. Like, the first step of rethinking how you play Counter-Strike is to be completely lost. And I think this is what we saw in London. London was SAW trying to transition into a Counter-Strike that maybe is a bit more fundamental, making sure that you have your map control classic, you know how to close rounds, you follow protocols maybe you weren't comfortable with or familiar with, and then suddenly Counter-Strike doesn't make sense anymore. And now we're starting to see them getting into the motion, knowing how to close these rounds, having, I mean, the last round is a pretty good example. The clutch could have gone really all in at 2v4, but still, at the end, you see the self-control coming out. So that was a risky move they did. They brought an outsider that doesn't speak the language, that doesn't even know how they want to play Counter-Strike fundamentally, and he said, listen, we're going to change things. Like, this is how we have to do. And I respect the risk, because this could have been a make or break for the lineup, I think.
Yeah, just a little bit of Danish structure gets them across to the second stage, which is huge. And then Big, of course, going to have a second life. They will get a chance to rethink about what's gone down and then go down to that lower bracket with a different opponent. It's not going to be the same group as what they started in. So they have that second life.
They do have a second life, but it's always a little bit of pressure to the hometown heroes. That's the biggest thing, because for them, getting into the group stages in Cologne, that's a little bit more important to Big, which might seem a little bit absurd. We'll take a look at the bracket while Maniac weighs in on this one.
Yeah, let me ponder the thing about the situation. That could be a Falcons versus Big. I think it's not too presumptuous for myself to imagine this
I'd
matchup.
call it
Be a
straight
German
up.
derby.
Oh, you think
No,
Attacks
it's
is actually
Falcon.
take over Falcons? Oh, yeah, you were the one hyping the hell out of Attacks. I remember that.
They looked good. If they managed to figure out what was going wrong yesterday up against Falcons, who also have a lot of things going wrong, there is a chance there's an upset there today, and then we could actually see alternate Attacks big game. I'd say it's not a high likelihood, but it would be good to have a German derby to see who's making it through to that second stage.
Holy hell, if Falcons loses that entire team has to disband, because I am done.
Oh!
No, I'm just going to say it. It's time.
Disband immediately. Just hit the red
Surely.
button. Just
Come on, I
that's
can't
it.
be the only one. I love
Got really sweaty in here all of a sudden.
I
That
love
was the hottest
Falcons,
take.
but there is a point where you can't lose anymore, and I feel like that's the point.
Okay, fair enough. Listen, I didn't know. We made the decision as a committee. You made an executive decision. This is the end. If they lose, just red button. Bye.
Boom.
Maybe I shouldn't have said it. Sometimes things come out
The
of my
internet
mouth
is
that-
forever.
Damn
That's
it.
how it works.
We should stop talking.
It's on the internet.
I hate my life right now. Okay, you know what? We're going to call it congratulations to Saw. They are through into the group stages of IEM Cologne. I'm just going to go and ponder about all the mistakes I've made in my life. We'll see you in a bit.
Yeah, sorry, Falcons.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
How about your stand-in player, not this guy? I want to talk about Saw at Blast because he's not with us. So I'll walk over here. You've got to score him out of 10. What was his score out of 10 for overall performance?
9.
That's very nice. You're being very nice. Would you also go for a 9 out of 10?
I think from what we expected from him, it would be up there in those high numbers.
But I'm sure, because he's not here, that there must have been some things he was lacking. Now think about one of your feedback sessions with him, where he sat down and told you all what you need to improve on. I want that same Saw energy, except now you get to focus it in on him. So what does Saw need to improve on as a CS player?
I think it's mostly about the mechanical skills of the game. Yeah, he has been out of the game for a long time, so what can you expect from him? But he was the best flasher in the whole tournament, so I think that's big respect for that at least.
Nert, do you have anything to add to this?
I think experience, game awareness, aim-wise, clutching ability, and like he's not watching radar. He needs to improve with a lot of things.
I see. Oh, we're getting more. Let's go.
Yeah, Oping. We wanted an Oper, but he never bought the Op in the tournament, so...
It was very disappointing. I was there.
That's why I didn't give him 10.
He kept saying it's a you problem, not a me problem with the op. And we're like, what the fuck? What do we do then? I was like, GG.
But now you have a replacement. Warriors here. I mean, it can't be easy coming in. I said Warriors here and he's run away. Where has he gone? Okay, well, he's not. You have a problem. You don't have a Predator. You might have to go get Saw.
Yeah.
This can't be an easy situation for the team. It's got to be super frustrating. What have you spoken about as a team? What is the plan? How much time have you had to prep to not have Dexter here?
Well, obviously it's disappointing because we practiced a lot with Dexter. We even started the season earlier, and it's so unfortunate that he cannot be here with us and also in Copenhagen. But yeah, right now we cannot do much. We have to accept what happened and just try to do our best with Veto.
And have you had any time to even really practice with him?
With Veto? Not at all. We met him yesterday for the first time, so we just went through some basic things and we will just play our game, I guess.
Don't worry though, because Saw is at the hotel and he won't get to see this until after they've had to bring him back to play.
ESL presents Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, Logitech G, and NOR.
This is it. Our first time here on the B stream during an elimination game for IEM Cologne. And it is heroic up against 3D Max. And if you're a Counter-Strike fan, you have spent a lot of time on the internet in the last few days finding out what the hell is going on with heroic. We've had a quick swap up. We've brought Blair in to the action and the Dexter story. That is the thing, right? And I love how we've become basically paparazzi now. There are X accounts that take photos of players in airports. We saw it with Manassi when GT was trying to get to the Blast Finals. We saw it with Dexter. This morning, we're all of us, not all of us, some of us who were awake early, Maniac and I, kind of stalking around the heroic breakfast table.
As you always do.
Yeah, trying to see if we can get that first shot of them. And he's here. He is here. He is in the studio. He is already sitting behind his PC. I didn't even think he was real in the heroic jersey.
It is kind of crazy just looking at the numbers as well ever since I picked up Dexter, which in my opinion, was a really good call back in the previous season. They played more maps without Dexter than they have with him, which is kind of wild, Mac.
Yeah, I haven't got to see a game with him. I don't know what the fuss is about other than the fuss that he's never here. And all of the games that he has been able to turn up for heroic, look, there's not many of them. So I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to bring here at IEM Cologne and what he's going to be able to do up against
3D
Min.
Our producer has a little bit of a hardcore sense of humor. I like it a lot.
3 max, Chat was calling them, 3 rounds max yesterday because they were struggling. They're combined, I think, 7 or 8 rounds in total in that game, which is a rough start for the French side. Again, you got to remember they were called in last minute as a replacement for BetBoom, due to visa issues and all that. So you can be allowed to not be too critical of them. But at the same time, I think I saw much better from 3D Max over in Sky Esports, some of the online events they've been playing recently, and I don't think what we saw from them yesterday is what they can really do in the server.
Yeah, and look, I think the main thing today is if they get off on the right foot, going up against a heroic that hasn't had a lot of prep time. Dexter's literally coming in as hot as possible. Maybe that's their way in.
I'm going to correct you on that, though, from a prep time, because I know that Heroic has done a lot of prep with Dexter. The problem is they do all the preparation and then he never pitches to the events. So that's the issue they're in. They've said that they've been practicing with him. They've got all of this stuff. Saw has mentioned it in interviews where he's going, I wish you could see what the team is doing. And I'm like, okay, well, now the pressure's on because he's finally freaking here. You have no more excuses, Heroic. We can't forgive you if this doesn't work out.
And I think the positive signs for Heroic would be even in Blast when they played without Dexter, right? Like they had Saw standing in as a coach. I think they put up a pretty commendable effort overall without a primary opera in the team right there. And then even, and sure, yesterday's game, obviously with Orotuke coming in was a bit of a struggle city. We saw Shush completely disappear from the server as well. And, Nikodos again standing in multiple times. But now with Dexter coming into the picture, look, it's going to be very easy, right? You're going to slotting in as the AWP player. It's not crazy amounts
bunch of intricate details that he's going to be bringing to the server, apart from just slapping some fools out of it. And more importantly, when it comes to the second match of this elimination game for them, it is against the 3D Max, who are not even supposed to be here, who have been struggling quite a bit. So for Heroic, it can only look better from here onwards.
Yeah, for me, it's just a blank slate, right? Like, they did play yesterday, but they didn't have their full 5. Today they do, so it's just us sitting back, watching what they have been preparing, what they have been working on as a team, because we haven't had a chance to see that for a fair while now. And that means that going deeper in the tournament, if things go right for Heroic, we'll at least have an understanding of what their game plan is, because no one really knows.
Okay, so just bear with me, because I'm about to go off on a tangent. I just thought of something. Do you guys believe in, like, voodoo?
No.
Bad luck?
Absolutely not.
Any of that?
No.
Do you think that this lineup is cursed? Because I keep thinking about it with Heroic. I was like, the day they kicked Cadian, everything just went to beep. Like, think about it.
Well, it's got beep for Cadian as well, right?
This isn't about Cadian. What I'm trying to say is that he leaves Heroic, then they lose their other 2 players to Astralis. They do this rebuild, it doesn't quite work out. They bring in Dexter. It feels like they are just fated to constantly be hit with struggle after struggle. And I hate that, because when you look at this lineup, Mac, they're phenomenally good individual players. They deserve to be able to shine. They deserve to be on the big stages. They are players that have earned that, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And yet it just feels like all these outside circumstances keep knocking them down.
It certainly felt like Kixon might be the cursed one here, right? Coming into this lineup, missing out on all those extra opportunities. You got Nertz coming in from, the Ents core that had a very good run last year, but then as soon as he came to here, it just hasn't gone well. So maybe they're the 2 cursed individuals, but today could be the day that curse is broken, if we believe in it.
I feel like they're the opposite of a Na'Vi, where I call Na'Vi as a team who are more than the sum of the parts, right? But you look at this particular team, you look at someone like Nertz. We saw what he did in that Ents lineup. We have Saw as the coach coming in. Of course, someone who a lot of people who've played with him have praised quite a bit. You have Dexter. We know what he can do as an AWP player. We have Tess and Shush, who I very, very highly rate. And when it comes to even that older Heroic lineup, these are the 2 players who I feel like did a lot of work. So the pieces make sense. It's just the glue. I agree with you. The glue just doesn't seem to quite settle in properly.
Is Dexter the glue? Is he the glue?
Considering how he slaps people, I don't know how the glue's going to hold.
Let's find out. I mean, let's find out from the glue himself, possibly.
Look who we've got back just in time. I'm just checking. He is real. He is here. Dexter, welcome back, man. This is the long-awaited return for you. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm glad that I can help my teammates.
And in terms of helping your teammates, I want to find out just what were you doing? Because obviously you're not being able to play throughout the tournament. So are you in tournament shape? Are you ready? Have you been practicing a lot?
Well, about tournament shape, I wouldn't say anything. I would like to try to show it right now. About what I've did, man, to be honest, I was doing a lot of stuff by July. I was really preparing myself to play with my teammates. I think there was nobody, I will say that honestly to everyone, there was nobody who outworked me in July month by pros, for sure. And I really hope that today, tomorrow, and for the rest tournament, I will be able to show up as a teammate, because I've already said to all of my brothers here, I feel so sorry that I won't be there with them at Blast and at first game yesterday, but I hope I will be there today and for other games, hopefully, and I will help them.
That's what it's about, right? Coming in now and doing what you do best. And we know how good you can be, but do you feel like there's pressure on your shoulders because you're coming in like an elimination match?
Well, there should be pressure on my shoulders, because these guys was having pressure on them by playing without me. And the most important thing for me is handle with it.
And in terms of handling it, 3D Max, they didn't have a great game yesterday against 9Z. Is it a nice game for you to come into, like a warm-up game maybe?
I mean, I don't want to disrespect these guys. When I'm saying that I was practicing a lot, I was. And I was watching some of their games. These guys did an amazing job. And I don't think about them like it's warm-up game. No, I don't want to disrespect these guys. I know some of them for like long times. And I would say it's good match for us to start on this tournament. And it's good time for us to show up as a team.
Respect, and Dexter's back. Heroic are back in full force. Let's see if they can get it done on the server.
One shot, one opportunity. I'm not going to rap, but the bottom line is, Dexter, this is your shot, because if you lose and your team loses, you are out of IEM Cologne. He says that you know, there's pressure on the team without him, and he said all the right platitudes in the interview, but the bottom line is Heroic is going to have a serious rethink if this doesn't play out and they don't beat 3D Max in this.
I mean, this is the we've had this conversation online when it comes to for Heroic, like how long this is going to continue, but hopefully it's all been sorted out. We can stop talking about visas and travel issues and all of that. I feel like it's going to come down to the server. Looking at the maps, I don't know which map's going to be coming in here, but I still feel like Heroic's going to be the favorites on each and every one of the maps going to be playing out here. I think Heroic should go for the Ancient pick. That's something they usually go for, and it should be very comfortable with. For 3D Max, I mean, like a Vertigo Punish pick, no, they're going to go with a safe bet. It's Anubis, it's going to be Ancient, and probably, I guess, a Nuke is a decider, but I feel like this is Heroic who's going to be waking up here, Mac, and just taking it away.
Yeah, you bang on. We almost got the exact same veto as what we got for both the first series as well, but Nuke is that decider if we need it. For me, the other thing I want to touch on with 3D Max quickly is yesterday they went up against 9Z. 9Z are a very aggressive team. They've got that South American playstyle. I have a feeling Heroic are going to be much more structured, much more readable, so 3D Max should have a better time today than what they did yesterday.
Here it is. This is our elimination match right here in the IEM Cologne play-ins. 3D Max or Heroic. One of these teams is going home.
That's right, Sam. One of these teams heading home on the second day. 3D Max didn't expect to get here, weren't expected to be in Cologne. They got a last-second invite. And for Dexter, what a horrible situation it would be for him to go through all that he's done, all the travel to get here, play one game, and be knocked out of Cologne, Jason. That just can't happen today for him.
Yeah, but he is here. You know, let's focus on the positives. We've got him. He's arrived.
It's true, he's here.
Yeah.
Finally, it's great to see him. He's real. He's not just a fake character that exists only on the internet.
And he's one of those oppers that... This is going to sound weird to say, I guess, in a way, but he's one of those oppers that you really feel you're missing his presence. Like, and that's not to say that you don't with other oppers, but he's so aggressive and such a playmaker and such an impact opper that he bails them out of tough situations.
He's got so much aura.
Yeah, and he creates things for you inside the server, so when you're missing it, you're missing a very big piece.
Yeah, so much aura, and it's Maka early kill on towards Kixan. Now, there is the bomb position in a 2-2 setup. We've got Heroic 2 players outside of the A side with a bomb and 2 outside of B currently. No commitment will be coming in until a few seconds have passed.
It's all about Maka and Yoko from here. Because, I mean, they're going to fall right back into this B execute 4-on-5. There's only 2 players here. So it's about what can Yoko and Maka do, and can they survive in doing it? Can they provide this defense, maybe grab one more kill before you're falling back? That was a good first opportunity, but they're likely going to want to play this passive outside of these like tricky little shots that Maka's looking for.
Well, the wall of smokes is constructed. Heroic have given themselves cover to put that bomb down at a minimum, but now 4 versus 5 for Heroic to try and turn into a round victory.
And look at the confusion of where do you position yourself. Like, you can't move forward. You don't have control of platform. Smokes are about to fade, and everyone's going to escape. 3 players outside B main, 1 in dark.
Dexter, first touch of the ball here in Cologne, and he goes down. He does a lot of damage, but he doesn't get a kill. And now Nertz is under excruciating pressure in dark. The flash is connected beautifully onto him, and 3D Max now up 3 players.
Good
got
molly.
a kit, remember, so they can get on that defuse eventually, but that molly's coming in. That molly stuck, and now it is all cleaned up by Shush. Last second headshot right at the end. Heroic with a pistol win picked up off the back of Shush.
Oh, I didn't realize that molly wasn't at the correct angle. It actually didn't land on the bomb plant whatsoever. Shush with a big-time quad kill to clean up the round and save the day. Because this pistol round was actually beautiful for 3D Max. A nice opening kill, a really nice retake, taking care of Dark, finding 1 player towards B main. Just at the end of the day, they let it slip, and that's what he brings to the table right there. That's an angry high five.
That's a player who's missed out on too many matches. He's bringing his energy in.
Yeah.
Watch your slaps. The Dexter slap watch is now on here in Cologne. But 3D Max, what a rough Anubis they had yesterday versus 9Z, Jason. I think they'll just hope to forget about that, but hopefully they had a little bit of learning material from it. They picked it against 9Z and they won 3 rounds. In fact, they won 7 total across a best of 3. So, not a good day at the office yesterday for 3D Max.
Ooh, slid a little bit too wide with that Mac-10, but it's all good. The Molotov means there's no retreat. Lines them up for Nertz to knock them down. Triple kill, and it's 2-0.
Nertz the bowling ball. And there's a buy now available for 3D Max. Oh, it's going to be so frustrating for them to be so close to the pistol win. It's going to now get the job done on rifles instead.
All right, well, he'll have to deathmatch with a Galil.
No AWP in sight. 5 rifles on 5 rifles. Smoke in the dark. Joko held behind it. Heroic settle into this first gun round with a default. It's got to be a feeling of proving themselves today, 3D Max. You don't get many opportunities, and yesterday was one of them, and they let it slip.
I think that's the theme for both of these teams. Heroic also just like trying to prove themselves with Dexter in the lineup. They just played Blast with their coach. They had a stand-in for the first match. Dexter's finally here, and they're like, all right, let's show everyone what we've got when he's in the roster. When he's in the lineup, this project.
Okay, mid-push is covered by Shush. Looked like Maka was about to catch a player with a nade in hand, but Maka won't go down without a fight.
Just it's such a crazy risk. Oh, Tesses hears those bullets firing. Even though he gets a little bit blind, he goes for the peek. Won't expect the second player. Gravity. We never figured it out. Gravity.
Le Gravity. There he is. He's back. He's returned for a second day here today. An exercise up on bench on top of Heaven. And oh, Gravity's cleaned up. That's 3 sunk. And Shush yet to die. 5-0. 1v2 ahead of him. Gravity got a 4K in this round, and we're all talking about him.
He had the read, though, Shush. He knew exactly where Gravity was going to be after that exchange, and he says, you know what, I'll ignore you for now. I want to take care of the final B defender. And even with a very bold, very risky push through the mid-smoke, 3D Max find victory. Good job from Gravity to take advantage of Exercise's peak and make sure you can clean up those kills in A main.
Heroic don't want to eco. They go for a buy here. AK out on Shush. Galil's on Kicksan and Dexter, and Deagles for the rest. Maka starts at dark, has a look down the canal, does not see anything he likes. And will now peel away. Kicksan about to peek dark. Joko on the other side. Molotov comes in and forces him further into the water. A fight Joko felt like he could win. Couldn't quite connect the bullet, so decides a re-peek would be disastrous. But here comes Shush out through B main. Good timing to catch Gravity on the retreat. Joko had to trade it and does so effectively.
Might be a chance for one more pick here, but there is a second defender ready to respond, and a third defender, Maka in middle, pretty close by. He'll be challenged, though, as this A main fight comes in. Drops a very timely smoke to negate any advance out of Tesses and Kicksan.
35 seconds. Heroic have a lot of ground to make up and not a lot of time to do it.
But if they get this mid kill clean, if they can find Maka, this can all come together very nicely, because so one of those defenders inside the A bomb site is going to have to turn to address it, and there it is. Pretty damn clean.
Here comes the addressing out towards camera. Lucky, that's the bomb. Bomb carrier is softened up and cleaned up. Tessis and Dexter fighting back, and suddenly Joko is the last remaining player, and he's coming in through middle. He'll arrive at camera right now. Shot will ring out soon enough. That grenade softens up his second opponent because Dexter goes down and Joko closes on Tessis. That is a massive retake in round from Joko.
Yeah, that's a beautiful, beautiful 1v2 to win if you're Joko, but that was maybe a little bit too easy. I think Dexter could have waited a little bit longer on that peak. Wait for your teammate inside the site to get contact. Swinging way too early, and Joko just doubles up.
Hasn't played a whole lot of Counter-Strike recently, Dexter.
Yeah, he's got to shake the rust loose. But an otherwise fantastic round from Heroic, and in fact, that might spur them into another buy. 4 kills in a bomb plant.
Ooh. I'll spoil it for you. They are buying.
Oh yeah. Oh no.
What kind of buy they got? That's the question here. Ooh. It's not amazing, but it's
better than last round.
Definitely better. Yeah, it's a buy. Flashes raining over the top of main. Lucky is connected to that, but it isn't going to slow him down. He wants to make sure there's no one playing close around the stack of pallets. This is going to be a much more direct hit from Heroic, isn't it, Jason? Well, at least it's looking like it.
Yeah, a lot less moving parts in this. No pinch. You're just coming right at the defender at Lucky, and he's got no utility. He's just used it all. Exercise is going to be his support, his backup. He's got no utility either, and that's a very lucky, fortunate, perfect find through the smoke and dark.
A lot of words there. The only one I heard was Lucky, and it's his time to step up. Pushing into the open. Lucky goes down just after one, but will they think about Exercise as he's exercised his right to defend his site? And he manages one kill out of it. Gravity coming in from camera. And it's back and forth, but suddenly a 1v1 established off the back of these fights, and Mako just jiggling, just playing with his foot, and he'll sink Shush with a shot of the AWP.
And Shush might have had the right play if Mako wasn't just jiggling that over and over, but once he does it twice, he knows Shush is kind of frozen out in the open, committed to the spray that he continued. Okay, so he saw him right before the smoke plumes. Good job from Shush, but can't close out the round. Better job from Mako down the stretch with that AWP. And a couple of back-to-back clutches are making this real awkward for Heroic. Because again, 4 kills. Again, you have a chance to force buy back up into it and keep the pressure on this CT side economy. But you desperately need to turn that corner, or else it's all going to go to waste.
Max have already reached the amount of rounds that they got yesterday on Anubis. So by that metric, a better start to today. It's a low bar. That's the one I got.
Okay, another A-rush. Here we go. They sense a weakness in these past couple rounds. This time they've got a little bit more utility to give them some safety. Oh, Maka's got to be careful. Breaking the smoke almost backfires, and this defense has been forced all the way back. But utility's about to fade.
Pretty relaxed post plan at the moment.
I don't know if 3D Max is going to want to go for this.
Doesn't seem like it. Unless suddenly well, they clear out Heaven. Definitely no one at Heaven. Now they run right into Shush. Double kill on the Mac-10. Notes up Heaven. And it doesn't go the way of 3D Max whatsoever. And Dexter, yeah, another little bit of rust there. Kills his own teammate with a slap. And that is now 3-3. Heroic tie up the game.
Yeah, nicely done from them. Very good convincing hit, and that bomb plant goes down so quickly that the utility and the choke point stalls this retake out for a very long time. Even that Molotov towards Heaven was like, yeah, you clear out a tricky position, but now you got fire there for 7 seconds, which again shrinks the number of choke points you can fight from on the retake. And Heroic will be more than happy to take advantage of that. First time out by 3D Max, as their money is, how do you say crappy in French?
Le crappy.
Perfect.
Merde. I think that's a bad word in French, sorry. Excuse my French.
All right, they'll talk things over. So they're saying right now, figuring out what they want to buy around this saved AWP from Maka. He could drop an SMG over if they wanted to force up into this. But a lot of emphasis on this A bomb site early. Saw that slow split in a 4v5, 2 mid, 2 A. Other than that, it's been back-to-back rounds of grouped up A executes from Heroic. All of them have been effective.
Yeah, Heroic have just been building their economy through brute force, you know? They just had terrible buy after terrible buy, and it just slightly gets better every time. And now finally, it's looking not so bad. Nerds at the front of the attack. He's held back by the fire. Actually, he's not. He doesn't care. The fire doesn't give a shit. He goes right into the attack, and he's taken out by Lucky. Kixan doubles up, and that entry force is felt by Kixan. Maka arrives at Breaks apart Tesses, and this is a retake that looks more winnable for 3D Max. They've got a 3v3 even numbers game, and one of the remaining players are Heroic in the form of Shush is low on health. Gravity clears out Kixan. Shush is at the tip of the fishtail, just waiting. Dexter's trying to draw attention away from Shush that hopefully they come in looking at him, but with that utility set up, They can feel comfortable about this. They step into the site. Shush isn't checked. He isn't even a thought in the heads of his opponents. And Shush will make them pay with all three. Dexter acts as a distraction, and Shush knocks them down.
And Heroic knock them off that economic advantage. That force buy war that they engaged in the early going has finally paid off. There's no economy whatsoever. 3D Max was fully invested into this. Phenomenal trading. But you got to feel like, too, moving forward into the next gun rounds, like, Kixon's got this set up. Such a heavy lean towards the A bomb site, round after round. And when does Heroic decide to change things up and exploit any kind of a shift, any kind of a change from 3D Max?
Maybe they should change the name to just 3 Max. That's all the rounds they get here on Anubis.
Nice.
That would be terrible if it actually comes to pass, I would feel.
Someone made that joke earlier.
Really?
Where'd you take it from?
I don't remember anyone.
Someone in the green room.
Oh, really? Maybe I subliminally heard it.
Yeah, you heard it like subconsciously and it's
Yeah.
just stuck there. And you're like, that is good. I'll bookmark that one.
Yeah. My subconscious brain.
It's okay.
Or maybe you had like a deja vu moment. Maybe that's the first time you heard it.
No.
No.
No, it's not.
Okay. This is a good buy for both teams, finally. Yeah. We're starting to get into the real rounds.
The only thing missing for 3D Max at the moment is Maka's AWP, because he's been awesome with it.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, only 5 kills. Volume isn't there to be anything eye-opening or jaw-dropping, but we've seen the impact in some of those post plants at the A bomb site with the AWP.
Oh, right through that smoke. Tessus. Unlucky.
Super unlucky. Flashbang in towards A main. Activate Nerds to take that control. It's available for him. Gets a little bit of too blind, though, and doesn't want to maintain the foothold. Molotov was raining in, so probably a good thing.
Ooh. Bomb is outside of B at the moment for Heroic. They'll leave Nerds to deal with the possible A threat, but he's got a smoke in his hands and now he's blinded. Maka moves in.
And that just increases, I mean, that just moves the pace forward that Heroic is going to be allowed to take for this B bomb site.
Oh, Maka's right behind them, kicks that sound cue, he turns back, but he can't compose himself quick enough to take Maka out of the round, and now he's proving that he doesn't need the AWP to find impact. Maka with a lovely double kill. Joko and Lucky combine.
Oh, they're going to hunt this down. You just know they're going to hunt this down. 5-on-1, 25 seconds on the clock. Good shot from Dexter, but he's got to know he's boxed in, pushing from the B bomb site. He's not going to get away. 4th round for 3D Max, keeping this close.
For the first time in Cologne, they feel like they're getting going here.
Yeah, it felt like yesterday they didn't actually show up inside the server. For all like the potential we saw from them at ESL Pro League, they've just won an event recently. They've been on a little bit of an upswing, but Cologne started out so slow for them, which is understandable. They were a very late addition.
The 9Z came out swinging. Dexter, well, I'd imagine he's going to be a little slow to start, and we'll get his form increasing as the game goes on, but haven't had a classic Dexter round yet, and does not pick up that initial kill with the aggression. Oh, Joko, that's perfect. Blows open that smoke. Nerds is revealed on the other side of it. He's sunk 2 Heroic players already, and any idea that you had at the start of the round has been thrown into disarray here for Heroic.
And that's a good round that just is a great example of the conversation around Dexter as a player, as 3D Max cleans this round up. But you can see, like, the plays he chooses to make can be so impactful for the team. Like, if he gets that kill, has the op in control of Dark, that's a huge pressure point that's going to make 3D Max move and make them a little bit nervous. But at the other end of that kind of a risk with the AWP when it goes the other direction is kind of like you look at it and you're like, man, why is he choosing to be so aggressive to open up these rounds?
True. I mean, regardless of whether it's a positive or negative or it works out for Heroic today, it will be a case that Dexter is a player that is going to change the way you have been playing without him, right? That's pretty obvious, but he makes a big impact when he comes into the team, and he'll start dictating what he wants to do, what peaks he wants to go, what play he wants to make, and so everyone will have to adapt around that, and it has been a little different as to how Heroic have been playing.
When the hell did Shush get 16 kills?
Just started.
In the 9 rounds of play that we've had so far.
Just at the start of the game, man. He just racked them up with that pistol round and just been farming ever since.
16 kills and the scoreboard is still tied up at 5.
Dexter peek. And Joko clean up everybody that tried to get into dark.
You just start dancing with that music?
Yeah, it really just
put you in the mood.
Put me in the mood, man. I felt like I was in the market, down at the bazaar, buying my spices. Could do with that in this round. There's nothing.
Yeah, this is
edible.
A spiceless round.
Yeah, this is British food.
This is. It's mushy peas.
Hey, mushy peas are pretty good, man.
Are they?
Yeah, with fish and chips, pretty banging combo. Peas taste better when they're mushed up. Another 4K, or I thought that was 4K. Actually, Joko stole away the 4th kill from Gravity, who ends up getting himself a 3K. 12 kills on the board for Gravity.
He's had a very good map so far. Very good first half for Gravity. Good impact rounds, multi-kills. Looking good. Final round of the first half.
I'm happy to see 3D Max showing us a bit of their Anubis, because they picked it yesterday. And I was hoping that they would show us a great game, and they didn't get the chance to get going, and finally showing us why they want to go for this as their map pick in Cologne. Maka on top of the table, walks away with that opening kill on Kicksan. Exercise holds down it for Nerds. And it is very likely now we see 7-5 ring out as that kill from Joko increases that likelihood. Good dink on TSS. He's down to 69.
I'll let that one hang there in the air. 2 versus 5. And any movement they would want to make is blocked off by smoke. So Joko's going to take the opportunity, knowing that there's not enough bodies to watch for all these pushes. He's on a little bit of an information gathering. Dexter and Tessus still have not selected where they want to go, so Joko's going to get ever closer. I like this from Joko and 3D Max, because he's got low HP. So it's like you could just kind of sit and wait for which site they're going to come to, but you're going to be tough to find an advantage fight on the retake, so go explore. Even if you're an easy kill, you'll at least grab information for the team, and he's found a perfect timing.
Oh, wow. Joko could have had the chance to close on both, but Dexter able to turn on him, but they know exactly where he is now. With 25 seconds left, Dexter has to make a decision. And he decides on A. Okay. Maka goes down, and now Dexter, with 19 seconds left, has decreased the numbers from 5 to 3. Last pieces of utility now being tossed out. He leaps to the site with 12 seconds, taps that plant, trying to draw the Heaven player into a peek, but he's distracted by camera. And 3D Max come to day 2, and they come to play. They lead the way at the turn of the first half. Yesterday was pure disappointment for 3D Max, but Dexter's return to Heroic is not looking so clean in the first half of play at least. This is 3D Max leading the way 7-5, Jason. It's their map pick, and they have got a small lead that could shrink quite quickly.
And this is the 3D Max we wanted to see yesterday. The one that's providing resistance, the one that's winning battles, multi-kills all over, that's showing why we've been a little bit positive about their performances of late.
Yeah.
Yesterday they didn't even appear really at the studio, it felt, but today we've got them, and they've got that 2-round lead.
It's going to be a 3-man push here for the CT side of Heroic, or at least a 3-man setup outside of A. This could end up being a bloodbath if 3D Max commit through those arches. Ooh, the calm before the storm.
I know, the quiet. It's almost uncomfortable.
It's gonna get loud though. Surely.
Well, I mean, there's obviously Heroic's not feeling nervous at all about the lack of noise on the map so far. You've got Nertz over in middle, and he's keeping track of any kind of mid-aggression. Just now you're starting to see the CTs get a little antsy. Shush looked like he wanted to push, maybe called off. A minute on the clock, and still nothing from 3D Max.
Ooh, finally the silence is broken by a little splish splash. Getting their feet wet. They're gonna leave A. I was getting excited about that.
This is going to have to be a 5-on-5 retake, which is not cool.
No, it's not as cool as just running into a 3-man stack on A and you have 5 players battling through.
And if you're Heroic, you're like, ah, damn it.
Yeah. We set up the B retake setup, but we didn't really want to have to use it. But
they have a smoke and a kit on Kixon, and that's as we know, they're just not moving from the A bomb site. So this is going to be very late when they get into it. So it's going to have to be a quick smoke and hop and pounce on that bomb ASAP.
Well, Heroic pulled a pistol round from the clutches of despair in the previous half. They're going to have to try and do that again. 3D Max with the bomb down. Timer is ticking. 3/4 of it left. Joko stands on default. First kill is 3D Max's to play with. Follow-up is also 3D Max's. And it is not looking fantastic for Heroic. It is not looking like they're going to get a step closer to the bomb site. 3D Max win the pistol, and they do it comfortably. And I mean, we were talking about it yesterday against 9Z. They had 0 kills in both pistols on Anubis.
Yeah, it wasn't great at all. This time they've got that pistol. I think the only thing really that Heroic could have done would be at some point, if you don't feel any pressure, is shift up that 3-man stack at A main.
Start moving a little bit.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the strat you called, and you just stick to it. There was no real indication of that hit coming in before it did, so I didn't feel like they had to do anything.
And they didn't.
And they didn't.
Well, now they got an A stack again. And once again, 3D Max are starting with 4 players outside of the A bomb site. Surely in a round like this, you don't commit to one site so heavily instantly. That would be a death wish.
No, but you do the full set piece and you send that Mac 10 in first to investigate, and depending on how he does, you either fall back or you go at it. Oh, the Heaven Smoke missed. Heaven Smoke missed. They're committed. They're full committed, and they really wanted that to be blocked off. But now, they can back away. They'll have to take the loss of the Mac 10 and a rifle.
But they got the mid player in Lucky, who hasn't cleanly taken Nertz, but eventually should. Nertz is very low. The rest of the rifles should clean up. And suddenly danger is averted. Dexter comes back in, finishes off that mid player who was low. He'll pick himself up at Galil.
Pretty good damage, all things considered, for Heroic for not investing anything into this, and Dexter's going to be happy to just bring the Galil into the next round. That's money they can pass over at a 4-round deficit.
Yeah, not bad.
But now 3D Max has to do it the hard way. One a pistol, one against unarmored USPs, and now the rifles are going to come in, so things get more difficult. Quiet in the studio all of a sudden. It's very chill.
Yeah, Liquid and
very
Fury
relaxed atmosphere in here. That must have gone to a third map? Or halftime, maybe?
Must be halftime. Yeah, it's halftime. So, the Liquid Fury game was getting very loud, that's for sure. Currently, ultimate top frag game for Liquid.
Love to see that.
Polska Gorom. And yeah, Furia won the first map there, 13-8 on Anubis. Liquid was starting a bit of a comeback. And then it got ended in a pretty cool fashion. So you guys can check out that game on the A stream. Complexity Eternal Fire later on, and alternate attacks versus Falcons. Still to come today on day 2.
Winner of that will play Saw. Or excuse me, Big. Round 15. Aggression out of A main. Shush has the opener. Exercise going to come back, but he's going to find those CTs disappeared. But with that kind of a play and that kind of control of A and that kind of information gathered, 3D Max probably feel like they can't wait behind these smokes in utility. They have to go through. Dodges the flashbang. 1-for-1 trade for Nerds, and the B bomb site is open for business.
The bomb is luckily coming in from Dark, so it doesn't have to cross into the pathway the CT player kicks in. So Exercise can plant the bomb without putting himself in danger's way. Now the post plant begins.
Where does he want to go though after this plant? Molotov towards Temple, crosses back into Dark.
And strong setup here between the 3 remaining players.
It leaves Gravity a little bit alone.
Sure does, who's now just giving away his position with that utility being used up. He starts to move, he starts to get proactive. Kicksand takes him out before going down. Split second in that. Exercise moves out of darkness now, knowing where the last player is. But Dexter, this could be his first big clutch, returning to competitive play, but he is downed by Lucky. Just about stays alive. That 3D Max up to 10 rounds. They're toying with Heroic.
Well, that was a little bit sketchy though. Exercise coming out of Dark was great. That first kill was beautiful towards Ivy, but the follow-up peek, not necessary. This second one when he swings out to give Dexter this kill and this opportunity. Still coming through the smoke right at the defuse tap, and Dexter almost turns in time but can't make it. 10-5. Dexter's got the op out though, and that might be the last hope for Heroic to make this comeback.
CT opping.
But does he really want to bust it out now?
He can sell it and give it back. But who's going to tell him to do that? Gotta be Kicksand.
It's a huge investment and risk to get the op out here when your teammates are just going to have upgraded pistols, but Heroic want to have some element of being able to win this round and are probably thinking too, this is one of those rounds we'll give up on early if there's a chance to save the AWP. That'll be priority.
But with the way Dexter likes to op, he might put himself in a position where it might be difficult to get it back to safety. We'll see how he wants to play this round.
Surely he takes the more aggressive peek, but actually not even going to be really time for him to figure anything out.
This is a save already.
Yeah, it's going to be a save call after this B-bomb site is lost, for sure.
One from Tesses. Kicksand's 5-7 caught, and great call from 3D Max.
All right, Dexter, don't even
come near it.
Good. There's no reason. There's no reason.
I mean, it's a good thing that they went towards the opposite side of the map as the AWP, because I don't think his op would have been able to handle that execute. That was intense from 3D Max. Gravity's having one hell of a game alongside Joko at the moment.
Yeah, those two have played very well. Plenty of multi-kills on holds for Gravity. 1v2 clutch for Joko. Good impact here and there. 3D Max just 2 rounds away from taking the first map in this series. I'm so happy we're getting this too, because we ended it yesterday by saying like there is a better 3D Max out there in the world that did not show up on day 1.
Yeah, and all it took was a good night's sleep.
Yeah, and probably, you know, when you get that kind of a late invite, you know, mentally you're not really prepared. If you know Cologne is coming up, you're grinding, you're practicing, you're having those conversations. You get that late invite, and I think yesterday might have been that cold water to the face that wakes you up and is like, look, I know we're at a disadvantage with the way this is all panned out, but we got to look at this as a great opportunity at the biggest event of the year to make a mark.
Ancient up next. That's the pick of Heroic. And currently it's looking like Heroic are going to have to rely on that to stay in this series. This is their last real crack of the whip.
And I think 3D Max is like, you know, this kind of more passive setup they are at this B bomb site. We're loving it. We'll take this space. We'll swing right in. Mac 10 Nerds misses the shot. Oh, Joko builds upon that great game, and 3D Max is going to march right to 12 with ease.
Yeah, Gravity. Out his own teammate Shush. There was a second where he's blasted open, and he's taken out by Lucky. Dexter again.
This op hasn't fired a bullet yet.
Exactly. It's being involved in 2 rounds by just existing on the server, but it hasn't actually done a thing because he's just been so far away from the actual action. It is 12 rounds to 3D Max. I can't believe how much better they're playing today. This is amazing to see. Because if you look at the round timeline, it's crazy how many rounds Heroic won, first of all, right? They had a great streak early on, picking up a number of their rounds in the first quarter of the game, and then after that, it's just been 3D Max dominating them.
Yeah, from round 9 on, this has been all 3D Max. You know, in the last 4 rounds of the first half, there were 5 total kills for Heroic. They didn't even come close to winning a round.
Oh, up is gone too.
And then the second half now, as we switch sides, has been 5 straight for 3D Max. They've got economic advantage. They've got strategic advantage. They've been able to just rinse and repeat, take this B bomb site at will. And Heroic's going to have to respond to that in some fashion.
What a way to get rid of the AWP. Trapeze artists just flying at Dexter.
And this is all with Shush having 17 kills. I mean, 16 of them were in the first half. He's gone quiet here, but it's crazy to think.
Double up T side. What's the idea here?
I think they probably figure that Heroic is going to have to do something a little bit tricky. Like the static kind of passive defense at the B bomb site hasn't worked. They think there's going to be a push, and there will be.
And here it comes. Maka blinded, forced off that angle. Lucky just about gets that headshot before he's blinded.
And they know there's one more trapped.
Yeah, so they're going to go and get him. Missed shot. Lucky, again, protecting his teammate in Maka. 3D Max now 3 kills away from locking in this first map.
This is where this just slows down, because now you sit with this double op setup and you're like, all right, let's perch the ops up somewhere. There's going to have to be a reaction. You can't play 3v5 without peeking something for 1 minute and 20 seconds. That peek is going to come to dark and get punished. Well, Dexter's arrival has been underwhelming.
So far, absolutely. Still more in this series, of course. Got Ancient next, but Heroic, yeah, it'll be a tough day to finally get those issues sorted, get him out here to Cologne, and then go out in your first game against a team you feel like you should be beating.
Dexter's making the right read. Gets that 1 kill and hustles over to the 8 bomb site. He might get here in time, but surely he'll be smoked off.
Kixon's been quiet, and again, he's detected here at IV. He's going to be cleared out easily, so it's all Dexter. He has to go for this, and he's just outmatched by Maka. What a return to form from 3D Max. Day 1 of Cologne was a disaster, but day 2 is looking fantastic.
if you're heroic, I'm gonna just say it. And I'm also gonna say sorry to MacMate, because in the pre-game, he made a comment saying, you know, Heroic's probably coming into this somewhat unprepared because Dexter's coming in late. And I said, no. They have told all of us on interviews that they've been practicing with him, that they have all these things that they're going to show us, and they're super prepared. Mates, they clearly weren't. So I'm taking that back, and I do apologize to you for correcting you, because you were right and I was wrong.
No one can be ready for the French, let's be real. That's the thing, you know, you can't prep for that. They're just going to be coming in, they're going to be coming hot, and that's exactly what we got there on Anubis. So you can't really fault them. Heroic as well, it felt like a little bit staggered, right? Dexter had his moments, but at the same time, he was last alive a lot, which I don't know if that was the plan, you know, just put him in the power position and try to just bring it back, but it wasn't working.
I feel like for the side of the French side, you know, the fact they picked in Anubis, despite the fact they got absolutely hammered down by 9Z yesterday, and the fact they picked it up and it looked so much better here on the CD side, especially. Listen, that map was won in that first half, right? When you have, I think it was like a 7-5 scoreline right there. And for Heroic, even the rounds they won, that pistol round, the first one was a 2v5, it became very scrappy. They got comprehensively outplayed in every facet on that map. So I want to give flowers to 3D Max here. Yesterday, it seemed like it was just a bad day in the office. They swept it aside and they came in kicking ass here.
For sure, and I think with Heroic as well, there's just no cohesion really, Blair. I think there were moments in time where it just didn't look like they were really coming together and figuring it out.
Yeah, true. I also feel like there were, I just feel like the T side especially never really got going, right? And this is where we can probably highlight a couple of rounds and what 3D Max did right. Because initially it was Heroic going for these A executes, full-fledged A execs, which were kind of netting them, stealing them a couple of rounds, right? We could see, I think it was Maka who was struggling a little bit by his lonesome on the A bomb side. It was messy fights overall. But the reply coming in with 3D Max was just aggression on the CT side. We can probably highlight round number 9. That's when things turned around. It was 5-3 in favor of Heroic. And after that, 3D Max started playing aggressive in your face. Yesterday against the 9Z, it was way more just, you know, kind of discombobulated the way they're aggressing. Here's much more different. And I love this from how 3D Max, how they approach the CD side. Initially, Lucky is going to live up to his name, is going to get a little bit of a lucky kill over there outside of Amen. But this is what I love from them. It's a 5 versus 4 Anubis on the CD side. A lot of teams make the mistake of assuming, hey, 5v4, let's play it safe. You can't do that on Anubis. You got to keep aggressing, keep pressuring Heroic. And what do they do? Minute on the clock, a nice pop flash out, blinds nerds, they get 2 kills. Now, it's a 3v5 favoring 3D Max. What did they do? They continue pushing in, continue to aggress. You can see now, you can see Heroic grouping up for this B hit. They have a player that is shush waiting outside of B mains. A couple of players coming in from dark. They have no idea the flank is in, kicks in, gets taken down. And from here on forth, they didn't win a single round right there. And that is just 3D Max just stamping the authority. And I'm actually very happy to see them playing well here, because yesterday they weren't there.
It looks different when it works, right? We saw this yesterday. I can't remember which team off the top of my head. I think it actually might have been Alternate Attacks. They were doing a similar thing, and you can criticize them, but that's because they didn't have anyone staying at A, staying at camera, and controlling the mid control.
Yeah.
So you can see just the dynamic of how different teams approach their T side, and how that can reflect completely differently in the way that these CTs throw the aggression at you.
Can I ask you both a question that you probably can't answer?
Hit me.
Where was this 3D Max yesterday?
I feel it could be nerves.
That's what I touched on before we got into the game, right? I said it because I felt like it was important that 9Z is a very aggressive team, whereas there is aggression from 3D Max, but it's slower and it's more thought out. And that kind of thing is usually a bit easier to deal with, but the same... Other way, sorry. Heroic is a lot slower. They're not throwing the same thing that 9Z were at them yesterday, and it felt like 3D Max was just able to play their own game a little bit more because they weren't getting disrupted.
Also yesterday, if you look at the kill feed and how some of the, if you look at the heat map rather, and seeing how some of the 3 Max players on the CT side were dying on Anubis, they were dying towards T spawn, they were aggressing in, but I'm like, buddy, you got to slow it down a little bit. If you can't get that opening kill, if you're not able to find a pick right there, it's okay to peter back to the bomb sites, you know, rethink what you want to do, reset, and kind of re-aggress somewhere else. But yesterday they looked a little lost. There was no cohesion, as you pointed out as well. This was very well structured. Everything worked according to plan. And I won't lie, Heroic, they looked a little lost here on this map.
So you know how when Zack Snyder releases a movie and then everyone on Reddit criticizes it, then a couple of months later he releases the editor, the director's cut, which is basically him just listening to Reddit to find out what went wrong.
It's still pretty
change
shit,
his
though.
opinion. Yeah, but he changes his opinion. So here's my thing with 3D Max. We didn't get to hear from Lucky before the game, but it turns out we actually do have a recording of that interview. So I think we should watch it now and maybe our opinions will change.
it's an elimination match and the pressure is certainly high when it does come to Cologne. But I want to touch on this for you guys. You're a last-minute replacement coming in. Yesterday, I'm sure, didn't feel good for you. It wasn't a pretty game, but it also wasn't the 3D Max I normally see. So can you just tell me what happened, what you think went wrong?
I mean, a lot of things went wrong, obviously. First, I think it was hard to come here on such short notice for everyone. The travel day maybe was a little bit hard on us, but obviously we made a lot of mistakes. We tried to fix them last night. We tried to review everything, and we'll try to bring our A game today. I mean.
And in terms of bringing that A game today, you did bring some of that yesterday in the ESL Challenger League game as well, though, right? You got to win while playing online at the same time. But how hard is that to manage playing like 2 tournaments at once and grinding it out?
I mean, maybe it was good for us. We had some confidence back. Okay. So maybe it's gonna be here today, hopefully. So let's see, I guess.
And in terms of today, it may be not such a lucky day for you because Dexter comes. What's your mentality like going up against them? Because we haven't seen them with Dexter for so long.
Yeah, I mean, we're not really trying to think about it so much. We're just trying to focus on ourselves. That's going to be the key. So yeah, we're just trying to focus on ourselves and bring our best. Because if we do, I think we have a real chance.
That's what we want to hear. That's what we want to see. 3D Max coming back with a real chance to fight against Ferg now.
But yeah, I love being on a desk with you because I was trying to set that up all pretty with this next side of thing, and then you come in with they're shit anyway. I'm like, no, you can't say that. We're about to do a 3D Max interview.
Well, people who talk about the Zack Snyder movies, oh, it's 4 hours long now, it's better. It's not. I'm sorry. I'm very passionate about this. The guy doesn't know how to do Superman.
But I mean, I agree with you, and there's a whole conversation we can have about this and the fact that I think that they're all his movies are all rubbish. But for me, 3D Max not rubbish today. Different team. Figured it all out. Mac made mention it. They were super aggressive yesterday on the first map. It failed. They've calmed down. The question is now, can they 2-0 Heroic?
I agree. I feel like this could really be upset city here because even though Ancient is a map that Heroic do like to play, the reps 3D Max have had recently on this, it's been looking very good for them.
3D Max on top, baby.
France number 1. I'll never ever say that ever again, but just saying it right now.
MacMade is 1 for 1 right now, so we'll find out if he can get a second prediction correct. Blair and I are going to have it's not even a debate because we agree. We're just going to cheer each other on about how much we don't like Zack Snyder's movies. And you need to go get some snacks because when we get back, we're moving to the second map.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Your time's up. I've been waiting for this to begin. Your time's up. Your time's up.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. It's day 2 and 3D Max definitely looking like they've turned a new page coming into this series against Heroic. Dexter's return hasn't been met with the sounds of trumpets. It's, well, perhaps the disappointing trumpet because it's currently looking pretty rough for Heroic as they head into map 2 here.
They got absolutely smashed on map 1. Really wasn't a chance for Dexter to have a whole lot of impact. A couple of rounds that he was looking for his plays, not able to make them happen, and just at the end of it, there was no way Heroic was ever going to be in a position to challenge for Anubis, so we switch over to Ancient and see what they can do here. And 3D Max, can they impress us one more time?
Well, only one way to find out. They start on the CT side.
C-Tizzle.
C-Tizzle.
I don't know why.
Let's see what they have some Rizzle as Nertz comes out off the top of ledge. It's a great shot on Joko. Nertz is just charging forward around Donut. Mako goes down as well. Heroic have 2 players up already, and Nertz isn't stopping. Heroic just charged into this A site.
Yeah, Heroic have a little bit of attitude in this round. So there was some kind of a pep talk of guys, like, just hold the W key, just kill things. Stop overthinking it, and just headshot.
Last round. Unless.
Okay, chill.
Unless.
Chill.
We're all good. Shure's just pushing forward into a CT.
Udrix ain't in this pistol round. There's no chance.
Yeah, that's true. He wants to get rid of the kit. He's going to find it. Exercise coming at him. Nope. Defended. And that's Heroic with the pistol round. Now, we do expect Dexter to be a little shaky in his first game. You know, that's fine.
Everybody gets one.
Yeah, but this is his only game. Unless Heroic.
Potentially, yeah. If they don't win this series, this will be his only maps played in this event.
So you want to see some impact. You do want to see Dexter come in and take over the server at some point.
Well, also, I mean, look, this is Heroic's map pick, right? This is exactly where they want to take it, so they've obviously got to be feeling really good about Ancient and feeling really good about how they play this map with Dexter in the lineup.
I mean, Dexter at this point is like a stand-in, to be honest. He's just been out of the team for so long. Coming in, starting fresh here in the old official games. Kicksan already out with Nertz through elbow. Nertz can be really difficult to deal with and shut down on those elbow plays. We'll get to see that throughout this game and see if 3D Max can handle him on the T side. But so far, it is very well handled by 3D Max over. Oh, okay, Jocko. What a shot on the Deagle. Tessus couldn't stand on his feet. He just gets clotheslined.
I don't even mind the aggressive play from Tessus because he knows there's one over in Jaguar. He's trying to beat that timing of where he rotates back. He's trying to get that 1v1 before the SMG can be involved, but boy, does he get deleted.
Well, the good start for Heroic has come to a close, it would seem.
Hey, listen, it was a great round, though.
From
Heroic.
Yeah,
The start was fantastic.
Kind of went exactly how they would have wanted it in mid. And now it's stalled out completely.
We'll always have the pistol round.
There will always be the pistol.
This will be a long, extended save, it appears. So if any of you are in need to pee,
we'll grab a monster.
Need to grab a monster, some popcorn, some snacks.
So Jason did. He grabbed a monster, and now he's saying C-Tizzle.
Yeah, true.
So if you want that, go ahead. That's the smoke up. It's not going to be a save, Jason. In fact, it's an attempt.
Yeah.
And I like it.
I take it back. Don't go get a snack.
Yeah, come back. Run. Run right back because this round's back on, baby. Kicks that. Kicks into gear and goes right into the cave. Forces Maka out, and now it's Lucky with a 1v2. He'll come back in. He's got a kit. He's got a smoke. 2 players lying wait in front of him.
How do you lose this round if you're 3D Max? They might have been on the same wavelength that I was. They're like, oh, they're saving.
Yeah, shut it down, but Lucky's coming into this. He can still win it, but he's spotted, and now he has to go into the open. He doesn't see the second player. Shush is lying in wait. Smoke is onto the bomb, but Lucky's so low that just one straight bullet through that smoke will take him out of there, and Shush is waiting for the knife. Oh, what a way to pull it back. Run it back in. The start was fantastic. The finish was even better for Heroic.
Can't be this easy when you have this kind of an advantage. 4-on-2. And just no ability to have cohesion in the late round. There's the kill towards short, kill in cave, 3 isolated fights, 3 individual kills. And 3D Max have to be really kicking themselves for that.
Oh yeah, they gotta be kicking themselves big time. If Jason did make you leave the room and go get a drink, well, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I apologize as well.
Yeah. I'm sure it'll be on Twitter or it's on socials.
I'll take that one.
You know? 3D Max down to just all little pistols. And they're going to start getting melted. Tessos and Dexter taking 2 of the CTs down, and it's now just Maka. Little lonely Maka. And that's a 3-0 start for Heroic. That's a tilter as well. For 3D Max, you're going to be thinking about that round.
Yeah, I mean, no matter how much you talk about it, moving past it, there's always like a couple players, every team has them, a couple players who are just like, I can't believe we lost that round. And it takes them a little bit of time to move on. So you know what solves that problem is winning. So this next gun round right here, 3D Max do something cool here, they get a dominant round win here, and all of a sudden you forget about losing a 4-on-2.
Ooh, Dexter's got the AWP out. He's got it out here in the T side. Excited to see how this goes. Maka. He's got his big green ready to go. Out mid is Kicksand charging, blinded. Nerds trades it. A man that loves the MP7.
It's a gentleman's weapon.
And he is the only gentleman that uses it in pro play, it feels like.
Oh, Joko had it.
That's a bad timing for Joko. He ends up getting toppled by Tessos, who hears the steps of gravity charging towards him inside of the cave. He's ready for this. He's also ready for a CT swing. Great positioning there for Tessos.
Yeah, getting peeled apart. Good timing. Good job hearing the footsteps. Nade brought out as well. And 3D Max can't challenge for this. Lucky and Maka have nothing to do except save the AWP. So this time, truly, it will be a save. I feel very confident in making that claim this time around.
You can say this one, yeah.
Yeah. The bomb hasn't been planted yet, so you guys got plenty of time.
In before the most mental thing in Counter-Strike history just happens here.
What would it be? Of all the mental moments we've had in Counter-Strike history, what would have to happen to top them?
The bomb would just randomly despawn.
Okay,
out
so
of
it just disappears?
Just into thin air.
All right.
And then they're just standing on the other side of the map, and it becomes a race to beat them. And then the CTs win.
Okay.
You mean,
yeah,
it's close to happening. You know, there's been stuff like that happen before. Like the bomb used to fall through the map. Jame at the Copenhagen Major.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one. He crashed. So divine interventions happened a few times.
True. It's a fair point.
But not this time.
Not this time.
It's 4 rounds in a row for Heroic. Testis is happy. Saw probably happy to be standing there again.
Only G2 gets divine intervention.
Yeah, it's true. They really do. And mainly Hooksy. So hope we get to see Hooksy back on our screens soon.
Good timing for Tessus. Joko had no idea he was there and just gets caught. And that's the trigger to move forward. Timeout taken from 3D Max. They have a saved AWP, saved M4. Both of those players can drop rifles over to their teammates. You would imagine this is going to be another buy. Another pretty solid buy. Plenty of money to put together a dangerous investment for 3D Max. Timeout comes to a close.
Yeah, they've had a couple of tries to get this half going. They've had a couple of opportunities. Obviously, the 2v4 doesn't help.
Never does.
No,
really.
When that goes against them. So it must be the time 3D Max finally put a round on the board on this CT side. You don't want to undo your dominant victory. That feeling of elation that when you pick up Anubis in significant fashion, you go down this early on Ancient. Lucky has got 15 health left. But look at Gravity. Look at this.
Oh, this is a timing and a half. All right, boys at the A bomb site, fall back. You guys have cleared mid. I've cleared outside of A. Hustle over to the B bomb site. Now, this should make Maka, although he has an AWP, and Joko maybe step forward and you can be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more of, controlling space at the top of the ramp because you have 2 more supplemental players coming in and a flank.
Well, the utility is raining in, steps being made. Gravity realizes there's a timing on this. He must start to go forward soon. Dexter's about to be spotted. His glutes just peeking around that corner! Absolutely no way! Dexter turns for that kill. Gravity, oh my god. Oh, there goes Gravity. Absolutely. That turn from Dexter is so wild. And Heroic now with a 4 versus 3 post plant. Flustered utility for 3D Max.
This is a save now. You can't go for it.
Oh.
Everything relied on that flank.
How? Poor Gravity.
couple of heartbreaking rounds in the first 5 played here on Ancient for 3D Max, and Heroic are the ones bouncing back and looking like a whole new team on Ancient. Third map would be Nuke between these two teams.
Right now looking like that is a likelihood, because 3D Max can't get anything to go their way. This is so ridiculous, man. Oh. That was a pretty tame reaction, honestly.
Yeah, what are you going to do? Just like, yep, that happened. Okay. Cool.
All right, man. At least they have a goodbye again. Now they've got max loss bonus to lose this as well. No one from Heroic going anywhere other than B. It's a quick call. It's direct. It's straight into the belly of the beast. And Tesses, he's charging around that corner with a MAC-10. Jocko, oh, he detects that flank. He turns back in time. Dexter finally finding impact with that AWP, and Nerds was deeper than Jocko anticipated. He goes down in a 3 versus 3, and you've been saving all game long. There's got to be a round where you go for it, and this seems to be the one. A 3 versus 3, but Exercise is now getting mollied. He's got to use his own smoke, and that creates a difficulty of exiting Cave.
Yeah, you're not getting into this retake. It's a save again.
It had to be. They wanted to go for it, but they just couldn't find the situation.
Exercise takes a little bit of damage in that Molotov because he's trying to like aim to throw it like on the edge of the molly so that it plumes in a way where they can still go for the retake, and just says, screw it. I just want to save myself at this point. 6-0.
Oh, wow.
And as you mentioned, it's all B hits. That bomb site is wide open.
Haven't been able to figure it out here.
Joko had a lovely map on Anubis to open up the series, really having a tough time getting control of this B bomb site.
They actually did pretty well in the initial wave of attack, it felt like. They got the first 2 kills, but it was just the relentless nature of the Heroic push. There was just another player following in. The spacing was good. Joko didn't even expect Nerds to be up long.
Yeah, he followed up, I think that was a MAC-10 was the first kill Joko got, trying to swing around long. That follow-up from Nerds was just later than Joko ever expected. Still, by virtue of saving three guns in back-to-back rounds, they can still afford a full buy. Oh. They just can't seem to get anything going.
Dexter annihilates Lucky. The elbow smoke is blown wide open. Dexter shoots that shot straight through his skull. Gravity. Oh, this poor guy. Kixon has 11 HP and the bullets.
Utility style points for Kixon there.
The Maka push. It wasn't going to work out ever.
No, but again, it's like I mentioned the same exact thing on Anubis, 3v5 with over a minute in the round, and you can't just win those rounds by being static and holding a position. You got to do something, and Heroic's well aware of that, patiently waiting for it.
Oh, Tibbity tapping away, and Nert's unable to land that headshot.
It's okay, you know where both players are. Bomb can be picked up back to the B bomb site where players are already.
Jocko just flashed himself, and he still got the kill.
Okay, this gets weird now. You can come back into this, but the danger is Shush with the AW. Oh, this is a perfect angle.
Oh, this is great from Shush. Will he land a shot? He absolutely will. Now sees the second player, goes back into that, and Shush will collect 3 in the round.
He was an AWPer all along.
Yeah, he can do everything, Shush.
Second timeout used by 3D Max, yet to put a round on the board. Plenty of money, another full buy coming in, which is making it all the more frustrating because this isn't a half where you're like, oh, you know, they haven't really been able to buy a whole lot. They've struggled to get the AWP out. They've been having low buys, half buys, low economy. They've been flush with rifles. They've had plenty of rounds with rifles in the AWP, plenty of rounds with full utility, and just have no solutions. Individually struggling to get stops on the opening fights. Not giving themselves any tactical advantages. And running out of opportunities to get into this map.
It's heavy A this time. from Heroic, and that's actually detected quite early on into this round by 3D Max because they've decided to go into A main with 2 players. Now they've seen 1, but will they look for exercise? He's wrapping around Nerds. Oh my god, it can't keep happening. How is this happening again? Heroic turned around on that 180, exercise is down, and they just can't find anybody. They just can't get a kill.
I think Heroic just leave Nerds though. Just like say good luck. Like we can't dedicate resources to keeping you alive. It's a little bit too dangerous. So it ends up in a 1-for-1, which isn't bad for 3D Max. Good job from Joko to just keep that up until that smoke fades, and now they can settle into a 4-on-4. But yeah.
Unlucky. And inaccurate.
It's a brutal combination.
Oh. Well, they can just use the second molly, make sure mid is clear. 40 seconds left. Lucky's sitting inside a donut. Might look at the chow down on him. Thanks, just got that 8 OEP. Boom, missed shot. Lucky couldn't quite get a second. Gravity will muster a kill on Tessus. Jocko up on top of boost, makes Shush go silent. And now kicks out with a 1v3. He knows he's got a shot at this. Descent down is Jocko, but look at Gravity, he's close to CT. He thinks it's a fake though, and he's gonna wait on Maka to join him. So Kickstand now has a clutch that is winnable. The in-game leader of Heroic is fixated upon CT. Are they going to be able to pull this off? It's an up-close quarter and a low HP player, and Maka needed to hit that shot instantly, and he nails it. Finally a round for 3D Max.
Finally, that doesn't give you very good feelings though. I mean, it's a nice start, but you've got plenty more to work for after this. Really grueling clutch. Kickson almost putting together a 1v3. And yeah, this is just the misfortune. Nothing is going right in these opening engagements for 3D Max. Only 2 opening kills in the 8 rounds of play so far. Round 9. 3D Max must build upon that. Plenty of money for Heroic for the foreseeable future. They've got 2 more rounds of buys built up. This time, finally, Exercise is able to add a 3rd opening kill for 3D Max.
Oh, Kickstand making his way, but look at this. Exercise is still behind him. Nips at his heels and switches out to that AK-47. Shush took damage in his fight, but he still want to kill elsewhere. And now Dexter's poking and prodding, trying to figure out if he can spot out Joko, but good angle to take Dexter out of play. It's much better from 3D Max.
Yeah, all they needed was that first one.
Yeah, it's the hardest one to get.
Another 4v2. Shush with only 9 HP. Bomb is on his back. 1 minute remaining. Very passive defense. Could allow a plant. I don't think they'll use smokes though. I think Heroic in this 2v4, they want to be surprising first and foremost. That's actually a pretty disgusting flick. Very small pixel showing. And a very fast reaction from Maka. Can't get the follow-up, but still Tessus, no real chance to win the round.
Oh, Tessus, fake plants. Gets off it, moves around the smoke, using it as cover, creating himself a new dimension! And he's taking a first, couldn't quite grab that second, but okay. Tessus was on for it.
Maybe he found a chance.
Yeah.
He wins that
really be quiet, Jason. These
I know, I really
you're working against the French here.
Just start shutting up more often.
You're going to be public enemy #1 in France.
I think if he gets that kill, though, he switches immediately to the bomb, right? Surely he just goes for the plant after that. And the cave player takes him out. That's what my brain's telling me.
Well, we'll never know. And you were right at the end of the day, so timeout taken here for Heroic. As their first used. Saw finally getting on the mic. Probably misses sitting down there. Getting to play. He actually didn't look too bad with Saul, all things considered.
Yeah.
It was
all things considered.
In fact, he's a coach.
We have a very generous bar for the coaches.
Yeah, we do. Yanko played well one time in Sydney.
Yeah, he did. Run it back, baby. Gravity's going to be in Jaguar. Lucky in middle. Dexter deciding not to challenge with that AWP.
Yeah, he got burned up on the way up towards the entrance. So decides to call that maneuver off. And Heroic will slow things down. They got loads of util. Oh, Gravity getting dropped very low indeed.
Yeah, but the response from 3D Max, Molotov and Smoke at ramp to force back that pressure.
But you're getting utility out of them by just using bullets if you're Heroic. You just got 2 more smokes out of them. There's still just under a minute left.
Got a long route to go though, and if you try and go mid to donut, yeah, I was gonna say Lucky has a smoke, and he's gonna drop it there. So the idea for Heroic to kind of take mid control with the Red Room smoke has succeeded, but they've got nowhere to really go after that. 35 seconds on the clock. Time now an issue.
But you can't break open the smoke, but the flash, oh, it connects well into the Heroic players. Lucky is kept alive for a moment longer because of that, and there's still pieces of utility that are making this difficult. You can't get rid of the fire. You must respect the flames. An Exercise throwing the grenade in as the follow-up. 18 seconds left for Heroic. They start to exit Donut. Exercise only getting 1. Nerds trades effectively. Now at 3 versus 3 with 10 seconds left. That bomb finally starts getting planted.
Retake's going to be tough. Gravity's going to have to lead the way with low HP. Joko's going to have to be excellent in backing him up, and they line up. And that's another double for Shush, and Maka got to save the op.
That doesn't get much easier for Shush, does it? 2 kills just perfectly laid out for him. He munches on them. And now it's 8 rounds for Heroic. We got a tour, really, of the whole map. That was cool.
It was cool.
You got to see all of B, then middle, Donut.
It's a beautiful map.
It is very green.
Scenic.
And green.
And good music.
It does have relaxing music, but it is pretty annoying when you're like tilted. You're sitting in spawn, you just hear this.
Yeah, but isn't that the point of relaxing music? Is for when you're tilted.
True, but when you're tilted, you're tilted.
Yeah, it's hard to get out of that.
Ooh. Lucky does pretty well there. Two rounds left in this half. I think it's fair to say if 3 Max don't somehow win this, it is going to be a rough time.
I think even if they win it, it seems like it's going to be a rough time.
8-4 though, if they get the last 2 rounds, but if they don't get the last 2 rounds here, it does feel like it's another one of those scenarios where you lose the pistol and we're moving on. And they're not winning this round.
You never know. I've said that a number of times here.
Oh, no, we know.
Yeah.
We know.
Again, Heroic is just going to allow the utility to subside, the smokes to fade. 2-man advantage, excuse me. Molotov takes an awkward bounce, which they didn't notice. And that was an angle they thought would be covered off by the flames.
Oh. Lethal acupuncture to the head. Well, as it looks easily in control of Heroic here, I'm just going to take a little gander over that A stream and have a look at that matchup. It's looking like a good game over that. And that is looking like a good shot. Jocko straight through Tessus. 39 seconds. We say you never know. Well, right now it is comfortably. It's in the round of Realms of Possibility that Heroic take away this map, send us into the final, the decider. And I'm glad Heroic are playing better. You know, it's pretty disappointing seeing their Anubis performance. We wanted Dexter to come in and just click and work instantly, but it took a while.
We'll mop up Ancient, and then we'll check him out on Nuke as well. Coming back into this series, instant red smoke is there. Lucky and Exercise to come through. That Molotov has screwed with Lucky throughout this whole half, and again, it's going to do it. Nerds can't convert and switch over to the second, but Exercise can, and Maka's in a position to cover his elbow.
Nerds work so well in tight areas. Able to make the most out of that awkward smoke. but it hasn't resulted in Heroic staying ahead on player count. In fact, 3D Max building into a third round here in the first half. It's not a lot, but it's better than 2.
Yes, it is. I'll back you up on that.
Thank you, Jason. There's not much else to say. Not much to really grasp onto.
It is more than 2. Dexter. Oh, he spots one. He spots.
But he's also been spotted.
Gravity knows it. Backs away. Oh, no.
Oh, the AK. That's what we like to see from Dexter.
Okay, that was
He's got the bomb.
designed. I thought he messed up.
Dude, if he wins
but
this.
He's sprinting, so Exercise is calling this out. He can hear these footsteps. All the defenders are going to start moving.
Oh.
Good molly towards a main, but Dexter's going for the win. He doesn't just want to grab 1 kill. He's looking to hopefully catch off 1 before he plants that bomb. Not going to happen. 3D Max get only their 3rd of this first half, and it's backs against the wall for them. Pistol rounds a must.
Anybody else? Anybody else but you? Anybody else but you? Anybody else but you? I don't want anybody else but you. Anybody else but you? Anybody else but you? Anybody else but you? Anybody else but you? I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I don't want anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I don't want anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you.
It's a team effort from Heroic in the first half has got them a 6-round lead, 9-3, as they look to force us on Nuke, a third and deciding map in the series. Avoid elimination early here at IEM Cologne, and so far, so good.
I'll set the expectations, Jason, for the viewer at home. It does feel like this half may be less than 5 minutes long. It does feel like that's a possibility at this point if this pistol round goes in favor of Heroic, or you could be settling yourselves in for one of the loveliest comebacks of 3D Max's history.
Yeah, that would be interesting. They struggled with pistol rounds yesterday. Obviously, a completely different team coming in today, coming into their second series of the tournament. Lucky is going to test the waters in middle, but this will always end up at the B bomb site, and Heroic's going to get aggressive. They don't want to wait.
He's got 2 guns.
One for each of you.
He's ready to use them. Shadow shown. Tessa's unable to really get the chance, so they're running back. They're taking steps into the B-bomb site instead because the attack is coming. Mako, Joko, and Lucky, they all chime in. They all get a piece of Heroic. And I don't know how he got one. I have no idea how Dexter got one that.
I tell you what, though, 3D Max kind of getting away from one here. They had that full execute on the push, behind the push, which is obviously going to be sketchy for Heroic, but the molly missed. So there was a little bit of safety for Heroic to fall back to, and they might have been able to make a stand of some kind there. But good shooting on the follow-up from 3D Max, and they'll take the pistol still alive here on map 2, and a chance for them to make this comeback happen and take the series 2-0.
Yeah, they had to win the pistol. It was so important for them, but we'll see if Heroic decided to go for a 4-spy here. You'd imagine with the rounds that they have,
they didn't do it. They didn't do it previously.
Oh,
they didn't do it on the last map.
Well,
we'll
have to wait and see if they do it this time.
That was the last map.
That was the last map.
Here on Ancient, we got a scout on Dexter, MP9 on Kixon, MP9 on Shush, and a couple of 5-7s to round it out.
Ugh. This could be...
It's not giving you a happy feeling?
No, not really, but could be a disastrous feeling for 3D Max if they lose this. So you've got rounds to play with. You're willing to take this risk. Let's see if it pays off. Kicks out, charging in towards Jag. Testes is the only player to get something out of this cave push.
Let's be honest, Dinko. If this is a matchmaking game, you call for that second round buy.
Oh yeah, I just buy.
Yeah, you don't even call for it.
Yeah,
Snap
I just buy. And it's like my whole team eco.
Yeah, we're doing this, boys.
Well, I believe I'm going to get that Deagle clip every round.
I know you do. Good find from Gravity. And it's just the scout remaining on the map. But even that's a little bit boxed in. You've got Mako with the Mac-10 over in A main. He could choose to push forward.
It is crazy how quickly the gaps shrink in CS2 now. You're just seeing...
Still not used to it in MR12, right?
Not super used to it, because you're like, it's 9-3, and then you win the pistol, you win against the 4-spy, and you're going to get a full eco you're going up against. Now it's 9-6.
Well, we did the math at one of the Pro League seasons, and if 11-4 for MR15 was the
most dangerous scoreline,
the most dangerous scoreline, it works out that 9-3 in MR12 is the most dangerous scoreline.
Yeah, we really should get Zonic to say it, and then it's true.
And then it's true.
We'll see what Falcons can do today against alternate attacks.
I don't even want to think about it. That whole project is
the most dangerous.
It's a bad time over there.
Oh. Great work from Gyoko. That's Tesses. Dexter dead. And we're going to get the expected result out of this round, which is 3D Max comfortably collecting it and making the scoreline 9-6.
Yeah, they wasted no time getting into the party this round.
They arrived fashionably early.
All right, next gun round. This next round is going to be very, very important.
Dexter has enough money for an AWP if he wants it.
Oh, he wants it, baby.
He wants it.
Was there any doubt?
Nope, not really.
He snap bought that faster than you buy deals.
Yeah, that's true. He's got that snappity-tappity onto the AWP.
Snappy-tappity.
Yeah.
Are you upset at all that just came out of your mouth?
I was like, is there legal repercussions if I use the real word? And I thought I could get around it. Yeah. I'm like, maybe it's copyrighted.
This one's got to be trademarked. I can't say
this is definitely trademarked.
So snappity-tappity is what you went to.
Yeah, it's not even close. No one knows what I'm talking about.
It looks like we've got a tech.
Well, restart of a video game going to be going down. So, shouldn't take too long. The PCs are fast here, powered by Intel. So we'll be back into the game as quickly as possible.
They are fast.
Although if you're 3D Max, you don't want this tech pause right now.
No, but it's not the worst thing in the world, right? You're still coming into the first gun round. It's like you haven't really caught a streak in the important rounds quite yet. Although I guess when you only have 3 rounds, every round's important. But I don't think they've built up any kind of critical momentum, or you haven't really had time to like test and see what you're going to be going up against in the half, sort of.
True.
And it wasn't a long tech pause, so.
It was really short, so it doesn't actually matter at all. Let's see this big old AW from Dexter. CT side, Ancient, of his team's map pick, you'd have to imagine we're going to see a better performance out of Dexter's AWP here. And I'm excited for it. Maka running out mid, climbing the ledge. Dexter's op is going to get the first opportunity, and it'll strike right through gravity.
Trying to come out with a similar style of just bullying and aggressively peeking in the early stages of the round, and will not be caught off guard. It's an op they go up against. The last weapon you want to do that kind of a style against.
There is that conversation around Dexter. You know, he's great at the end of CSGO, but we haven't seen him in CS2 all that often. Has he still got that level? And that'll be, if Heroic get through this game today, if they're able to survive in Cologne and go on a bit of a run, we'll get to find out.
Heroic choosing to play this round without information. I mean, without a lot of information, I should say. Nerds is kind of peeking middle to make sure they can't aggress there. Kixon is hanging back towards CT spawn in a little corner just to make sure if they do come middle off that spot, but he's also a fast rotate to the B bomb
Here comes
site.
Dexter's off, misses the shot. Bullet lands between two players. Tesses goes down. Now Dexter overrun from Cave, and it's all falling apart for the Heroic defense as 3D Max pinned them to the fence. It is fantastic at the end of this round. They lose the initial player, but they find their way through.
They can, I mean...
With that grenade kill, yeah.
Yeah, they can at least challenge, see if they can get anything, but they might just lose one player. Immediately Exercise misses.
That allows Nerds past the sniper. Now Exercise's attention drawn to his long. That frees up Shush to come out of short. Oh, the Alper takes a step back. Shush has got him locked in. He knows there's one in Cave. Lucky falls. And Heroic back in this again. Maka, he's got 5 health left. That's all he's got. Deep fuse now being stuck. He walks right into the open. And Shush will nail him. That is 10 rounds for Heroic. And what a recovery. And what a blunder, really, from 3D Max towards the end there.
What happened that they couldn't get better post-plant positions? I mean, I think maybe Exercise with the AWP staying in the bomb site for that angle. Because 2 of them trapped at the bomb site itself at the end of the day. But yeah, you think of some of the blunders they've had. This round right here, a 3v2 and a post plant that they give up way too easy. They had the 4-on-2 in the first half they let slip away as well. Opportunity squandered just as 3D Max's started to make this comeback look like a reality. Heroic take 1 step forward again. 3 rounds away from Nuke from a 3rd map.
Oh, right through that smoke. Nerds in a battle against Lucky. Loses his life in the donut. Dexter flash is ineffective. Lands just around that edge.
And you're starting to feel more impact out of Dexter on the CT side. The way he got a pick in the previous round, the way he's moving around here to find an equalizing kill, being in multiple locations. AWP is starting to really have influence on this game.
Here comes the bomb up the B ramp. Kicks in. He's going to swing out to the right side, spot that bomb, but gravity protects Jocko. Now Dexter comes back. More of that impact is delivered. Jocko's dead. Remember, Maka got into red, though, and he's starting to think about a flank. Cutting rotations is his goal right now. He should get that opportunity on towards Schuster. So suddenly it is just Dexter, and he's got to realize there's a flank coming in, too. That grenade is not placed perfectly whatsoever, so now he's in a tough spot, and he's just annihilated.
10-7. Even though Dexter does a good job of coming in and finding equalizing kills twice, they still can't handle it. And actually, that's a nice freeze frame.
Yeah, he shoots that as a profile picture.
We love that. I mean, look, even though 3D Max lost the last round, they goofed in the post plant. Their actual takes of bomb sites have looked solid.
Yeah.
Like the actual fights that they're getting into, winning, opening kills a couple of times on this T side as well. This map ain't done yet. This series ain't done yet.
Nope. It's great from 3D Max. There's life in them again here on Ancient.
Hero M4 on kicks and pistols otherwise.
Not pretty. Kixan gets boosted up. Can't do that on your own. So Jocko's going to know there's a second player close close by. Shush has got a flank going on here, and timing just eludes him. The bomb is able to get through the water, back outside of those B doors.
I think they heard the footsteps. I think Lucky's calling it out right now. I don't think he realizes how far past he is.
Exercise just holding for
But
it.
he's saying the possibility's there.
Yeah. Well, Shush get lucky here. Sees that bomb. Oh, the boost is being assembled. Shush is coming around the back. He knows he can execute too, and he brings both of them down with ease. That is fantastic from Shush. Heroic back into this, and this is going to be another round for 3D Max that they wish they could get back if this goes against them. The bomb is dropped just outside of those double doors. They have utility left, and that is good usage of it. Smoking out the doorway, clearing that defensive player back with a molly, and they've recovered the bomb.
Recovered the bomb, and they've opened the map back up. While that bomb is down, it's like you can really only end at one place, but look at the read. Look at the jump from Heroic. Nert's gonna peek middle, sees one jumping down, and now they know they've been spotted. They still want to commit to the 8 bombs, so there's only 17 seconds.
They have
Both
to.
defenders here.
And Dexter's positioned himself perfectly. They're distracted by Nertz, and now they realize that Dexter's out to the other side, but they didn't turn in time. They couldn't figure out where they're being shot from, and Dexter's silencer allows them to silence the attack. That is huge. Heroic recover it out of nothing.
You can't survive this. This is 3 heartbreaking rounds in this map for 3D Max, where they've had advantages, big advantages, positional advantages, player advantages, and they're just giving them right back. They're gonna look back at this game and just be so disappointed.
This is their last good go here at 3D Max. Lose this and their finances are drained. Coming out of elbow, Shush denies the life of 2.
And I think that's a call, that's a play out of the frustration of not being able to win some of those advantages. The first time we've really seen them try to send mass bodies through smoke and middle, it's just mowed down. We're going to nuke.
And now Heroic become favorites. A lot of tough pills 3D Max had to swallow throughout this map of Ancient. Some rounds that will live rent-free in their heads.
All right, I'm confidently going to say that you all have about 50 seconds of time.
In before. She was just sprints at him as fast as he can. They're just going to chill out and hang on to that AK-47. I mean, you have to at this point. There's absolutely nothing worth talking about in the next round here for 3D Max.
Yeah, this really will be basically the only rifle that they'll have. Check out this losing bonus. Yeah, it's only at 1, so they'll get 1,900. Maka could drop a rifle if he wanted to be a real champion and go down to a pistol. Maybe just utility for the team to get him activated. And even this AK-47 will not be saved.
Goodbye. Goodbye to the... Well, can't die after the time as well. Oh, it's extra insult injury.
I think he made it, didn't he?
Oh, just about? Okay.
Nope, 1150.
Okay.
He did not make it.
Yeah, that's all. That's definitely just the extra insult to the injury, but doesn't matter all that much. They weren't going to have much to play with in this round anyway.
No, but, you know, you would like to have that one AK-47, anything really, to make this round, to give you some kind of weapon to try and base a tactic around, and now you've got to call your final timeout, scratch your heads, and see what you can come up with. I think this almost forces the situation where Maka's going to have to drop an AK-47. Like, you need something, right?
Yeah, you got to throw everything you've got into it. Find the mixture, the concoction, and that's Galil coming out on the Maka. Mac 10 here for Gravity, Tech 9s coming out on the rest. And they'll salvage what utility they can.
Just way too many missed opportunities for 3D Max. 3 rounds of strong advantages that they gave away in disappointing fashion. And if they just got one of those back.
Just one.
Just one of those back, this would be doable.
And it is because of that I have hopes that Nuke will be a great map of Counter-Strike. So what idea have 3D Max come up with what they've put together?
This is a fake.
Jocko into the B-bomb site. Not effective in getting a kill. And now the bomb, oh, still positioned outside of B lane. They're kind of funneled into this play. Tessus makes a bit of a mistake. They're closer than he expected, but he's got Kicksan to protect him. Kicksan takes a dink. Little unfriendly reminder that there's players possibly at the bottom of the ramp. And when I say players, I mean one. It is exercise here.
I mean singular.
Yes, player. And he ain't playing along anymore. It is 13-7. It is a recovery from Heroic. A huge bounce back here on Ancient. And they are going to settle the score over on Nuke.
We are in the Cathedral of Counter-Strike, so it feels only fitting to give praise to the baby Jesus of CS, because he's given us another 3 games, 3 maps here. This is what is important when it comes to elimination. I want to see all the Counter-Strike all day, every day, and that's what we're getting.
That was Tessus, not Jesus.
Nicely played, Mac. I love it. This is the thing, though. Heroic came back. Much better from them. Looks better. Gets a map win. What's going on here?
Well, I mean, it's their map pick after all, right? So it's good to see that complete domination we saw by 3D Max in the first map didn't quite affect the morale, the mentality of the Heroic side, and that first half coming in from Heroic, just abusing the B bomb side time and time again. And I gotta say, for 3D Max, this again, Ancient's been a bit of a struggle city. I didn't see the same 3D Max we saw against Mongols a month ago, right there.
Yeah.
And the B bomb side Joko was just struggling, and I think when you're like 7-2, 8-2 down right there, it's kind of a GG.
Yeah, I'll touch on that as well. It felt like there were definitely a couple of moments where 3D Max could have swung it back in their favor a little bit more throughout the series, but the fact that it was just a bit of a crushing start to the game again, I think it was like 7-1.
7-2 something,
7-2, something like that. It was just a really one-sided start of the game, and then 3D Max struggled to really get back into it. But yeah, a few crucial moments, which we will look at in just a moment, where it could have swung back in their favor, but the right moves that were made by Heroic at the right moments, and that's really what solidified the game for them.
One day, when there's someone on the desk, I'm just giving giving you a heads up, Mike, because you're taking on this after me. There was a really good moment there that you can analyze on the telestrator where Blair finished talking and Mac, Mate, and I were so busy just nodding our heads at each other that neither of us said anything. It was really fun. Anyway, moving on.
Swiftly moving on.
Yeah, swiftly moving on. I still worry a little bit about Heroic because I don't know if it was as clean as I would have liked to have seen from them in this particular map.
Look, when you're winning, when you win a map, especially in a convincing fashion as he did, we saw in Anubis as well. Obviously, one team plays well, and other team makes a lot of mistakes, right? And I feel like for 3D Maxer, it obviously made it a little bit easier for Heroic to pull off the win. But that being said, I liked what I saw from them. They were very emphatic in how they approach a T side. That's something a lot of teams struggle on, when they kind of like start pussyfooting around, not very sure how you want to really work the map. And even if they're a man-player disadvantage, I think one of the penultimate rounds, I believe, of that map, where it was, I believe, like a 3v5 or something, you have Shush flanking in from T-spawn, getting a couple of kills, and how quick they were in making decisions to rotate back to the A bomb site. And that sort of like quick-mindedness and just being very emphatic on what the calls are going to be, that is something we didn't see from them on map number 1. So it's good to see they've switched it on, and I think they're just going to run away with it now.
You think they're going to run away straight in?
Yeah, I feel so. They look really good right now.
They look fine. They still lost that first map.
He just doesn't like anyone.
I do, actually. I like a lot. I love Heroic. I mean, this was what I was going to say, though. I do love the players that they have in this lineup. I just worry that we're not seeing them at their full potential. And I know that they have the map win, but they are fighting for their lives here, Mac. Is it enough? Have they done... I mean, we're obviously going to that third map, but the more I look at the way they're playing CS, it doesn't feel... I keep throwing this word around, and we have this cohesiveness, to me, feels lacking.
Yeah, for me, it's all eyes on Nertz, right? I feel like since he's been in the lineup, he just doesn't have those pop-off games, which we were talking about in the pre-game.
Yeah.
But here on Ancient, his numbers weren't high, but in terms of impact, he was getting a lot of openings this game. So even though he only got 11 kills, I think 5 of those were opening picks, and he was able to get himself traded, able to help Heroic get into winning positions, and converting those rounds wasn't a calamity this time. You know, it was on the first map, it was on Anubis, but here on Ancient, it was a bit of a different ball game. And I'm hoping that we get to see more of the good Nertz moving into the third and final map.
I think that's a broader conversation to be had as well, because when we were talking about the old Ents lineup and how good they were, top 5 team consistently able to take down some very big names as well on the biggest stages, it was always Nertz who was kind of like the soldier, the beast, the main pillar for that particular team. And ever since that team kind of just disappeared, went to some other org right there, you have Nertz just left alone, and he's never really found that old form of his. So the questions can be raised. Was it Snappy? Was it Saw? Because Saw is there in this team right now. He also has some very, very capable right and left hand, some other soldiers with him to work with. I'm talking about Shush and players like Tessus, of course. So the fact that Nertz has just looked like a shadow of what he once was, it is a problem to be solved, and I hope they do it, because if they do, then suddenly this Heroic team, it looks like a team that could really make other top 5, top 6 teams kind of sweat a bit.
Yeah.
Okay, so hear me out. I was very harsh on Heroic, and I tend to be harsh on teams that I actually really love and want to see do well. But if we go all the way back to the start of this map, like they dominated that first half. It looked really convincing from them. They were doing a lot of things right, so I'll give them credit there, Blair. How were they breaking this down and getting it to the point where 3D Max had no answers?
I feel for 3D Max, they were playing really, really scared. They were playing way more passive. When the B-bombs are on Ancient, listen, you just kind of try and play for retake time and time again. Yeah. You have the gun rounds out. There was one particular round, you can take a look at this, right? This round highlights exactly how 3D Max are playing. They finally have the weaponry to work with, and it's going to be a little bit of early skirmish taking place here. But look at the flank. A minute and I think 30 on the clock. Gravity's pushing in. They still have a smoke. They haven't deployed anything. They allow Heroic to come into the site. And now this is a little unlucky for Gravity. He should have got this kill under Dexter, but Dexter, his spider sense tingling, gets the kill. But they should be battling them. They should be forcing them back and keeping them pinned down towards ramp, allowing them to kind of pincer them and take them down. Instead, and that failed smoke as well, it's just nerves coming into play, maybe being a little too passive when they didn't have to. And the amount of times Heroic are able to just run into the bomb site and just run away with this is ridiculous. And then you head to the one round I alluded to earlier, when near the end of the game, where it was the flank coming in from Shush. It's a bit of a half by here, just a couple of saved guns, a saved M4 for the side of Heroic, and we will see Shush flanking in from behind. And I think this was a 3v5 in favor of 3D Max here.
It's also one of not the first time today that we've seen a team lose these
right here.
Hit the ecos in very odd positions. You'll see, even though it is just these 5-7s, they eventually get a few upgrades and managed to have impact with the retrieved weapons. So here's the first couple of kills where Heroics start to fall apart, but Shuj hears that rotate in through T-spawn, and he's just going to follow it the whole way through, which gets him into a position to succeed.
But what I love here is the reaction from Heroic. They know it's a 3v5. They know the chances of winning this is very slim, and they play upfront and personal. They get in their faces off the side of 3D Max, and they're able to, of course, like a nice 2K coming in from Shush. But what I love here, even this 3v3, 3D Max should be able to recover this, right? He's going to sneak on in here. He's going to get a couple of kills. What I love from Heroic is the immediate pivot back towards A. They don't waste their time. They don't dilly-dally around. They don't play around. They just go for the gamble stack. They just run towards A, and GG, rounds done from then on. I don't think 3D Max got a single round here.
Worst point there as well is just the bomb is straight in the open, and the T's just weren't close enough to get it, so 3D Max couldn't pull it back.
They've given you some examples of where Heroic has done the business that needs to be done. However, there is still one map remaining. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's Heroics to lose. Everyone is expecting them to continue in the competition, but remember, it's all to play for. There is a team going home at the end of Nuke. We'll see you in a bit. Wow!
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2024. We've got 3D Max and we've got Heroic. Map 3 is the decider. One of these teams heading home on day 2. That would be absolute disaster for both. 3D Max, a team that got the last second invite due to visa issues with BetBoom. And for the side of Heroic, they've only just had Dexter land.
I think it'd be a disaster for Heroic, who've just, because of the Dexter situation across multiple tournaments and finally getting him in here and just the expectations that they have for 3D Max. I don't know if it'd be a disaster, but certainly disappointing for a team that feels like they're on the rise and playing solid, good Counter-Strike from what we can see. Few mistakes here and there. I mean, Ancient was all about the blunders that they had, the 3 massive letdowns they had. This is going to be fast-paced. Towards the upper bomb site we go. Heroic wasting no time on this T side.
Yeah, it's a quick blight, and it's effective so far. Mackin making sure that trade comes in, but that's all that he can get. Nerves will close the door on them and they'll swing it right back open. Jocko continues to swing himself this time. He'll be entering a few interesting clubs, and now Graffiti, he goes down. He ends up getting picked off pretty quickly, and that's a decisive pistol round for Heroic.
Yeah, very decisive, very fast, and sets the tone early. 1-0 for Heroic on this offensive side of Nuke, and Julie's dropping right into the Glock, staring down the barrel immediately, and an easy cleanup as Heroic swing into the site. No investment from 3D Max in this round 2. $0 spent. Excuse me, 300 right at the end. Why do they do this to me?
Well,
all day they've been like this.
Didn't they sell? No, they still got the stack. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, Jason. They just like bullying you, making you a liar. And this is not going to happen for them this time, Jason. It's going to be nice and clean from Heroic.
Oh, I mean, they've dropped the smoke at door to stall something out so they can set up this play up secret. But with no flashbang, you have nothing to really activate it. So Tessa's going to get close up with an AK-47. He's going to get at least one easy kill. Oh, and they line up as he drops down. He knows there's one more. AK-47 handles business. Yeah. Tessa's with a triple kill, and it's going to be 2-0 Heroic.
Tessa's making sure that doesn't go anywhere, should it? Handles business like a boss, and it's now 2-0 for Heroic. Money's back in the bank here for 3D Max.
The conversation for 3D Max between the maps has to have been, we're playing well. We put ourselves in positions to have good rounds, to get the momentum back in our favor, and we let too many slip. So it's a lot of, in post plants, play smart, communicate, talk to your teammates, come up with a plan that you can stick to.
Oh, spammed out through that vent. Lucky gone. That's a poor start here for 3D Max. They're not going to be happy about losing a player in that fashion.
Especially when you don't have a whole lot of utility to help you recover. There's no kit either, and now you got to play a long, long round with a man disadvantage. So 2 players drop down vents. They want to retake outside. It's Tessa's chilling and waiting. Utility in hand, and he's exposed. He's got to be really careful. Oh, now the present's given away its secret, so Tessa's will be very aware.
Charging towards Jocko. That's Kickstand going down. Couldn't quite get a second. It's a very committed position. So Heroic's down with 1 player extra at the moment. Tessis is investigating his way through main. He wants to get in towards this upper bomb site. He's soon to find out that there's no one really here. In fact, it is completely clear. And Tessis can start to call that to his teammates.
With the man disadvantage, 3D Max was saying, oh, please go ramp room. Please, we already have 2 players down lower, even though you got that kill if you commit down there. So, I mean, a really good search for Tessis to discover the upper bomb site is wide open. And this will be another round where I think 3D Max, they might test and see if they can get a gift, but 1 kill goes against them and it's a save call. And even without them testing and peeking into the bomb site, they say we want nothing about this. No utility, no smoke, no kit. And a 3rd round for Heroic. And also, I mean, when you go back to Ancient too, remember 3D Max got buried in a hole early on. That was a recovery mission from really early in the first half. They're sitting here saying, we don't want to play that kind of a game. We want to have it. We want to make sure that we're actually battling the whole way through, which seems obvious to say, and it is, but a good start. Them getting on the board early and putting some rounds together is so critical. Nice trade from Dexter. And with 3 saved rifles, 3D Max have an early decision to make. Gonna drop some weapons over. FAMAS goes to Lucky. M4 goes to Choco. And 3D Max tries again.
Back into the battle they go. Showed the early molly to prevent Tessus from getting offside control, and what this does is allows Lucky some timing to get close to Tessus, and they're going on this. They're actually really getting aggressive. A second flash stops Lucky from continuing his push over the top and likely keeps Tessus alive.
And gives them the information. They pressed forward, there was aggression outside, there were bodies, at least 2, and they've backed away.
Now Kicksan has the task of doing the outside smokes himself. The burden of an in-game leader. And he nails them. Just like Stewie.
Oh, nice flashbang. Tessa's made a footstep. Maka, it's still, there's so much smoke, he doesn't know what the fight is going to look like, so backs away from it. And Tessa's will cross quietly towards Secret, but he wants big garage.
Smokes fade away. Oh, Maka reacts faster than Tessus. Puts one right in his dome. 40 seconds. That's all that's left here for Heroic, and now they're a member down, and they don't really have that access point into main they wanted with the setup outside, so it's a funnel into the A side, but all from the same side, all from door and hut. Maka causing problems, softening up another opponent coming out of Squeaking with 20 seconds left. They've still got so many threats they've got to deal with, but they deal with them easily. Shoes just shuts down Exercise and Gravity towards the back of the bomb site. Bomb is now planted and a retake begins.
Yeah, but bad positions from Heroic out in the open, so this has been cut down quickly. Hut has no access with the smoke in it. They've got to come around Squeaky, and Kicksan's there for just one. Nertz, his time to shine.
Well, Flash goes out of Hut, keeps him at bay for now, and he drops on back. That defuse happening. Nertz not stopping it. Defuse all the way, stuck in. Nertz just can't get there, can't get around that corner. And that's 3D Max finally getting onto the board here on the 3rd map of play.
Nertz goes down right at the end as well after the defuse. Maka swings on Hut and finds that final frag. So there it is. 3D Max get their first round. Costly with 3 players falling, but taking really good advantage before Heroic can get comfortable in the post plant. Great entries from Shush that go to waste.
Dexter's up out on the T side, and it's charging. It's going real fast outside. Dexter taking damage. It won't slow it down too much, though. And here's the first fight on ramp. Well caught by the observing team as Shoes goes down just towards ramp room. And Dexter, missed shot, he's dead. And so it really has not gone well for Heroic and these aggressive openers. It settles down into a stalemate. Grenade is perfectly positioned. Kicksan eats that one up. Nertz now on the AWP.
Lucky deploying a smoke to give himself some cover for a safety route. Maybe confuse Heroic, thinking that he used it to get away.
He's got the right read.
He's now trapped in this position, though.
He's got to intermittently peek between Credit Card and behind him, and now he sees Tessus. Oh, that's a big clear. That's an important fight and impressive from Tessus that he's able to get it. Now with 45 seconds left, Heroic even those numbers out, but they do not have the health to feel comfortable here.
And this is such a good position to grab this information. Gravity playing this very smart. Nertz is going to hard clear him, though.
Oh my God.
Straight to the dome.
This is some sick shooting from Heroic right now. They just aren't missing. They have to be instant on these headshots, and they're getting them every time. 25 seconds left. They're going to go towards the A site. They're going to climb up heaven to do it. Nertz, while Molotov Hut Exercise could still win this, but he's cleared out. They lose every single jewel that comes their way. 3D Max collapse, and Heroic. It's just insane how they win all those fights.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually really solid positions for 3D Max players, just domed. And no chance for anyone to be nearby from 3D Max to trade. And Joko once, he's considering going for it all of a sudden. He backs away to ramp room. So 4-1.
They've got you scared from last game, don't they?
Yeah, a little bit. I don't know what to say anymore.
It's a crazy performance there from a lot of players on Heroic. Nert's shots was sick. Tessa's that clear out of garage looked like he was going to go down very quickly.
That was what, a 3-on-4 for in 3D Max's favor, and Heroic just get all the frags to bring him right back into it.
Now the money's kind of in a weird spot.
It's at a weird spot at a weird time in the half.
Yeah. So imagine a half buy around the saved AK.
I think that'd be the smart decision. They might get pulled into a full buy, and I think if you do that and lose it, you're gonna be battling against your own economy for the rest of this half, which is never a fun position to be in. We'll see what they decide to do. It's their first time out used by 3D Max.
Now they're having those conversations. Eventually they'll have to come to their decision, and currently it is looking like they're going to go for a half buy. Get a decent amount of utility. If Jocko, obviously he can save his extra cash here, so he has a similar amount of money left over as his teammates. So that saved AK can make a big difference. That's their best shot here to get something done in this round for 3D Max. Otherwise, Heroic are off to a 5-1 lead on the T side of Nuke. A reminder of the context of this elimination here in Cologne.
Shush about to get pressured. Flashbang sells the game, so he just backs off. Wants nothing to do with the lobby crunch from 3D Max.
There's that first fight is Maka. He's got an AK, so there's two in play now for the side of 3D Max, and Jocko looks to wield his against Nertz, but that is not an easy fight to win. Against one of the best riflers. Kixan fends off Maka, protects his teammate, and 3D Max are down to 3 players. Dexter has it held to a secret.
So does Kixan. They still test it. Dexter kindly removes Gravity's head. Exercise the last one left with this 5-7, an admirable battle that he will eventually lose. It's 5-1.
What a sick start it is for Heroic on this deciding map. 3D Max have got to start pulling up their socks here. There's no AWP, it's just full rifles for the CT side. Dexter will wield his. Shush already trying to be a little sneaky about that, but it's stopped by Gravity through the smoke. Dexter burns away Exercise, and this isn't the start Heroic could have been liking. Jocko waiting inside a trophy room.
Surely you don't recover this. Surely you don't recover this. Too many good positions. I was trying to jinx it. I was trying to help.
It doesn't work out this time. Heroic just fall to pieces.
Yeah, that's a nice initial hold from 3D Max that really gives no breathing room over to Heroic to manage to come up with anything. So should be a second round. When all is said and done, Dexter and Nertz, the only 2 remaining, and they're kind of just stopped with nowhere to really go.
Well, Lucky will climb through secret. Nertz, low HP, not red. Soon to be dead, you'd imagine, but Lucky will take Dexter out first. Now they know where the AWP is.
Yeah, this is a little dicey though if you're 3D Max. Okay, Nertz is just going to chuck it away. I was going to say if they actually attempt to chase down that AWP, like that can be very, very costly for an economy that's not really set at the moment. Good job from Gravity.
Speaking of economies that are set though, Heroic have so much cash.
He was going for it. He was jumping up the silo.
He's trying to get to that AWP. Good start from Gravity in this round though. Stops Shush from getting out of the door. It is confirmed now that the winner of this game will go on to face Furia, who have just conceded against Team Liquid.
Mm-hmm. That's what we're talking about, baby.
Yeah, North America on top, Jason. You love Canada?
I do enjoy Canada.
There you go. It's full of maple leaves and great Counter-Strike players. Connor and Launders.
Great Counter-Strike players? You said? And then Connor and Launders?
I said great Counter-Strike players and Connor and Launders.
And Connor and Launders.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just so we're clear, that is exactly what I said and what I meant.
All right, smoke's being picked up. Kixon's got a stockpile for that outside wall. 1, 2.
See how easy it is?
3.
Yeah.
Hey, future pros. I bet he said that as he threw him. Hey, future pros.
Yeah, Rush just hitting those keys somewhere in the world. Although it is probably past his bedtime, isn't it?
Yeah, Rush is an early sleeper.
6:50? Nah, he's definitely in bed now. There's a big swing from Shush. Again, goes down first. Not exactly comfortable here for Heroic in back-to-back rounds, but this time they're staying in the fight. Staying in the battle. Nertz inside of main, catches one walking right in front of him, and now they can focus on lobby. Exercise is spotted behind the flames, and Nertz just decapitates him. It's now Jocko dropping out and taking Kicksound with him. 35 seconds. Nertz is so low. 31 health left on Nertz. And Jocko just takes a second, a few steps back to take a breather because he thinks Nertz could push him through Squeaky.
He thinks Nertz could also drop down the vents to the lower bomb site, so he's trying to cover both those options. He's got a huge health advantage.
Nertz gonna have to plant soon. Nertz hasn't been missing much. He's 9-2 right now, and he would love double figures. Plants at the back of the site. Jocko realizes his next opponent is lying in wait around this corner somewhere, and he nails that headshot the second he gets the chance. He goes right back, focused on recovering the AWP, and Nertz will lose the 1v1 duel.
That's a fine rifle work from Jocko in this round, but also a little bit confusing and hectic for Heroic. At the timing of this kind of lobby push from Jocko, they had control of Squeak Door as well due to a mid-round push there, so Heroic's like taking the bomb site, but fights are still going on immediately next to them in lobby. And once again, could never get comfortable. 5-3. 3D Max doing a really good job of chewing into this lead, and they've got Heroic at a breaking point where the money is just not there any longer. One more buy for Heroic that 3D Max's defense needs to burn through. And they take a timeout.
They were off to a flying start, but starting to crash and burn in this first half. They want to leave with more than 5.
For sure, but the nice thing is they've given themselves such a nice start that it's like, even if you struggle for the rest of this half, add 1 or 2 more rounds onto it, and you're going to be sitting there and be like, that's a great half.
You definitely have to add a few more rounds onto it. You don't want to go out of this half, right, losing a huge string of frustration.
But it's, I mean, it's important to like just think about that in terms of the luxury that you have on the T side going up 5-1 in your first 6 rounds.
Sure
you know,
is,
like
yeah.
you get to play the rest of the half without a whole lot of pressure because you already have a good number of rounds. After that, it turns into really good and then great. And that can be one Tech 9 bust at the upper bomb site, as we've seen a number of times. It might not be this cross, because Lucky on the last bullet curves right into Degster.
Yeah, that's rough for Degster to have to swallow, but he's down. Heroic once again lose the opening kill, and it looks like Kixan's about to meet the same fate, because Jocko was already down here in the lower bomb site. Kixan's gone, 2 players up for 3D Max, and that was the call out of a timeout. It didn't really work out here for Heroic.
Well, and also like Heroic, I feel like in the last few rounds, like anytime they've done like a faster pace, more aggressive opening on the T side to try and get into some action and make a play early on, it hasn't worked out in any way, and that's awkward.
That's really awkward. Maka just starts running away. Shoes gets the freest kill of this game.
I think someone calmed that outside was open for the wrap all of a sudden, and that's what caused
Now they're
panic.
walking right in to test this outside. 3D Max has given this back to Heroic.
Yeah, they need to have a big conversation after this event about how to play man advantage situations. The amount of rounds Heroic has been able to bring back from 3v5 from 3v4 is a little bit too much.
Yep. That timing?
That was.
Nurse just comes down the ladder as they walk right past him.
And he had the bomb.
They were so close. But yet so far, and now he just walks out onto the A bomb side, puts that bomb down. Shoosh is in an incredible post-plant position. Not with the best weapon for the job, we'll say.
All you need is one, though.
Yeah, it's basically a shotgun, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Shu. Show us what you got in your old shotgun here. Nothing, actually. It doesn't get a shot out. Now they fly up the ladder, and now they're both coming in from heaven. At least that's information they can play with. But if they get these kills quickly, they can get back into this. Tessis is in a 1v1, and he's so low. He's at 19 health, and that bomb is planted at the back of the site, so he's forced into the open, and 3D Max somehow bounced back off of it. I couldn't believe they found a way into that.
No, I can't either, and it came down to that op on Shush up in heaven. Awkward peek, getting spammed down, panicking, and then a kill on the ladder. I'll tell you what, though, I'm amazed Choco even peeked. He had a kit behind silos when the last player's over in mini. Like, that's a stuck defuse, I feel like 10 out of 10 times. He just gets the style points and finding that last headshot. Some big clutches from Choco in this game, in this series so far as well.
3D Max saved themselves that from utter disaster because they handed it back to Heroic. They've won it twice. And this is a faster play through ramp, in fact. Maka trying to hold on to it. Jocko making sure he plugs that gap and slows it right down. Exercise coming in to try and capitalize on that flank, but they had turned already and they were aware that that was a possibility. And Dexter makes quick work of Exercise.
Oh, it's a tough kill to give up. That's a really tough kill to give up. Gravity might be thinking the same thing. Get aggressive, find an equalizing kill. Nert's on the other side of this wall.
He's just teasing him.
He's teasing us. Gravity doesn't know it yet, but he's teasing us.
Yeah. That's edging right there as well.
That's about as close as you can get.
Yeah. She was climbing up towards heaven. Graffiti. Just giving up now. Too many, just French, man. It's too hard. Here comes Shush from heaven.
His damn V's.
He's goddamn French. Shush off the top. Mac 10 takes Gravity out of there. Gravity. And with Heroic 4-2 up in players, they have comfortably found themselves a 6th round.
Upper bust fake into the ramp room hit, gets stalled out. But a couple ill-timed, over-aggressive pushes give Heroic the opening they need to walk into that upper bomb site. Lead is now 2. Choco's doing everything he possibly can to keep his team in this map, to keep this scoreline as close as possible. 2 clutches on this map. 12 kills so far.
Terrorists win.
The Heroic get one of those extra rounds you were mentioning. They got the 5-1 lead. Now they've got their 6th. Come close to winning a few others. There's that Mac 10 raining down from heaven. Interesting they have a sponsor called Polka Dot and they have stripes. The Heroic side.
Really good point.
Yeah.
We should have a conversation about that.
You know, just something I've noticed.
Yeah, it's been eating at you all day.
It's just like, it's annoying me.
Finally here in the 3rd map, you just couldn't handle it
It's
anymore?
like, I've had enough. This is my last chance to say it. They could lose and go out of the tournament.
True, and then you'd have to wait for the next event they're at, and you can't do that.
Yeah, they got to get polka dot jerseys for the next one.
Please don't. If I see any team with a polka dot jersey, I'm
That would be awesome.
I'd be really upset.
That'd be so cool. We'd get Jason one of them.
It would not be
You'd
cool.
suit some polka dots. Pink ones as well, man. That would be your color. Kicksan setting up the outside execute again. It's a one-man show.
Maybe he just doesn't trust anyone else to do it.
This is like Hugo. He's just a control freak, you know. He's like, I'm gonna do every smoke. Oh, there they go. And it's just beautiful to watch it every time. Lucky, straight through those smokes. Doesn't really matter if they're there or not. And he's just gonna take that kill on Tesses.
Not a bad position for Gravity. But they're not going to come through this smoke. Oh, he's going to be cleared. Shush looking directly for this. Better be perfect with that 5-7. Better be ready, and he is. He gets the jump as the smoke fades, and there's the follow-up swing from Lucky. Even dink down Nertz. Oh, this has turned into a disaster for Heroic. They've been stopped cold at the choke point, and a 5th round for 3D Max with just pistols.
They're definitely choking on that. That sucks. And now Maka, he just locks Dexter out of it. 5th round there for 3D Max. Last round of the half coming up. A couple of players will be able to get everything they want out of this for purchase for Heroic, but you'll have some weaknesses, in particular on Kicksan. Majority will be on rifles.
Nice turnaround from 3D Max to recover in this for the last 5 rounds in their favor.
I think you'll still be happier, like you were saying with Heroic.
Absolutely.
With the rounds they've got, but could have had a few more.
Could have had a few more. Tech 9 on kicks it. This time it was Shush throwing those smokes, and they look just as good. Shout out to Shush.
Yeah, he can do it.
Oh, they want to go through that to Mini. Oh, lucky.
Oh.
Living the dream.
No way.
Didn't have the timing on the smoke fade, and completely punished. The other 3 players, 2 players, cross over to Secret. That's the bomb committed as well. There's one more smoke on Nerds if they need to readjust, but they seem pretty committed here. Question is, where do the other 2 players go to sync up with this attack? Lurking outside at Red Box, lurking on top of the mini roof, puts a lot of pressure on this to deliver, and it's not going to. Joko saw that boost coming a mile away.
Gravity, oh, swings in towards Shush. It's a great headshot from the Dane.
They've recovered a number of these rounds, right? These 3v5s, they've found ways to get back in.
Good information spotted from that Heaven Peak. Nerds, he finds a way back in by just pushing down, catching Joko, and now we're at a 3v3. There's still some time to play with here for Heroic. 35 seconds.
This has been a real issue for 3D Max whenever they have player advantages. There's so much investigating going on when they're in 4v3s, 5v3s. They're still trying to figure out exactly what's coming, and Heroic's been able to grab and nab a couple freebie kills off of it, and now they haven't come to the realization, they have just now, that the lower bomb site is very exposed.
Maka looks to try and stop them. Smoke's coming out through Decon. They'll get that bomb down. It's confirmed to be planted, so the last round of this first half will come down to a retake.
They have 1 Molotov for this retake, that's it.
And they all start charging in from the same position. All 3 through ramp. Nerds is the first test, the first obstacle they must go around, over, or overcome. And Nerds just absolutely destroys him in that first headshot. He gets cleared out eventually. They go through him. Shush from the control room. The first bullet wasn't accurate, but he composed himself and finished it off. And now it's Dexter from the double doors. He goes for the fight to close it. Yeah, confidence for Dexter, and a 7-5 scoreline picked up off the back of that. Heroic looking to stay alive here in Cologne.
All right, baby, last half of Counter-Strike, and then we're buying some plane tickets. One of these two teams is going home. Heroic got a 2-round lead. 3D Max have done their best to fight back, but they've got to switch over to the T side. It wasn't the prettiest opening half from them.
Travel Manager is loading out the PC right now, and right now, I don't know who. It feels like Heroic will be the one staying here in Cologne for a little bit longer at the moment, Jason.
Sure?
It does feel that way.
Okay.
But I'll not underestimate 3D Max until the second half gets underway, and that's exactly what we're doing right now. We've got a T-side pistol for 3D Max. They haven't exactly been the greatest pistol team here in Cologne. Hopefully, no, it's not a good start. Dexter.
Why'd you do that to him?
No, it's getting a lot worse for them. Dexter just destroying them outside. 2 lovely headshots, nice and clean. Jocko at Unbreakable is broken apart by Nerds. Exercise trying his best and actually keeping themselves somewhat in it until Nerds just perforates his skull. Now it's Gravity left alone, and he actually has...
He's got a timing. A really
wrapped
nice
around
timing.
Nerds. He has no idea. And so Gravity's got that kill and hops into the window.
He's got the bomb as well.
All right, a lot of time.
Plenty of time to work with, although it looks like Shush with these dualies. That's a pretty nasty little angle on the other side of Mini. You won't expect it if you're Gravity.
Oh, Shadow.
Ooh, yeah, he did see it right there, and Gravity's brought this into a 1v1.
Oh, you could do this. Tesses is on the lower bomb site right now. So much time.
This clutch sucks for Tesses. He's just like,
where are you and why
have you guys done this to me? I'm already I'm as far away as possible. I have no way to have information, no way to track him.
But he might actually just be in the perfect spot at the end of the day.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, he's pretty committed. He knows he heard the windows break for Locker, so he's looking for that ramp play at the moment, realizing it could be slow and obviously close by to attend to the lower bomb site. But there's no reason for him, I guess, to leave this point. Because regardless, it's a 50-50 pick, whichever bomb site you want to commit yourself to.
Door is going to open. Tesses now should be starting to realize once those steps and that bomb plant comes in, he'll turn around and check into this lower bomb site. He's out of hearing now, but here he goes, peeks in, sees Gravity is down inside of that B bomb site. Tesses taking his time, getting ever closer, and Gravity's trying to fight him. He's trying to duel him, and Tesses wins it out, saves the day, and prevents a Gravity clutch from happening.
That's a really nice attempt from Gravity, though. 1v3, had a nice timing outside to find Nerds, grabs Shush. Just couldn't handle Tesses at the end of the day. Tough long-range fight without armor against the USP, and Heroic give themselves a very solid advantage. This might be the best round we've seen from Dexter yet today.
Yeah, I do feel like the CT side of Nuke is where we're going to get, finally, that Dexter moment, that the moment we've all been waiting for, Jason, is Dexter outside when he gets the AWP. I feel like that's going to be worth it.
Yeah, we'll find out. He had some pretty good rounds on Ancient as well, being mobile, but not really any crazy multi-kills, just finding some equalizers. These were a pair of nice shots for the USP. However, with the plants, 3D Max goes for the second round buy. AK-47 on Joko, Galil on Gravity, Graffiti, whatever you want to call it. That one too.
Yeah. Now spam down through that squeaky smoke. Kicks at. Oh, he's in the vent already. That doesn't really matter. Gravity. Oh, he's very careful. He's very lucky. And he doesn't get detected crossing over. Spam from Dexter. Not too far off, but none of those bullets connected. They get a couple of players down secret.
It's Kixon who's rotated down to stop them. Molotov to buy himself some time to get into this position. He cannot take an instant headshot from that AK-47. He's got to do a little bit of damage and survive. Funnel them towards control side. Buy time for your teammates to get down here. A fake upper execute might actually be quite nice little thing to throw in the mix for 3D Max.
Kixan's also moved off, so he's not... I don't know if he got to spot them or gather any information here. They have just got across, and Mac has annihilated Shush, so 45 seconds. 3D Max have got multiple players up to control room. That fight in main is stopped by Nerds. Kixan still having a look, but he's got to realize that he's left that gap open, and now will confirm to his teammates they're running around the middle of the site. Kixan swings open the door, gets the instant dink. Jocko, that is so quick. He flicks back up from Decon. Nerds comes in to clean it up, though, and now exercise the Maka, the two remaining players. Just Maka left alone. The lone Frenchman pulls the bomb out and ends up getting swung on by Nerds.
Yeah, the most amazing thing about that, how did Joko hit both those headshots?
Those kills is so wild, dude.
Instant headshots at a 180 spin, and they still lose it. Nice positioning from Kixon that whole round, and he gets them off the plants, which could have been huge. That dink scared the hell out of the planter, even though he got covered by Joko. getting off the bomb sold the dream.
Just kind of hoping we got to see Joko's double, but it was wild regardless.
Waiting.
Yeah, just a fist bomb. Where's the slaps at, man?
No, it's not as emphatic. Heroic Org tweeted out they were looking for padded gloves in Cologne.
Because he's arrived?
Yeah. That was, yeah.
Yep, that would be it. Well, they might not need to keep those gloves around if 3D Max are able to pull this comeback off. There wouldn't be enough damage to the hands.
They're putting this entire third map in the hands of this economic tug of war, right? Bringing the player count down of the CT side, knowing they don't have any money built up in the bank. Nerds has got 3,400, but they still probably think it's a little bit lower. They want that break. But Heroic's at the stage where if it doesn't ever happen for 3D Max, one clean round from Heroic, and they're knocking on the door of another chance tomorrow.
Against Furia. Nerds outside, stopping Jocko, but gets traded by Gravity, who doesn't stop. He keeps running down Secret, and look at this, Kicksan, there's a player just below you. Yeah, it's Lucky. Hello. Little Tech Nice surprise from below. And Lucky is now in possession of an MP9.
I'm surprised he's still trying to take this fight, to be honest with you. He's done such a good job of having presence and making it a difficult situation for the CTs.
Timing. Tessus gets behind him. Tessus sinks that kill.
Nice and easy, and now they're going to run. They give up all the sound cues in the world. Both of them have to commit to the bomb site. Heroic already positioning for the retake. Molotov towards ramp room. Bomb being planted behind the silos. Gravity's going to find an escape route. Or is he? All three retaking from ramp.
Parkour. Gets himself up on the rafters. Tessa sprinting forward, descending down into the site. Oh, it has not gone well for Gravity, so it's all on Maka. And what can he make out of this? Defuse, tap, not stuck. Maka swings, confirms that it's not happening, and Tessus annihilates him with the Velociraptor of the MP9. So that decision does not really work out for 3 Max. They don't pull it off, and that's 10 rounds. So at least the bomb plan comes in. They'll give him a little bit of extra cash. Does that bump him up enough, Jason, to get a good buy?
Not a great buy. Galil's and some utility if they want it. A couple AK-47s. And it's just down to like where do you want to put your risk if you're 3D Max. I feel like they're going to buy just because that's been the vibe they've had. Unfortunately, that's the round Heroic was looking for. 3 players survive, you get the defuse. They too have cash built up. So like 3D Max no longer has that, round win into an easier time to close the gap. Things get real difficult from here.
Door blown open. Lucky. Oh, it's a good entry. That's Kicksan down. Trade is fantastic from Nerds, though. They're doubled up in the same position, and so Lucky is not allowed to take a step further.
Oh, Gravity made noise with that jump, so Nerds knows he's outside, but getting peppered from Squeak Door.
Gravity betrays him. Oh, Mac is straight through that smoke. Nerds is gone.
Nerds he gave him every opportunity to spam that down.
Well, let's see how that costs Heroic here.
He's like, oh, I'm getting spammed, I'll change position. Oh, I'm still getting spammed. I'll change position again. Shush has one behind the smokes, equalized into a 3v3.
Even number game.
Oh, he heard that tick. Good information gathered from Shush.
He's lying in wait now. Shush with the guillotine rolled out. Heads away, lines them up. That's one. Grenade goes out. Is that going to be good enough? Boom. It's close to taking Jocko, but it's not enough to end him. Dexter moves in, and it's quick work on Maka. Jocko dives down the vent. He realizes this is his only play, and Tessus is speedily rotating down to the lower bomb site. He's got that access point covered, and Jocko gets out. And so Tessus is thinking about utility instead, so prevents him from planting safely on default. Jocko's looking for alternatives. And I don't really know how Tessus hasn't killed him yet, but Jocko's doing a good job at staying alive.
It's because Tessus is playing the round smart. He's waiting for his teammate to get there, so he's not committing to any fight. He's making sure he keeps track of Jocko's position. And yeah, it's not the sexiest thing in the world, but goddamn does it secure a round win.
Yeah, that's the one the coach likes, isn't it? That's where they give you a pat on the shoulder.
I like it. Saw likes it.
Let's see. Is he going to give him one? No, just a little fist bump.
Really good round from Shush. Yeah. The information gathered with the Molotov. Grabbing 1 kill in the fight. Even though he goes down, you gather all the information. You know that someone is still by Squeak Door. And then you spot 2 to 3 more. Able to call a teammate over while you're still fighting. Just perfect. 3D Max again is just in this cycle of buys, and this is the best one they have in terms of weaponry, but missing a lot of the utility they've used in previous rounds.
And it also feels like this is the most important of Cologne. If they want to survive here, they must start winning, and they have to do it now. Gravity takes his own teammate out. Tesses will get one extra. That quick rotation from Dexter annihilates Maka. Goes for the second. He's damn close, but he's being pushed by Lucky, and that's a wild repeat with a grenade in his hands, and he's punished for it. Lucky's so close to Nerds, but Nerds is going to get cleared. They're back in this fight because of those kills.
Yeah, again, it depends on which way you want to look at it. Back in this fight because of those kills, back in this fight also because of the repeats from Dexter. That second one doesn't need to happen. You get the tag, you don't need to go for the nade.
I was trying to be a little bit more diplomatic.
Yeah, don't be diplomatic. We don't like that.
All right, no diplomat work here. No immunity for Dexter. 50 seconds. 3D Max have got a chance here, but the timing does not work out for Exercise. As Kicksam peeks up to the control room window, he sees the back of his opponent. He just so happened to have the bomb as well, so that rolls into the site.
This has been a really unfortunate half for 3D Max because they've been in decent position for chances in these rounds they've tried to battle for with overwhelming odds with some of the force buys, the low buys, the economic back and forth that they've been going for.
He's faked that he's gone into double door. That's cool from Lucky, but they still check for him.
Not the greatest fake.
no. Be better fakes.
Like we've seen this before.
Other fakes are available.
Yeah. Going to recover the AWP for Dexter. 12-5. Heroic have 7 chances to stay alive at Cologne to send 3D Max packing. They got a last-second invite. They're going to have an early return. Does that work?
Yeah, that works. They've been here longer than Dexter, so...
That's fair.
That works out.
Way to find the silver lining.
It's kind of sad for 3D Max, a team that would have loved to make the most of this opportunity.
I think, for me at least, I'd say this doesn't, the positivity of kind of some of the tournament that they won recently and the rise that they've been on since seeing them at Pro League, this doesn't really change anything. I think it would have been really interesting to see this team if they'd known they were coming to Cologne for a significant amount of time and were be able to schedule some preparation and really get prepared for this event and the teams they're going to have to play in the play-in. It could have been a different beast. Admirable effort, at least on day 2.
Yeah, day 2 definitely. Day 1.
We don't talk about
didn't happen. Yeah, day 1 doesn't exist. Nerds outside looking to be disruptive. Lucky, another opening. Gravity seems to be aware of that possibility, but couldn't handle Nerds. The trade is in. 3D Max, all inside of lobby.
Another smoke just drops at Squeak Door though, so Lucky just says he was lining up to take advantage of something when it faded, but that next smoke was like, nope, that plan's gone. No flashbangs for 3D Max, they've just got 2 smokes.
Bomb's going outside.
So you're going to have to use both of those to cross, right? Unless you want to just kind of walk, cross, and challenge and fight if they're there. If you want to save them for the lower bomb site. If you do that, you'll face off against Tess's, who's outside at Gen.
Ooh.
And Nerds to peek from Mini if they do go dry.
This could be nasty. They're going to use both smokes. They're going to use that utility to get down to Secret. Good spam. That's Jocko down. They lose a member on the way. Nerds is rotated down the vent. Listening for those steps. Trying to figure out which way they go. In the meantime, Lucky is cut off any sort of rotation down, but that's a good kill. That's the bomb down. Nerds gets traded. Now they can fly up the vent because of that kill from Lucky on A. Tessus is in heaven. He still hasn't moved, and Maka goes down. Lucky, the last remaining player, and this could be the last remaining seconds in Cologne for 3D Max.
You'd have to get Lucky.
Yeah, he's gotta. And he's got to double down on it. All in for Lucky. Big turnaround. Tries to flick back up, but Tesses will end the hopes and dreams of 3D Max here in Cologne. They came in as a last-second invite. They had a negative day 1, improved on day 2, and we'll get to see what the future holds for 3D Max. But for Heroic, Dexter's back, baby. Dexter's return is not exactly the lights-out performance you want to see from him, but at least he's back here, and he has other opportunities still in this tournament.
Well, look, put it into context, too. Dexter's probably had days of stress stress, wondering if he was going to be able to get to make this travel happen, get the show up here in Cologne. Just arrived this morning. So look, it wasn't pretty at all times. It wasn't clean. But if you're heroic, you're like, look, Dexter just showed up this morning. We played at the stand-in yesterday, played at coach the last event. We got this first win with Dexter in the roster. Perfect. Let's have some time to breathe, prepare for tomorrow, come into that game ready to go. You got your warm-up under your belts. So let's see what Heroic's got tomorrow. They still have a chance to make this through to stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, for the Heroic side, they probably feel like this is, okay, guys, we finally got Dexter on site. This is where our season begins. This is where we finally get the ball rolling and see what this roster is capable of. They've obviously made the move to bring Dexter in to improve this team. And now they finally get some runway to show us what they can do.
Yeah, quiet performance from him today, but you had a good first map from Shush, even in a loss. He had some big numbers. Nertz was excellent on Nuke. He was dynamic. He was everywhere. Tess has even had some good games, so things seem to be trending in the right direction, but we'll see what they look like tomorrow when they have a little bit more time with Dexter in town. We got the interview ready.
3D Max did try to put up a fight here, and I think, Maka, this is one thing we'll look at as a positive. It was a lot better than yesterday, right? Yeah. But you're dealing with a very tough situation. How do you feel just going through this one against Heroic?
I think it was a good experience. This one was very different than yesterday. We came into the match with the right mindset. Yeah. So, like, individually, we can perform at our best. So, but on Ancient, I think close rounds made us fall through, you know. So, quite happy that we had this experience, so we know what to do next.
And in terms of next, right, let's ignore this. You came, you had to try be a replacement team and do the best you could do. It's an opportunity, right? It's something to grow from here. But 3D Max has been playing very well online, have been playing very well at other events. So what's next for you guys? What do you want?
Of course, the major. So we qualified to the Valve rankings, and I think the experience online, especially with Cologne, it's like big pressure event. We wanted so bad to go to the main event, and we want so bad to go to the major. So it's good to have this kind of pressure events and matches.
So you think like you've been able to take a lot away from this experience that's going to help you further on?
Yeah, of course.
Nice, man. Well, thank you very much. Sad to see you go, but sometimes that's just the way it is. Sam, back to you.
Thanks so much, Banks. It is sad to say goodbye to 3D Max. That last minute fill-in that they had to do getting here, I can't imagine it was easy on the team. I'm sure that it was somewhat stressful when you don't know that you're going to be playing. You have to arrive here. They did the best they could. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough against Heroic, who finally sort of found their footing on Nuke. I have to give a call out to the guy we said, hey, where are you? What is happening? Nertz stood up on Nuke and said, hey, boys, I heard you. I'm here.
He turned up. He turned up just when he was needed most, of course. The one point that is sticking out like a sore thumb to me is 3D Max had 11 opening picks. That's 6 rounds where they had a man advantage, and they managed to lose. That's pretty poor, and that's unfortunate after a very solid showing at the start of the series.
I think Jason also raised a very good point, which was ironically something I was praising them for on Anubis, right? Where they were being aggressive on the CD side, where they were going for info plays, and really it just kind of making Heroic feel very uncomfortable on their T side. On Nuke, though, I felt like they went for these plays unnecessarily. As you pointed out, it ties in very well with the fact that they were getting these opening duels. Heroic weren't quite able to trade, and because of the fact that, look, you can almost play, you know, a mix between being a little passive and still, you know, getting some information. Instead, they're just full committed to just pushing in Squeak, pushing in towards HUD, maybe trying to get it outside flank and trying to kind of seal the deal in the round instead of just letting it play out, playing out the player advantage. And unfortunately, it bit them in the back. But credit where credit is due. Heroic, the amount of like 3v5s, 4v5s they won, it's kind of wild.
Yeah.
Let's talk about what Heroic did right, because I think that we've spoken a lot about how they haven't really reached our expectations, how they're not delivering on what we want. Let's talk about what they did right here, because I think that there was a very definite change in the team, and they looked a lot more I keep using that word today, but cohesive again.
I think there are a few rounds which we can highlight. I think Shush, firstly, him having just a great game overall compared to yesterday where he just disappeared right off the server. And I feel like for Shush, what I really did enjoy was the fact that he was finding all these rounds, all these, you know, 3v5s, getting the perfect timing. But more importantly for me is, I think it was a 2v1 on the lower bomb side we saw from, I believe it was Tessas or whoever it was, and they're playing the numbers. They're just playing good, solid, fundamentally sound Counter-Strike. And on a map like Nuke, more times than not, it rewards you for that.
Yeah, it was great to watch, and the amount of times, even when it was like even, it was like 2v2s, 3v3s, just really close situations where 3D Max looked like they should convert, they just kept on making these tiny micro mistakes.
Yes.
and Heroic was punishing them every single time, and that's why the scoreline looked much more blown out in the end.
You mentioned him, but we're going to mention him again because he is a US Air Force aim high player. Shush. He did a great job. Overall, we got to look at that whole series, and I think that he definitely showed up when Heroic needed him.
Oh, for sure. Like I go back to that Ancient game, for example. Even on Anubis, which was a losing effort, I think he was finding quite a bit of impact. But for me, primarily, it's just want to highlight because yesterday he went -30, if I'm not mistaken, in that series, which is abysmal. Something you don't quite expect to see from a player of this caliber. And an Ancient was finding so much impact. The 3v5 round comes to mind, where he was flanking in from T-spawn with a 5-7, playing it very well. But for me, the rounds that stick out a Nuke, right? The rounds which Mac was touching upon as well, where they have these couple of player advantages for the side of 3D Max, and Shush he's just so good at not just finding the right timings, but knowing when to speed up, knowing when to slow down, knowing when to sync up his flanks with his teammates. I think I lost track of the number of kills he was finding from hell towards heaven on the T side.
Even in that second half as well, there was a point where he was stuck at CT vent with like 3 in front of him. He managed to be like tanking a molly, throw another nade, get another 70 damage of value before having to swing again and fall down. And he just kept on just finding impact, buying time for rotations, and just doing his job, playing his role. And that's exactly why Heroic are going to survive in the lower bracket, which is good for them, and it gives Dexter some more time, so they're not just going to be sending them straight back home straight away.
Cheeky question, because I'm actually leaving now. I'm out, and Mike's going to be stepping in. I can see him peeking behind the cameras waiting, but I have one cheeky question before I go. There has been so much talk about Dexter in Heroic. There has been so much hype. We've now seen him. So my question to you boys before I leave, Heroic is still in the competition. Is the hype real? Is Dexter what allows Heroic to step up and actually be one of these teams that can go toe-to-toe with the best in the world?
I don't think we've seen enough, right? We just haven't seen enough. So I'm still going to put the jury, I think the jury's still out there. I think how they finish Kato, how deep they're going to go, I think we're going to know it then. But so far today for Dexter, look, I'm going to give him a pass, right? He just flew on in, had a quiet game. He had his moments on Nuke, of course, but hopefully we see a slappy Dexter who's giving us little, flimsy little fist bumps. That's not him. That's not a Dexter I want to see.
This is the Dexter we were expecting, right? Like, I mean, this was the Dexter hype when he signed to Heroic, was that he can come in and make a huge impact. So I'm curious, is he really the player that we're the online community is hyping him up to be?
The way Blair put it is we just need to see more, because I'm sitting here thinking, what's all the hype about? It's 3D Max. If he was, hyped up as good as he should be, that should have been a convincing, very one-sided affair, and it wasn't. So I need more. I need Heroic to find their feet, warm up into the lower bracket, and qualify for the stage 2. We need to see more Heroic.
You'll get to see more because they are still in the competition. We say goodbye to 3D Max, and I'm going to say goodbye to you. Mike is coming up in a little while because we've still got more Counter-Strike.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
ESL presents Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, Logitech G, and NOR.
It's the final of the day here on the B stream. We've got Falcons taking on alternate ATAX, and this one, the pressure is high. Maybe a little bit more for Falcons than it is for ATAX, though.
Yeah, I think pressure on Falcons because of expectations, right? We know what's gone into this project, and we know what hasn't come out of it. Just two teams from two different worlds. Imagining yourself playing in Cologne's got to be a dream come true for ATAX on the other end. So, you know, I don't know which one's a bigger nightmare, James.
Well, for Falcons, though, they are supposed to win. They are supposed to be doing better than what we've seen them do. And even yesterday, probably they thought they should have won.
Yeah, it's more about fighting embarrassment, unfortunately, with Falcons. And like they know, you know, alternate attacks are way the underdog, but they also have no pressure whatsoever. It's like Mongols last year, you know, coming into IEMs. Anything they get out of this game will be a win.
In terms of that, though, I want to look at Falcons right now because they are under a microscope every single time. Probably one player on that team is all of the money that goes into ATAX, right, on a monthly basis. And ATAX right now, and then some. And ATAX, on the other hand, they're chilling looking at this like we've got a fantastic opportunity to make a big dent here.
Yeah, let's talk about, you know, just the amount of majors on the side of Falcons in contrast to this being, what, 4 out of the 5 ATAX players' first S-tier LAN event. They come from different worlds.
Yes.
And that's why their expectations are completely different too.
And you remember Big Academy days, Hyped, our boy. We saw him on the WePlay Academy League times. He had a chance on Big. They didn't want to use him, but we liked what we saw from him as an AWPer.
It was such a contrast to someone like Searson, you know, when he got the call up, because he was such an explosive AWPer. He had so much fun with it. It was all in the name, Hyped. He brought that energy every round, so I'm really happy to see him at Cologne. And I thought that he might have gotten a longer shot on Big, so it's good.
Yeah, it definitely is good. There was good memories back then as well, right?
Well, good memories and I think good experience. You know, I just mentioned such a lack of it over on ATAX, but if there's anybody who's coming out of that WePlay pipeline with a little more LAN, you know, buff, it should be Hyped, and it's cool to see him being kind of the center of a team, comparable to like ZTR right now with Gamer Legion, right? It's just them trying to reapprove themselves, really.
Well, let's see who can prove themselves when it comes to this game. It's Falcons taking on alternate ATAX.
Yeah, did you have a question for Mike?
Yeah, Mike, what's your biggest insecurity?
I think my biggest insecurity right now was what you were going to say at the end of that sentence. Well, we'll just move on from that. We don't need to focus on me. We need to focus on another insecure team. We got Falcons here. We got alternate attacks. I think alternate attacks got to be feeling pretty dang good about
What is your biggest insecurity, Mike?
We don't need to worry about that.
He's the tip of the spear.
I'm the tip of the spear.
It's probably the biggest.
Yeah, my Counter-Strike skill. If that was my biggest insecurity, I would not be in for a good time. Remember, folks, as long as you get traded, it's all good. Is it all good here with our matchup that we've got going on, Blah?
It's not all good. It's not all good at all. Now, for alternate attacks, obviously, we spoke about the fact that, you know, obviously they're the underdog, so to speak. As we can just start talking about this right now. I'm looking at a map pool, right? This is something we need to really touch upon for this Falcons, who have multiple major champions going against attacks, who really, you know, they should be just happy to be here. I'm just talking about a map pool over here. Here's the interesting thing, though. Here's where attacks could try and maybe throw a bit of a curveball, if you ask me. Like, attacks usually, they ban out Nuke or Mirage. These are the two maps they really suck on, even though they kind of, on paper, quote-unquote, have a 7 map pool, but you ban out Nuke. It is the best map for Falcons. This is the perma pick. Taking this out of the equation right now, meaning Falcon, they just go for this punish pick of Mirage, because the last 9 games attacks have played in Mirage, it's been 1 win and 8 losses. So obviously Falcons should be picking this map. Falcons should be banning out Inferno, which is a usual permaban right there. So we should, on paper, if you ask me, Mac, be having Mirage. We should be the pick coming from Falcons. And for attacks, where do we go with this?
Vertigo.
Makes sense, right?
Yep.
It's a one map where Falcons usually go as a second ban right there. And there you have it, Mike. I don't know if it's going to be correct, but we believe it's going to be Vertigo coming in. It's going to be Mirage, the pick coming from Falcons. And as a decider, maybe shake hands on Dust 2?
I want to see Dust 2, so I'll say yes.
I actually feel that Attack might go for Anubis, if you ask me.
100%, but it depends on who gets that last veto, right? It depends on what two are going to be.
No, I feel like the second pick, Attacks might go for Anubis, because it is a second ban for Falcons.
Falcons played...
They usually second ban Anubis.
Falcons played Vertigo yesterday, and they got dumpstered by Eternal Fire.
Never a good sign.
They have a couple of options here.
My question is, whichever way we go with the maps, whatever the map pool looks like, at the end of the day, they set it up very nicely for us on that introduction.
Yeah.
These are teams with very different expectations. You know, Falcons, it's like the classic, I can buy your house, I could buy your org. We know that
they can't buy wins, clearly, Mike. They've been struggling on it.
They've been trying, man.
I mean, have they? I mean, we could probably bring it up. Let's look at the results. Let's look at this Falcons team and how it came together. And sure, now it's a bit of ancient history, right, compared to what they wanted to have early on. Just look at the results they've had so far. Now, this is across the couple of rosters. I've had a couple of changes here and there. Let's get the recent ones. I believe the Blast, the most recent results in Blast are missing, but they placed, I believe, 8 to 10th or 9 to 12th or something like that. Kind of rough. They came second in the Challenger, losing the Complexity. I think that's a decent showing right there, but it's not exactly an S-tier event. It's an A-tier event, a smaller one. And then let's look at the results in Dallas. Pretty grim. Bedbum Dasha, all right, again, a studio event. It had some rough teams over there. EPL, that's miserable. Their highest placings in an S-tier event was in Kato, which was a bit of a miracle run, getting top 4. Apart from that, they haven't been hitting top 8 at any big event. And looking at the names on his team, the amount of money being invested in this lineup, that is just unforgivable.
Good friend Maui Snake, I believe he made a Czech Steeler tier list the other day.
He's got a lot of new tier lists, I'll tell you that.
And I'm pretty sure Falcons were right towards that tippy top in the S tier.
I think they're robbing the bank at this point. It's not just the Czechs.
I mean, it's been that way, right? And they've been trying to fix it over the break. It was a team that a lot of people looked at as potentially being one to make moves, and then nothing came through, but they did their PC-less boot camp. They're singing Kumbaya. They're getting to know one another. They're holding hands while they jump in the water. I don't know what exactly goes into it, but they were hoping to find some synergy, hoping to find some joy, and joy they did not have.
Here's the problem, right? And the reason we're highlighting these results as well is because, again, reminding everyone, despite the fact that now you get to play 2 best of 3s before you get eliminated, they are facing elimination. And yes, on paper they are the favorites right here. But Matt, can they lose this in some way? It's just been disastrous of a season, of a year.
Now, there is someone who might have a little bit of insight on how they're feeling. You just see him breaking up the huddle right there. It's one they might call the GOAT of coaches. It's Zonic. We heard from him.
Falcons are facing elimination, and the knocks do keep on coming. But Danny, you're used to getting knocked down and coming back up with this. But I want to look at just what you felt yesterday was kind of the tipping point. Because on Dust 2, it looked like there was a chance for you to be able to take it.
Yeah, I mean... obviously, some rounds where we felt we had the upper hand. Obviously, Eternal Fire is a good team. I've said that many times, and it's not the first time we lose to them. But throughout the game, except for Vertigo, obviously, I felt that we had some say in it. But unfortunately, it came down to minor things towards the end. But yeah, obviously a bit disappointing. But yeah, that's how it is.
I also want to look at the mentality of the team, right? I saw some players tweet, and obviously people know when they're not playing well, it can get frustrating for them. The knocks and the losses obviously play a part of that as well. Are you worried about the mentality when it comes to some of the players and just being in the best shape possible?
I wouldn't say I'm worried. I understand the feeling. I understand the disappointment. All players on our team had very successful last year, I would say. Us winning the major with Vitality, and obviously Ens doing extremely well. So we have high expectations. But I think throughout this year, also a new game, we need to lower our expectations. When it comes to Falcons, we are here to take over. That is what I've been giving as a task. But right now we also need to accept the fact that we are not showing the level that we are showing on a daily level in practice. So I understand the frustrations, but I think it's also the acceptance of that we cannot just go from a very low to where we want to be in a short period of time. We're not where we want to be right now, and we are trying our best, but throughout ever since Supreme came along, I've seen the improvements, but obviously I would have loved that it went a little bit faster.
it's a gradual rise. That's what we have to look at here. But this game against ATAX today, I want to just get your thoughts on what you think of ATAX and think of their map ball and what they might be able to challenge you or not really, because obviously there should be a big difference in the level of these two teams.
I think I have enough experience right now to understand that you should not underestimate anyone. So we're not going to do that. We have done the prep. Slightly different, they have played 7 maps recently, I would say. Switching between Banning Nuke and Mirage and yeah, obviously I expect us to go through. Let's not take anything away from them, but we should beat this team. Not underestimating them, but this is just the facts. Otherwise, we have no show here in Cologne. So going in with respect, but we also need to remember who we have on our team, and yeah, we need to. It's a must win today.
A must win. Let's see if they can get it done. Falcons going up against Elton ATAX next.
If at first you don't succeed, lower your expectations. That's not what you want to hear from your coach.
I think it's just being real, right? Like, look, it's so easy to just shit on them because of how rough it's been so far for this team. And again, I'm just looking at some of the codes where Snappy's like, yeah, our floor is kind of low, but when we hit our peaks, it's amazing, it's great, but buddy, you can't. I see the peaks once in a blue moon. I look at, for example, in Challenger, right? Who was the player who stepped up and played out of his mind? It was Madden. He just had an amazing couple of games, and then suddenly disappears, goes back to the norm, which isn't exactly ideal. You have Magiska's kind of playing out of his mind right now. Dupree, when he initially came in, he was looking solid, but look, he is an aging star. There's a reason Vitality cut him as well. Someone needs to really step up to the plate to help Magiska out a bit.
I don't care about Falcons anymore, bro. Who's better, Falcons or Complexity?
Well, you're asking the wrong guy.
Yeah, I'm a little biased in that conversation, but let's talk about attack. I'll go with what you're going. I'll follow where you're leading here, Mac. They look dang good.
Could have won against Complexity yesterday. There were so many moments where it could have gone their favor, and they've gone back. They've managed to tighten up the problems. I had a chat with them. They said that they've looked over the footage. They know what they've done wrong.
It's pretty close, man.
Yeah.
Anubis is pretty close. Even in Inferno, that 1v5 from Haltog, I think kind of broke them. I think they gave a little bit too much respect there. But look at the T-side in Inferno. They had a pretty good game plan. Hype was popping off. There's some good rounds coming in from them.
I feel like Falcons make way more mistakes and don't punish anywhere near as hard as Complexity. And that is why I feel like alternate attacks are actually in with a very good shot in this matchup.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. I don't agree with that. I think Falcons should still get the win. But I believe they will at least sweat quite a bit.
Okay.
Yeah. And listen, if they fail after that, I don't even know what to say anymore.
I'm sure you'll have
really
plenty to
no
say
idea what to say
on the desk. But it's almost time to get into this game. It's almost time to get this underway to find out if Falcons are going to be sweating and if attacks might just be able to pull off a triumphant upset. There's going to be 2 guys bringing you the action, and I want to know what their biggest insecurities are. What do you think, Scrawny and Launders?
My biggest insecurity, Mike, is having my own questions turned against me. So thanks for exposing me as the fraud that we may be.
And, well, mine is getting predictions wrong.
Ooh.
That's the worst.
Yeah, well, luckily we've got somebody making big claims, almost as big as his arms. Mac saying that attacks have a good chance in this?
I guess, Mac comes from a region where, you've got to dream big. You've got to fly far, you've got to dream big.
Mm-hmm.
And attacks coming in as the hometown heroes, I feel like there's something that resonates with Mac about their story at Cologne. This would be like
that David guy and Goliath.
The Goliath guy and the slingshot.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if they've got the slingshot and the aim.
Falcons don't win this one. I'm at a loss as to what to say.
Yeah, just crossed my mind. I don't have it in my mind that alternate attacks can win this game. But they can, right? They actually can.
Sure, I didn't have it in my mind that they'd kind of put up as much a fight as they did against Complexity yesterday. We got Chev and Jay on the buttons tonight. The Chevraz camera duo, best in the goddamn business. 5v4 for attacks. Out of the gates, Mo, just a little diddly-dat over towards the B site. You get them all scrambled and scared, and guess what? Bombs on A. All the while, they throw something sneaky. And I'm going to give credit where it's due. This is 2 games of Anubis now that we've had from alternate attacks, and in each of those games, they come out with incredibly unique, successful, strategic, heavy pistol rounds. We saw a double Molotov post plant against Complexity with a wall of smokes that almost felt tailored to their opposition. And one of the things they claimed they had going into that game with Cole was preparation.
Big prep.
Now, you know that, yes, okay, you're opening against complexity, but you also know who your next potential opponents are, win or lose. So fingers crossed they're coming in with just as much information on Falcons. If they are truly going to do the unthinkable today, it has to begin there.
It's true that, well, it's interesting because, like, okay, if you took complexity yesterday, you know, transitive property and all that, do you think that they would have been able to beat Falcons in their form yesterday, or would Falcons have won? Complexity versus Falcons.
And I think complexity... I didn't get to see the Eternal Fire game, so I almost wish we were going at the same time. Maybe I don't have my finger on the pulse of Falcons, but I would almost still take Cole.
Yeah, I think I would still take Cole.
Right? I just can't confidently say that.
Yes. I mean, yeah, we were watching them go toe-to-toe with Eternal Fire, which actually is like... Sometimes Eternal Fires is actually amazing, so...
Yeah, top 8 major.
Yep.
By the way.
BT dubs.
Turkey having an excellent year of Counter-Strike. Ooh, don't lose on the conversion, gentlemen. They're trying to get into this B site while the Scout of Sunpias finds its target. Madden goes somersaulting backwards. Good damage here versus the Scout still. It's Ozek and Hype trying to join forces, but a CT smoke goes down on one end. They got a minute. They don't need to stress.
Yeah, and they kind of want to... I think they want to watch over these guns a little bit, maybe decide whether or not they're going to commit to the site. And for the moment, Falcons are going to chill. No smokes might actually be a benefit to these rifles if they can keep vision. And they're peeling back quite far, but it looks like it's the right idea. Falcons are thinking, well, maybe they just do run over towards the A site. Let's thin out.
Wow. Oh, okay, I thought everybody was going to leave. I'm like, hold on, Sunpias.
Yeah, and the bomb is coming in from this side. So Ozek...
Good catch, Jay.
There is the smoke on the... And they have time, but they do want to kind of walk onto that right now.
25 so far. The decision process here has been excellent. And also, I love that he's going deeper for Temple now. He still gets tagged. Wallbangs off the mark. Okay, we go into the post plant. Still 257s on the field. Ozek, super deep play. Sunpias was cautious about it, but he didn't think he'd be that close. Hype turns back towards Dark, gets his. There comes the AK, picked up by Snappy. He's going to put the smoke on top of the bomb, but he doesn't have a kit. Does Ozek bite on this? Does he just panic? Does he scramble? Does he hold? He's going to try to come in through the smoke and spray it. Doesn't see the contact. Snappy's going to find him and come out with the clutch. It's the force buy from Falcons that works out.
Oh, Ozek, he panicked a little bit. Obviously going the other side around means avoiding the smoke. And Snappy with 10 seconds, he really had to force him to come in that second. Otherwise, it would have been this, second tap, which Snappy needed to get on. So a bit of a misplay, and this contact explode is the same one they used versus Cole, which also got stuffed in a similar way. This time, the recovery is just better for alternate attacks. And they do try their best, but Falcons win the conversion.
Silver lining, looked like a good sign of things to come if you are alternate. There was no panic in all of that, barring, again, having to try and clear the diffuser. Good sign for Falcons to just force buy through, right? I think Sonic saying, even in the pregame, we need to remember who we are. He even said, this, we can't be losing to this team. And it's almost like he forgot who they were playing. These
guys.
Yeah. Can't be losing to these guys. This 5. 4 dudes with no Tier 1 LAN experience. But he also kind of gave him the benefit of the doubt, right? To write off your opponent any day of the week is also kind of a shortcoming and could cause bigger problems. So Tech9's taking over long A. They dink Snappy down to 38. Was supported by Magisk. And he's going to have to just tuck tail here. But we also get this mid-split coming out from Freeze. Oh, a little more damage on Snappy. Not enough to kill him. And the support inside storage. We've got 3 of the Falcons players here. But another one gets tagged up. This is a winnable clutch out of Hype. 100%. We talk about the lack of experience, but it's not him. The most experience for alternate. He gets 2. What? 35 health, Dupree on the flank, Hype turns around, no kit, and instead of playing Heaven, he's going to just tuck along that wall. Hype, this is a fully exposed position, but does it work? Absolutely!
That is so well played.
Amazing from Hyped. He's the one name everybody recognizes on this lineup coming into Cologne for alternate attacks, and he gets his moment in the sun. That's beautiful.
Tech9 swarming out. Snappy surviving 2 tests. Ozek queued that up because not only does he get the kill...
What's going on Snappy here?
Also hits the dink.
How did Hyped get that damage in? Snappy's still looking behind him. You know, you don't need a comm from a teammate to know what happened in that situation. That's awkward.
Just like that, things get interesting.
Yeah. So let's go back and forth. They've already had a game like this. It happened in Brazilian Counter-Strike. Maybe it can happen in more international waters this time.
Curve ball early. We said the same thing about complexity yesterday.
Would this be the biggest tragedy for Falcons? Or at this point, it's just a blur.
Is Falcons already a tragedy?
Yeah, I think so.
This
Price to performance ratio is way off.
This would be, it would have to be the end. This result would have to be the end of this 5 core.
But it can't because no one can make their roster moves now.
Just
yeah.
It would have to be the end of something.
So, but surely it's not. Surely they don't lose here to alternate attacks in the opening stage. They have some IEM magic.
At the start of the year, we had Rebels playing in Katowice. They got a best-of-1 victory over Cloud9, and that was kind of a shake-up to the event at the time. And just another instance where the hometown heroes bust through. Later on in 2023, or I guess that would have been earlier. Well, we have Havu at Espo doing the same thing to Ents, I believe, at the time. And that was an Ents led by Snappy. There is something in the water when local teams play. And that is what alternate attacks are trying to replicate today, because they didn't get it in their opening, despite having a moment or two versus complexity. Of course, close to converting, unlike the Falcons, and with 4 players up for the CTs, it's only really Snappy just kind of threatening this bomb site. Looking like everybody's just going to walk away. 8 survivors in round 4. Majority alive. Those T rounds keep rolling.
I feel uncomfortable because...
Sorry I make you feel that way.
It's many years beside you have felt uncomfortable. No, because I don't know what happens today, but I can't actually earnestly sort of describe this game as alternate attacks are on the path to making this upset happen, because this, you know, the magnitude of the upset is still kind of like pretty high, and if that happened, that would be like kind of like pretty big news. So I wasn't ready to walk in today and see Falcons actually suffer that much, because from my perspective, going toe-to-toe with Eternal Fire, like that can happen to a good team.
Of course,
because they have been good as well.
I would hate to start my event against Eternal Fire. We know what they've been accomplishing in the last 12 months. You know, when Falcons took Katowice, the best result they had with the Boros roster, it was at the expense of Eternal Fire, who just came short. And then we saw Eternal Fire continue to improve throughout the year while Falcons' struggles remained. So yeah, you open up against them, they've got your edge.
Mm-hmm. And then there's this unpious tweet, and then there's, you know, like the snappy clutch, and then there's that 1v3.
And then there's, you know, Zonic even saying when things don't go your way that the expectations need to change. You know, that's I think Darf said it, right?
Yeah. Our expectations need to be lower is such an interesting proposition, because it's like, on some level, like in abstract, it makes sense that, you know, you naturally don't want to overestimate and expect too much. But on another level, in this performance atmosphere and the team that they have, they do kind of have to. They kind of just have to be good. So, like, what does that mean, right? Because, like, if their expectations are so low, they could potentially, in their minds, lose this game. But, like, their mind is set on Cologne as a run, and also Shanghai, and, like, what they can, you know, ramp up for towards Shanghai.
But like that might now be out of the question totally, right? I mean, it's a team that has been running on fumes and has such little confidence they need to win it back.
That's why this is a necessary win this evening.
Yeah.
Gun round comes back, looking to take back the momentum Falcons had earned with a force buy win in round 2, if not falling victim to the Tech-9s themselves. And a beautiful hyped 1v3. That's the reason the score sits 4-1 alternate. We sang their praise throughout the series against Complexity with some of their early setups, right? Alternate Attack's not always just jumping on bomb sites, but trying to play some clean CS, and this one's good. They come in with a double entry. We've got a third player on the site. They didn't prepare for that, but the trade frag efficient. Sure, it's half of Arrow gone, half of Ozek too, and all of Freeze found by Madden. Meanwhile, Dupree pulled off by the Opper. Your A-site's gone.
That was the most flimsy A-site defense with an op and a rifle. I mean, it felt like the rifle just got evaporated as soon as Sun Pius was blind and shot. But his main objective was as soon as they shoot at a Sun Pius, he comes in and dispositions their crosshair and stresses their spray and then gets a free trade, at least one. But they don't put that together, and they were about to win with 3. Now it'll be with 2. But Hype maintains his op, and most importantly, alternate attacks get the round. That's what they're most excited about. So they keep it very simple. Low telegraph player into the A site. And again, like, this just disappears, right? This could be a situation where Sun Pius missed being blind farther back, and Magis has a smoke to throw to block the exec that comes in. There is no recourse for them. But instead, it's a full commit, and 2 players dying when they're ready for someone to re-clear a main. How does that happen?
It's a question I wish I could answer. It's one that I hope Falcons can too.
We saw them do a contact explode on the B site. Extremely similar nature.
That nade is not going to make Falcons' life any easier as they tiptoe into this one with the triple MP9s. That flash on Snappy, hoping to interrupt some kind of a hit, but again, just to tap back into it, I've seen attacks play clean starts to rounds. When they did that contact explode, and they got caught by the 5-7s when they lost the second round of this map, that was one of the faster moves from alternate attacks, and I definitely anticipate them to recognize this 5-1 lead isn't guaranteed to keep growing and hold off Falcons' entire CT half. So, yeah, skipping steps.
The reason why leads vanish in games like this is just a matter of concentration, right? We've already seen alternate attacks have a good game plan. They clearly are keeping up. They probably have some confidence. But if they lose concentration, that's when they make small mistakes.
Like not clearing the deepest corner.
And that's actually where I think Falcons have brought back some wins and denied upsets. It's like they've got players so much experience. Concentration is like their biggest asset.
Good wide swing, good interruption here from Madden. 2 CTs in the corner, but Perks is on his own. And the trade comes back. Madden into the AK. Deagle shots ring out. Op misses him. Sun Pius connects. And a second force buy getting pieced together here by Falcons. Concentrate or allow them back in, and Falcons have absolutely made the most of this one. Time's going to expire. Op goes down before that happens. Madden, this is a big moment for him to piece 3 together, and Zonic wants in.
That's huge. I mean, it's a stack on the right site, plus the perfect amount of CT re-aggression here in Dark. After they get the first kill, they don't just sit and wait for the molly to come in and then get forced back into the site and lose map control. Instead, they push forward and they maintain Dark control, and
wow,
that's when it gets tricky for alternate attacks. Yeah, and a great shot from Sun Pius. He definitely could have still died if he missed that, so celebrations will be cut short here for alternate attacks as they themselves lose a force-up conversion, a half-buy to Falcons. But they've still got some money. Sometimes there's nothing worse than seeing the future. And I'd say it's similar to sometimes I think what happens to Cole, where, you know, it is mental. It is mental. You know, it is so much more than the game plan with certain rosters, especially when you're in a rut. And sometimes the hardest part is in the moments where it's quiet on the map, just not thinking about what your fate is supposed to be, what you've seen happen so many times in the past. Wondering when you start winning again.
Nothing inside of middle this round. Bomb stays top mid stairs. Arrow going off a flashbang for a slight peek. Alternate Attack's not afraid to just take that bit of a risk. The cross the base of the stairs. Slight peek into the B side. They
So this
find
setup,
nothing.
exactly, this setup here between Sunpai, it's just so much safer. Obviously, they don't have the deeper angle, but they've seen how Alternate Attacks did the flash reclear.
Well, then nice to see an adaptation out of Falcons.
Yeah. But
to let yourself get caught by that twice.
Hold on, there's a big timing here. The split. Yeah. Oh my God. And Magis gets dislodged. And a Hype gets the kill on the split. He can go. They go to either side now.
Sunpius has to go above and beyond, and he misses. Already down by 2 players.
They aren't coming back.
And they walk away for the save.
Oh my God.
How does that gap get created?
That's such a big timing inside of middle on top of not moving at all. Like they had a competent sight hold on both ends of the map. They were watching the choke points. They adjusted their B site and A site, and then they just kind of stopped thinking, right? They didn't consider what Alternate Attacks might try to do next. That could have been, you know, they smoked main off, and they could have been spotting camera at that timing with Sunpius. And instead they have Magis doing it with a rifle, who gets ops instantaneously. I mean, in reality, they didn't even need the A player to die in that situation for them to win the round. It would have been impossible to exit into middle once they had lost that much space. Look at this.
Just a free one.
Yeah, like they have no idea what's happening here. They're not watching it at all. It's a gap created and exploited here from Alternate Attacks.
Second shot from Hyped as well was clean.
Yeah.
Explosive moment there where he clips Snappy. And they go up 6-2. The only rounds we've seen from Falcons on force buys. Missed shot from Sunpius in an opening opportunity again. They concede bridge control, no window peaks, nothing really there. Falcons starting to move Snappy back to the door at least.
That looked like it was millimeters away from a collateral.
Ends up being 0 damage. Snappy sizing up the bridge still. You know, all of a sudden, Alternate Attacks go from showing 3 bodies to Sunpius to having no presence on the bridge. Dupree peeks out. My God! 4 health for Ozek, 30 to Dupree.
As HE's gonna follow him.
Madden chucks it at him. That'll finish off the job. Ozek gets blown to smithereens, and 3 CTs congeal inside the B site. Still 45 seconds for Alternate Attacks to figure out their avenue, and with a smoke in front of them, B main, do they boost behind it? So they're going to put a smoke down for the long cross and then just look to go through. Madden playing back flat. He's got fire coming at him, but he peels Arrow off the play and gets freeze. Burns entirely, so be it. Worth it. 2 kills for Madden as they attempt to come through on minimal util. Hyped and Perks to 2v4. And at the moment, they're just cautious. Not even really forcing the commitment.
They're going to wait out their own
up.
smoke? They have an op watching this cross.
I don't know if they're going to commit.
They really should have already.
I don't know if they're just going to let this one slide by, go for the save, let it expire. Don't like their chances in what could have been the stack site, perhaps.
This one's really silly. They're even sitting in a position where they can die after time. They've got to be careful. But in this spot, like, there could have been a CT that replenished Madden's position, but they have an op holding the cross as well, and they could have just got the bomb and planted default while the smoke was down. There would have been no easy way to stop that, so I don't know. Weird that they don't even try, but luckily for Falcons, that's a good enough side hold to dissuade them from giving that an attempt.
Maybe that's when it boils down to Alternate remembering who their opponents are.
Yeah.
A little too much respect.
Too much, yeah.
You know, same way Zontic.
Zontix,
I know, Magics, Zontix. Oh, Snappy stuck into the gunfight. Freeze to swarm forward. Sunpaya smoked off. That utility comes down before the fight even begins, and now Magisk, alone on camera, dies empty-handed. These have been 3.
Where are the sprays going?
Non-consecutive round wins out of Falcons each and every time. And the follow-up, the follow-through, and the change of the pace here as well from Alternate. A tip of the hat to that. Deep flash to really keep Falcons out of this one. Bomb cannot be stopped, and this is looking like a 7th round on this T side, queued up. Unless somebody oversteps. Madden trying to carry this team himself, and at the moment has to concede it.
It's
walks away for
completely defunct, man. What is that? The spray from Snappy and Magisk in that round, back to back. And the op shot again missed from Sunpias, an opening.
It's mental.
It's crazy.
Insane.
Like, yeah, like yesterday's low light was, you know, that Snappy spray, Roxic got the defuse and then hit him with the op shot after. And that was a bad spray, but you know what? Bad sprays happen every once in a while. But like, seriously, at this level, 2 of these in 1 round? Freeze doesn't even take a single point of damage, or he gets hit twice at least.
Sunpias 2 and 6, Magisk 2 and 7, Dupree 3 and 5. If it wasn't for Madden even just stopping that last round, playing back plat, committing to the Molotov. If it wasn't for force buy wins.
I mean, if I'm Zonic in this situation, it's pretty much fluff, right? Like everything I saw last round is like, yeah, you can't have a team like this and then have a setup fall apart because your aim wasn't good enough versus alternate attacks. No, that doesn't make any sense. So
sorry,
he could be taking this
versus who?
Alternate, yes, these guys. He could be calling this pause because they just need to like mentally reset. Like that's the only thing that I can think. Madden's the bright spot here with 12 and 6. For the Falcons.
Going for something a little more committed here. Giving Sunpias another chance. Surely he cannot miss another opening shot. Magisk goes deep off the flash. No double. Could draw them in. That utility coming out from the window could very well push them into Sunpias. Freeze on the line, on the limit, decides not to go one step further, and it is an excellent call. Simultaneous attack from Falcons outside B nets them. Good information. Nobody home, nobody here to stop it. So if you are on A, be prepared.
They heard so much activity, and you can see that Alternate are trying to expand again just to catch any flanks that are coming through, but these are slow, timely flanks, and Falcons are just knowing that eventually it's going to be the A site, and if it's B, we can really, really take our time with it to make sure we're still close. They have Dupree over here. The only thing that really can go wrong at this moment is if Freeze somehow, you know, gets a raw duel on Dupree, but look at this. Timing's up for Hyped. He goes down.
That crawl out from the dart control as well, starting to unravel here. Alternate attacks into the 2v4. 2v2 on the site. Sunpias sees the shadow coming. High alert, not gonna miss that one. Oh, beautiful kill back from Arrow. Gotta give him that. 20 to the clock in a 1v3. Was a 4. Incendiary going down, slowing him down, and Madden keeps that pressure up from the flank. You said it at the start of the round. The bright spot of Falcons at the moment is Madden.
So that is off the tack pause, some, you know, proactive CT side on both halves of the map. We have basically this first tactic is the thing that sets up the second one when they get the info outside of main, and the second flashes that come in with Sunpias on that trained angle. They hear so many footsteps. They hear an op shot, they hear a rifle spin because everyone gets blind, so it's pretty clear they were defaulting towards the A side. So this is something good.
Sang their praise for their ability to set things up, but maybe that one a little too telegraphed.
I mean, at this point in the game, 5-round CT is still a successful CT side on average for Anubis.
Put that 5th to the board and take a sigh of relief. Forget about the fact that it was 2 half buys and a big round from Madden. Round 11, the last, the most convincing we've seen from Falcons, trying to pop open their own smoke, is just opening the door to their own coffin. Double kill out of Magisk, very clean rifle work, and again, an active flank. Dupree, though, kills the bridge player seconds before Arrow gets his. Snappy from inside of the smoke, and now Falcons are starting to feel like they're in their groove, starting to make their plays, starting to assert themselves as they should have always been able. Arrow, nothing to lose in this 1v4 attempt. Got a full belt of utility. He could very well find Madden unprepared for him. They don't seem too aware of this dark timing, probably because Dupree went for that push. Madden, he's going to turn around and find a back turn to him. Bit of a freebie, but it is indeed that 5th from Falcons. And at the end of the day, it's the number that matters most. Screw how you got them. That's 5. Madden, the shining star of Falcons, as they piece together the 5 rounds of a defense. By the skin of their teeth, some of those moments. Alternate Attacks absolutely making the most of their opportunity here in Cologne. Trying their damnedest, Mohan, to be the hometown heroes. They did their job. They start the CT side with 7.
I like what we got for sure out of Alternate Attacks, and I mean, they've shown us some really great energy. They're fragging. We had a couple of good rounds out of Hype as an Opper who actually, you know, versus Complexity, we didn't really get to see him show us what we know about him from the past couple of years. between Big Academy and Big. And he's a pretty stylish opper, so that was nice. So the odds are, drastically in favor of the Falcons. That sentiment might change depending on how this map goes. Beginning with this second pistol. Oh my goodness, that is a beautiful stack.
Lasers from downtown. Deleted in dark and leaves Arrow alone on this bomb site. Probably feeling real stranded. One of the things that I wanted to sing praise for when it came to alternate was their pistol strategies versus complexity yesterday. Both sides, both maps. This one, though, they keep it simple. Ooh, that could be worth its weight in gold.
It's a nice find.
Arrow. Oh, but Dupree just sends him right back. What goes around comes around. Manages to make sure nobody goes for any kind of an A flank, but there is still this flank in position from Freeze. Dupree seemingly aware of the possibility. If something starts to go south on site, he'll turn, but he gets that contact, and Freeze has an option. Do we commit, or do we try to go for a bridge drop, or do we just save?
Try it. Wow. They just
they're scared.
They have no enthusiasm for retakes or sort of like any low percentage or slightly low percentage chances. I think they definitely have to think more about that. But of course, they're coming into this round with no kid, I guess, on anybody.
True. Maybe an anticipation of a different strategy. Freeze and Dupree getting a kill after bomb pops. This one, though, pop. Nice shot at a Magus. Couldn't have had a further duel on Anubis.
Yeah, it was 2 headshots.
And, oh man, that's a 2-bullet pop as well from Dupree. So the Danes stepping up in the pistol for Falcons, about to tie this game up. They can give Madden a pat on the back and thank him for giving them a guaranteed bit of runway. If we're going to watch the rest of Falcons players come alive as they should be, then he definitely kind of propped them up in the meantime. We've also seen some funny unarmored USP stacks out of alternate attacks. They did one in Banana yesterday versus Complexity.
Yeah, alternate B stacks.
And now they're trying to pull one off front A. So I do love a team with a plan. There's a flashbang in it as well. Poor Snappy. Luckily for Falcons, bomb's still outside of A main. He's going to throw that flash.
Flash is good.
USP's come running round. Oh, it's good. 2 kills and an AK nabbed. That's about all you could ask for if you are alternate attacks. Bomb's going to head towards B right now.
That was pretty goddamn beautiful. I mean, it is Hyped now who has the AK. As the 3 TTs looking out for more duels, but no one is to be found. It'll just be a quick plant. And Falcons have a tiny bit of egg on their face getting caught off by that, but it was really, really well timed, and they didn't show themselves at all to Snappy, who was trying to peek in with a MAC-10. So it's one of those rounds where both teams have something to be happy about.
What do you make of it, Mohan, when a player starts talking about their confidence issues and their, current slump in performance, etc.? Do you make anything of that when they start to take to social media?
Yeah, I do feel really bad, because I think the hardest part is when you have to still practice every day, and then you also have to play officials all the time. And the only thing that you can think about is I just need a break, probably, right? Like in the back of their head, they probably know that's the real solution is I need to step away from this for a second. But you aren't really able to do that without actually stepping off of the team and losing your opportunity. So it's like being injured and having to work out at the same time. You're worried about losing your muscle strength, but if you work through an injury, sometimes that can only make it worse.
Okay. It's a good comparison.
So I do feel for him.
Smoke ahead of the A approach. Dupree. Ooh, those bullets are close. Maybe I shouldn't stand here, he thinks. And he falls back slightly. Now he's doing his own towards that B site. Did elicit a lot of reaction out of alternate attacks. And they go in. Quick little dive towards the tail end of the smoke on main, but by seeing nothing, they could have
a little too much confidence that it's really clear for the take, and we get that re-aggression out of Falcons. We hear the molly pop behind them. They go to clear out middle where they could very well find Madden, right? The shining star of Falcons at the moment. They are starting to piece together A control. Here comes that split. Camera player held, but tagged down to 17. So Perk's gonna have to lean back. Magis double headshot. There it is. And with it, you'd think bomb guaranteed plant, but no post plant to come with this. That part could get a little sketchy. It's great for alternate that they get that kill, but man, they save again.
This is, yeah, you gotta hate how much they walk away from these close situations, because this is one where their camera player doesn't even have to commit and give up the man advantage if they really wanted to try the retake. So they can't rely only on site hits to be able to pull these rounds out. These are both retakeable sites, and they have utility.
Third time in this map.
And they have kits as well, so.
You know, third time in this map, you could definitely argue, definitely justify going for a retake, and we see alternate not even give it a look.
Yeah. On the bright side for Falcons, it's a good site hit. Overall, good trades. And that it was more than just a full A attack. They had a lurk in place. So it's an overall solid round. But like right here, if Perks is going to peek in when he's that low HP and try to go for some raw duel, that can't be the difference between the retake and not. You know, peel back and be a person that can swing in with someone else when you wait for your teammates to come over, or just go safe, you know?
Come off a pause. They've got the full buy again, but in the face of a wealth of experience on that Falcons roster, we need to see a little bit more fight. They pull out of a gunfight for the third time, but Falcons get that 8th on the scoreboard, and the closer they get, eventually alternate will be forced to take those risks. Last round also really boils down to a few bits of timing. You know, they get their frag from camera into middle. They deal with that, but just as Falcons are also hitting A main. Oof, nice grenade. That's going to have immense effects, especially as that second nade was getting primed. But he goes for the incendiary instead.
And they're holding on to their timing in middle, so Madden, I mean, he's having a great map, and individually, he might need to come up big right here. It's being watched, and Freeze will be the one to win it over. Dupree comes to supplant his position. Freeze still on the alert. But he's kind of just roaming a bit, and he is creating timing, so he has to be careful. I don't think he realizes how valuable his position still is. However, he's cheated over to the right side.
Yep, we get some executes coming through, 35 to the clock. Perks has to swing out wide, but there's nobody to jump on this from Falcons. They go down to 30 seconds, now starting to use some util. Alternate attacks think it's just a fake. Then Dupree comes out, Magis gets a headshot, and alternate attacks, they doubted it. And now they've got to fight and try to hang on for dear life. Snappy gets through, 16 health. And alternate had everything they could have asked for except the seeding of doubt in the back of their mind, bro.
Yeah,
that's all it took.
Yeah, they just fell for a first-tier execute just to bait out some utility. It wasn't even really, I think, even intended to be a fake, so they really psyched themselves out. They put themselves in such a good spot, and that's when, if you don't have all the information, then that's when it comes to bite you. And if they want to keep playing retake setups where they don't go for retakes, then they need to start pushing, because otherwise they're going to spend half of these rounds trying with 3 players, and then that's it.
Completely fair to expect mistakes out of lesser experienced rosters.
Yeah.
There was a time versus complexity yesterday on Inferno where they allowed Halzerk to get a 1 versus 5, and we kind of just watched the team flatline from that point forward. Not that anyone would be surprised. That kind of kills your groove. So now we're hitting a point where, like, that one to me, that's going to be the saltiest moment for alternate attacks thus far on Anubis. You've been going back and forth with Falcons. Now they've established a 2-round lead. You had everything going for yourself. Sunpius, almost counter-opt. We'll see Hyped immediately move that sniper over towards long B instead. Gotta be careful here. Solo A play. And Snappy ahead of that incendiary tries to keep the pressure up, met by a frag, but no follow through immediately. Definitely has Perks scrambled. And Sunpius finds Freeze.
Ooh, through the dark smoke.
Damn. I wonder if he tried to spam or... No, it's the bridge.
Oh, okay.
Tries to go for some kind of a peek. Looks to get into an engagement. Dupree can be just tucked in the corner here. Incendiary's not coming for him.
And
said he wanted to see a bit of a push out of them, but this one's being held. Flash comes out. Trade's great from Madden. You'll take that one if you're Falcons. Maintains man advantage. Arrow trying to look for a deeper spot, getting kind of caught up here on the ledge. Has to tuck back behind wall instead. Here's all these feet shuffling in. Wins the duel towards Pillar. Deep peek off Obelisk. And that's Magisk, who is really starting to come into his own now, throwing himself up there with Madden.
They just have won't even try it. They won't even come close to attempting it. Even sitting there in dark, and oh my god, it's a 2v2.
Go.
Oh my god, they're just so far away from this. Why do they play like this?
They're scared.
Yeah, but how many times does this work? Yeah, that one's a little weird. Like, I think the early peak comes out because of the amount of times, I guess, that they're just going to go and save. But like, this is not a situation where you would just auto save, right? You would go and look for a mistake, then you'd be ready to jump on punish, and you
found the mistake.
Yeah, like you may be sitting at a 40-45% chance of retake, so you look to see if the other team gives you an opportunity to make it, 60-40 in your favor. But you cannot just simply give these rounds away over and over again. And say, oh well, we have an amazing retake percentage because we never try them.
Sure.
They only go for 5v1 retakes.
Yeah.
Boys, you need to not... Woo! Hey, start playing, guys!
Yeah.
Saving all the time!
It's actually true. Like, start playing. This is the freest wins that you can give 100%. To Falcons.
4 of those rounds, 4 of those decisions they've made now in this map. You kind of had Falcons against the ropes. You were duking it out, and now you're just trying to play with double MP9 and Deagle. You put more stock in this than that potential 2v2? And with that lack of confidence in some of the retake moments, we're also getting maybe a lack of attack from alternate attacks. Nobody going for these offensive moves out dark, so Sunpius is allowed to get close. Oh man, he hits that shot. Perks lucky to be alive as the dark player just allowed the op to come through. He's gonna get softened up by utility. Sunpius still not scared about it. Happy to come in, try to make this one happen. Smoked out, has to pull off.
That was Perks on the other side of the map that got hit.
Oh.
Or something else.
Excuse me, okay, the op missed.
All time bleeds off the clock. We're at 35 seconds. As Matt just said, it's time to play. They have no smokes now. It gets risky versus all these pistols. The longer they take, there's only 2 players over on this side of the map. Oh, another smoke. Oh.
Land these bomb sites well. Molly for Platt, understandably. Ozek right off the angle. He's got 3 coming at him from dark. Arrows Desert Eagle gets 1. Won't be able to manage the second out from main. You've got 3 more players joining. All of the Falcons on this bomb site. Freeze swings with 1, dies, and Sunpius' sidearm connects. Hyped gonna try his damnedest. His teammate moving through the CT spawn. They need to make this happen. You have to take a chance. You have to start playing, and look at the difference it makes. Big impact out of Hyped. Sunpius with another. That's 3 off of the Tech 9, and as he forfeits control of the bomb site, that's no kit for Perks, who sprays the ground, and Sunpius isn't gonna move.
He's just gonna let this happen.
He's now gonna start to rush out, but it's gone.
Oh, 10 seconds.
Oh, maybe Magis should tell his teammates they also need to play.
Yeah, what? I mean, okay, you think it's not the 5, but you've got to come in when you think they would stick again. I mean, he's only 1 second off of that situation, but the spray paint as well. Okay.
A round's a round.
A round is a round. And that's a round where they don't have much.
And they played.
Yeah, they try to
played.
Hey, 100% retake win percentage.
Hyped took a difficult peek out from Temple, knowing there was 4 players on that bomb site, kills 2 of them. Why? Because he played.
He said 20% of the time, we win 100% of the time.
Crazy what you can accomplish when you try.
When you try.
But don't worry about it. Just harness that. Take whatever that was.
What that was a low buy energy, right? When you have a full buy, you end up ironically making decisions to give rounds away or trying one trade and then giving up because you're so scared about the next round, the future.
Don't worry about the future. There only is the present. Making some sound on this approach, though. Dupree's in the corner. Oh, they swing, but the second one's a little slow. Yeah, Hype tries to come out with that op, and Dupree is sharp. He turns, pulls out a nade, and that'll be the end of him. Whoa. Still, Falcons 4v3 and a fight towards mid.
The bomb's in a very awkward position. I mean, well, it's in a very normal position, but it's awkward for the team that would love to be able to jump on a push on the other side of the map.
Go, Freeze, go.
Yeah.
Snappy's holding, though, from water.
You know, they do have to do something, right?
Oh, Snappy just turned. This is it. That's the timing.
Oh,
Freeze has the timing. Nades in hand. Oh, the
pick
clock.
a target, Freeze.
Just
clocked.
Of 2 minds.
Oh, he had a chance right there. He was too antsy. He was way too antsy. 2-on-4 situation. Couple people softened up. Ooh, and now it's just Ozak. Ay.
Some nasty Danish headshots coming out of Falcons this round. 2 out of Dupree as he gets pushed at. Magisk finds the entry that's going to just give Falcons that sigh of relief, because if those 2 B players get caught by Freeze.
Freeze has really good aim, but he gets kind of, I think his mind's always racing. Yeah, he was the guy playing camera and mid, and
right.
Sometimes doesn't know if he has a good position to just sit and wait, or in this situation doesn't know if he should just go for his first target. Maybe almost surprised at the opportunity that he created for himself. But those are round-winning plays. Those are game-winning plays. I'd almost meet up for this. 2K hold out of Dupree. Oh, that's frustrating.
That's bananas.
That's pretty much best case for him too, right? He missed snappy timing. He's going up against an op not facing him, and then the other player's switching his gun. So
it was looking like the golden ticket to get this game tied up again, but instead, start contrast, alternate attacks onto pistols.
Just have to eco him one more time.
Harness that low buy energy. Freeze merely looking at Madden across the bridge gets him to fumble his util. Last time we saw alternate attacks come into a round like this with a lot of utility, burn the clock down perfectly. They had more to work with, of course. They are seemingly trying to do the same thing again. There is a smoke here on Arrow playing behind the pillar. You put that down at the right moment, you can maybe get Falcons to scramble. We're starting to see the rotates. Ooh, Hype just comes out from Temple unannounced. Gets caught out in the open. Snappy into dark, spots 2 more bodies. There's a 3rd member of the CTs added onto B. Frag Grenade's gonna soften him up, but he's covered here from Magisk. Clean up down the lane, and it is the Danes yet again. 3 kills to keep these pistols out of touch and to keep Falcons moving towards the finish line on Anubis. 12th round feels all but secured. Perks armored 5-7, doesn't push through smoke. But surely you don't save.
Yeah, surely no save. They would try, but now Falcons are starting to roll. Rounds are looking a bit more comfortable. Scoreline's starting to come up to meet where Madden was for the whole first half. All of his great kills, some bigger moments out of Dupree and Magisk. And no more getting ecoed. There's going to be a lot of regret for alternate attacks in this map when they watch it back. There's going to be a lot of individual decisions that, you know, hard to synthesize in the moment, but, you know, the post clarity, I think it'll be quite clear. And as a team as well, those saves, hard to justify those moments. And the problem is really that you can see they decided to save before they turned around, right? They were walking into something they weren't even going to try. They were waiting for the moment for someone to say, just save. And that means that even seconds before, where they could have been setting up something, punish mistake or whatever, they weren't ready to pounce on an opportunity at all. And that attitude alone, I think, has shoved them out of some decent chances in this half.
Good nade at least out from the A site. Freeze got another. That one comes up a little short.
You said that they collapsed after that, 1v5 from Halzerk.
Yeah.
And it looks like they are losing a little bit more steam again.
That sad reality of losing your footing is kind of what you come to expect between some of the best and some of the aspiring. Biggest 48 hours of these young men's careers, and they've had chances. They've also fallen to pressure, and that pressure comes to the A site yet again. Magisk has 100% kicked this up a notch. Third CT comes out from camera with a good double, and he gets back behind bricks. Now he can go for the reload, but meanwhile, Dupree goes deep on B, and instantly they transition.
That's a big find.
He is so deep through this too. Arrow, cautious, but not successful. Ozek gonna try to run at the site. Sunpius gave up the angle. Ozek comes in with the kill on Madden, follows with the dink to Dupree. 12 to the clock. USP's out, dives the bomb, executed, and alternate attacks play the game.
No, how does that happen? Yeah, they play the game, but oh my god. Your teammate's reloading, and then you plant? Sunpius?
And you also stick it while you hear him running at you?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
This is all these footsteps.
Why wouldn't you go? You literally know that there's no gun in either of their hands for that moment. Your pistol is infinitely stronger than your opponent's.
Sorry, bro. Just got to finish this real quick.
You give me space, right? You know who I am, right?
I'm going to just send this text real quick. I got
Number 6, 2023. Don't forget it. Hey!
Gotta get this order in real quick. Hold the bacon.
And I better get it too. Why do we have to do the Italian accent for Sunpius?
That's true, dude.
We just can't. We just don't know how to do the Spanish.
Yeah.
We're just not even capable.
There we go. Gets his. 5v4 to try and close out map 1. If only alternate had played the game.
Yeah. Oh, saddest takeaway, man. Saddest takeaway.
I mean, I sympathize. I'm sure it is daunting to wake up this morning and think you've got to play a team that has as many major championships as they do, but you gotta swing for it.
Yeah.
If given the chance to swing. And they will continue to do so here. 3v4 in an attempt to hold off Falcons. It is a solo B defense from Freeze. 18 HP. That nade could be valuable. Oof. Wow. Half of Snappy gone and Magisk now sub 50. Freeze takes up position front pillar, but there's just no movement from A. And we've also said previously, if you're gonna want to just play rounds like this, you gotta make a move. You gotta go for information. They're just kerneled up and banking on his 18 health being enough. Now they've taken over the bomb site. He's in the middle of all 4.
Oh!
Freeze! It's a flash freeze in the middle of B. And Madden, he wants to get in. He will, but with no time. Play the game.
Yo!
What? In an instant.
Yeah, you said talk to him, man. That's amazing out of Freeze. Off the pillar with the little lineup, and they passed by him without clearing it at all. All he had to do was minimize his presence, and he set up this 3K. That's insane stuff.
Clip of his career. An electricity down the ranks for alternate attacks off a moment like that one. Madden solo AK. Falcons have felt the wrath.
We had the hyped 1v3 already in this game. And that rifle clip out of freeze. Now they just need to complement it with overtime.
No pause off that.
Yeah.
Falcons just limping forward.
They might be almost ashamed to pause off that.
Yeah, that didn't bother us.
Yeah.
Little contact to camera.
Oh.
Going for the B split.
Hyped is leaving.
Look at this.
Ooh, Hyped went a little too far.
Biggest
You're
moment.
not responding to this.
Now they hear it. They can't do much. They've got to fight. You've got to hold the line. And seemingly they will. Ozek backplat gets his. Arrow going above and beyond in the heat of battle. They seem so caught off by that, but can they recover? One deagle frag out of Magus, tagged up by the op, tries to hone in on it.
Yeah.
Alternate attacks, scared in that one, but they hang on for dear life.
Yeah, a couple of small mistakes. There was a gap in the communication, right? Because Freeze has information, and he drops the molly, and then they're allowed to go through middle. Hyped makes the rotation because they think it's going to be like a prolonged A split. But they recover just off of their guns alone. That's actually X Factor coming in from the A site. That's really well done from Arrow. And now we do have odds for overtime.
Mollis to dismantle mid. Alternate attacks pushing for OT.
After these rounds that they've gotten to.
Don't forget, especially not now, anything is possible. Flashbang to set up the mid-fight. Madden comes at it. Beautiful utility out of Snappy. Take it from them. And Madden is the reason they've been set up so successfully throughout Anubis. He was the shining star of Falcons. He is the reason that alternate attacks haven't already won this game. Some of those early rounds, when all they could pick up were the half buys, Magus here to finish it off because he has also had an uptick in performance when it has come to the T side of this A hit. So frequently smashing heads on the approach of this bomb site. We get bomb slowly just tiptoeing its way through middle. Audio heard. Magus knows where this last frag can be had. Bomb's going to go elsewhere. And Falcons, even though they get caught in Freeze's net 1 round prior, they're going to move that bomb into the B site. They've got a drop on the bridge. Poised and prepared. Bomb plant on the other side of Obelisk. A nigh impossible clutch, unfortunately, but Arrow going to have to send it. And that's really got to be the mantra of alternate attacks come map 2. You're going to have to send it if you want to take down Falcons. He tries to swing out and his days were numbered. The Falcons get through, but certainly not unscathed. 13-11. Not the score they wanted, but a map 1 win nonetheless.
You obviously been with Zonic for a long time, for every single one of your teams, right? And it's obviously probably a big reason why you came to Falcons in the first place. Can you maybe try and explain it in words why you want to be with Zonic like this? What's the trust? Is it just what you've been through? How does it work exactly?
I mean, obviously, Sonic is a very good coach, probably the greatest of all time, and you know he has a lot of respect from a lot of players. And I think also when it comes to myself, I like to be comfortable. I like to be around people that I know what's going on. And obviously with Sonic and Lars, I know the system and I know how everything works, and the schedule and the structure and all these small things that means a lot for me is something that I know I will have, and something that they also value a lot. So we kind of have a lot of the same values, obviously, because we have been going through the same process with Lars, but also, you know, with the results and the good things and the bad things. And, you know, so yeah, being comfortable and being happy is probably one of my first priorities, because I know if I want to perform on a high level, I need to be happy. And obviously, when I decided to join Falcons, it was obviously also because I knew the persons I would be around would be something, you know, I would be happy. But obviously, we need to start delivering results, because obviously it's tough to keep smiling when you don't make results. So yeah, at the end of the day, we are also here to win. And if you don't make results, obviously it's not gonna last forever, you know, because we are professionals and we all know what is needed from us and what the expectations from the outside, but obviously also from the organization is. So yeah, we know what's needed from us, and that also means that we need to do our absolutely best to keep improving every single day.
We learned a few things from that map, number one. We learned that alternate attacks have got a bit of a dog in them, and that Falcons have never seen a round they couldn't lose. That was quite the map of Counter-Strike. Still, the Falcons do pull that one out of the flames in regulation at that. What were you looking at, Mac?
Mate, it ain't over till it's over. That's what I was thinking that whole time. The amount of times that alternate attacks saved almost allowed them to get back into that game, but then it ended up being the individual heroics which brought it all the way to 24 regulation rounds. And Falcons just managed to stumble across the line. They got there, they got it done, but this is the problem, right? Falcons are supposed to be a superstar team.
Yes.
And the 96th team in the world, 96th best team in the world, is almost taking them down on Anubis.
Listen, I think for the first 9 rounds of that game, I feel Attacks were the better team, by far, easily. I don't know what the hell Falcons are doing. There were rounds where Falcons just playing, what, a 3-2 setup, playing a 3 towards B, 2 towards A, mid's wide open, and you have Attacks just walking in mid, getting the A bomb site for free time and time again. And I'm sorry, that's not the sort of CT sides in Counter-Strike I'm expecting from, you know, forget a top 5 team, but even a top 20 team. There's a basic protocol to how I want to work that map there. But I will give credit where it's due. For Falcons, the final couple of rounds, I think the penultimate round, the CD side, they woke up, started fighting for A main's control, started pushing towards B main, and getting that, and, you know, kind of asphyxiating alternate attacks a little bit. And for Attacks, I feel like, you know, we saw Magisk yelling as well, you gotta keep saving every round, guys. I wish they had a little bit more dog in them some of those rounds, Mike. Maybe, you know, poke and prod a little bit. There's 3v2s, there's 2v2s. Just give it a shot. You're the massive underdogs. You know, your players are hitting a shots. Make Falcons sweat a little bit, because this could easily have been an upset here for the German side.
It got so close to it. It got so very close to it. And I mean, you could just tell the difference in, like, pressure, because every round that Attacks were winning, it was just joy. It was happiness, celebration, delight every time some clutch goes their way. Not so much for the Falcons. There was one round in particular that you wanted to take a look at, Blau.
Yeah, we can talk about some of the, you know, to highlight some of the good things that the teams did. And one good thing that Falcons did was how they were able to, you know, it's the depth of the playbook they have when it comes to certain rounds where it looks like it's looking grim. Let's quickly highlight what's happening over here on the mini-map, right? You can see the scoreline is pretty close right now. It's a buy round for the side of Attacks, and of course for Falcons as well. We see Attacks are going to be going for a little bit more aggressive posturing towards the A bomb side. They're going to have a little bit of smokes being deployed over here, and we have a player, I believe this is Madden, lurking towards mid. It's a bit of a default spread to start things off. This can probably just
play out the round here. And you can see a bit of utility being deployed by Falcons, kind of posturing that they might be going for this A play over here. Now, the important player here is Freeze, who's the #1 player on your screens over there. He's going to be supporting the A bomb side. So a lot of utility being deployed, forcing attacks to redeploy their utility as well to prevent a hit from coming in. And this is where the opening kill is found by Freeze. It's a good timing here. Catches Madden lurking in the smoke. This is a good read from him. But what I really like is the reaction coming out from Falcons. Dupree's going to sneak on in towards mid. They need to try and distract this player and catch him with his pants down. What did it do is they're going to be throwing a fake, and I love this. Just keep a look at the time. 40 seconds on the clock here. It's going to be Sun Pius lobbing in a Molotov for the back side, for the back of Cake, as well as for the for Heaven. And what's going to happen here is they're not going to react behind it. And that's going to force out attacks. They're going to be caught out of position. A brilliant flash round from Sun Pius, enabling Magis to get a kill. Dupree, in the meantime, catching Freeze in rotation. And just like that, the round is lost. And that's what usually happens when you are, you don't really have information what's really happening over there. And I love that from Falcons. They don't have enough utility to work with. Just a Molotov, just a smoke, and a bit of a delayed take, and they think it's a fake. Round crumbles right there. Beautiful work from Snappy right there.
Yeah, the other thing I want to highlight as well is alternate attacks. There were so many moments in like micro decision-making moments like that where there was utility on their belts, but they just took the fights before dumping the mollies that they were saving. They were holding util so many of those rounds. Some rounds we saw them, deploying the smokes at the perfect moment to force Falcons to be running through the smokes, which allowed that comeback to happen. But in moments like that, they just didn't get the util out.
Yeah, absolutely. And they actually had a couple of incendiaries remaining right there, right? Yeah. If you think it's going to be a hit, just lob in a Molotov. If you think it's a fake, it's fine. Just still use the utility. There's only 30 seconds remaining on the clock, and then you can pivot back. But yeah, that's the way Cricket crumbles sometimes. But for attacks, man, some of the rounds are winning, though. That Freeze 4K, for example, heroics from players who you're not expecting the heroics from.
Yeah, I feel like Freeze definitely a slight MVP, really tore him through it towards the end. Him as well as Ozek, doing a couple of nice little clutches throughout. And those moments are definitely memorable ones. The other side of things as well, though, you got Falcons. You really need to, shout out Madden and Dupree for a couple of those rounds towards the later parts of the game, because those later parts of the game were what saved them.
Listen, I don't know who the highest paid player or personnel on the Falcons is right there, but give a little bit of yours to Madden. I doubt it's going to be Madden. He was the absolute difference maker for their side.
The only problem is Madden is one of the players that has been missing every time we see Falcons play for the last 6 months. He's one of the names that was farming when he was on Ents, but then coming into CS2, it feels like it's taken him a long time to progress.
But he has woken up though. Like if you look at Challenger, for example, even in ESL Challenger, the fact that it reached the grand finals right there, for me, it was because Madden just having I think one of the best tournaments it's had in a very long time, and over here as well. And what was a very, very hard-fought first half. The second half, I think, was a little bit more Falcon-sided, but I think he was that difference maker, right? And when you have a team like Magisk, like Dupree, like Sun Pius over there, you're not looking at Madden to really shoulder the burden, but he did so. 22 and 13, a lot of impact being found by him, and he was the difference maker for them today.
I still do want to highlight one of those names you mentioned, Sun Pius, right? We were talking about him in the pre-show. He had that quote, he had that tweet after the last game, talking about it's been a rough run of form. I'm not used to playing like this. You got to take it better tomorrow. It wasn't a great map for him. I mean, your mind goes back to that 1v1 where a full 10-second defuse got stuck, but there were some troubling moments for the Opper.
He was, I believe, 3-7 or 3-8 and at some point in that first half. Listen, I know you've had his struggles and whatnot, but this is just going missing every single game. I don't know what else to make of this. And I know he made a tweet. I don't want to beat him down when the man's down, but at some point, something has to change.
Yeah, well then let's not beat him down. Let's talk about Dupree. There was moments where he was on the rifle and really just hitting some very impactful ones. That's what I was noticing, a lot of it, especially when Falcons, they weren't really playing as a unit a lot. They were sort of defaulting, all on different extremities, and when Dupree was able to hit some openings and play off the back of that, be lurking towards B main, everyone else moving in through water, try to go for those B splits, that's when Falcons were finding a lot of success, except for that moment when Freeze was hidden behind the pillar.
We do need to look to the future. There are more maps to play. We're headed into Mirage. This has been something of a comfort pick for Falcons for a very long time. How comfortable do we think they should feel?
I don't think they should ever feel comfortable, like Zonic said.
I don't think they're not allowed, bro.
You're not allowed to feel comfortable. Any team can take it. This almost went to overtime. You can't feel comfortable. And by the way, again, this is a map where they should have been winning very, very comfortably. Heading into Mirage, yes, the numbers paint a very grim picture for attacks, right? I think it's 1-8 on maps won in the past 3 months or something like that, which is not a pretty picture. It's a map that Falcons are okay on. They played as well, but you can't count them out, especially because some of the individuals did wake up. And when we talk about Mirage, we're talking about the AWPing. I'll tell you this, Sunpies was not the better AWPer in the server here. And if Hype wakes up, anything could happen.
Hype looked good. Hype looked really good. If anything, his performance here is, showing him to the rest of the world and getting on the big screen, hitting these numbers, especially here on LAN, when we've had this conversation that AWPers are few and far between for these teams. Like, Hype's going to be getting picked up and thrown somewhere else, to be honest.
It really is a great audition, and that is what they need to look at over on the attack side, right? Because the reality is they may only have one map left here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, right? This is the biggest opportunity this roster, certainly, and this org have had in a very, very long time. And at this point, it might be audition tape for more opportunities, for more chances, for more teams, potentially.
Yeah, for sure. But I also feel like, it's not just about the individuals. I feel like they had a pretty good, solid game plan coming in. We saw it in Inferno yesterday against Complexity as well, apart from, when Halzak won the 1v5 and things spiraled out of control. Anubis was close over here too. And for Mirage, I really feel if you've just put in a little bit of thought into this, Mirage is going to be coming into play. So hopefully they still have a game plan here for us.
If there's one person I need to see more from Alternate Attacks, it's Perks. Yesterday he had a scorcher of a game which kept it really close against Complexity, and he needs to do that again because he was not quite up to that standard on Anubis.
Oh, we'll see if attacks can be tripping off of a Perks. We'll see if they're going to do that or if the Falcons will fly high. We'll find out all that when we come back.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
The pressure might be on here, but Alternate Apex looking to try and stand strong against the Falcons. I've got Freeze with me, and I want to just start looking at Complexity's game because there was chance in there, even if it was a 2-0, for you guys to probably take it. Did it feel like you were kind of disappointed that you couldn't get Anubis?
Yeah, we were a bit disappointed at the end. Like we hadn't like the feeling that they won the game. It felt more like we lost it because we had so many rounds we should have taken that would have changed the flow of the game. And yeah, we ended up losing them because we were lacking some experience here and there, it felt like. And yeah, at the end they took the win. But I feel like there's a lot to learn from that game specifically.
Well, I'm glad you said there's a lot to learn from it because I want to see what did you learn, because also you're going up against a different level of team right now. So what do you take away from games and moments like this?
Yeah, there's a lot, but the most important thing is that we had fun yesterday, and like we left with the feeling that we could have done more, and that we can compete with those teams. We hadn't a chance to play officials against them yet, but we played a lot of practice against those kind of teams, and it's always like decent. So it was nice to get the feeling that we also can compete in officials, or at least have a chance to annoy them a bit.
And in terms of competing today, you're going up against the Falcons, who are definitely not at their strongest, and there's a huge amount of pressure on them. How do you think that plays into your advantage?
Well, as you said, the pressure isn't on us, it's on them. So we are pretty relaxed. There's nothing to lose. We just want to do the same as we did yesterday. We want to leave Cologne with a positive feeling. We want to give it our all. And yeah, maybe we can annoy them a bit and maybe take a map or even a W today. That would be incredibly nice. But yeah, the pressure's on them, and we'll just try to have fun and have a good time.
Well, I look forward to seeing it. They've got no pressure, but maybe they could put all that pressure onto Falcons. Let's see.
wholesome interview with James Banks there, saying, of course, the biggest takeaway from yesterday, we have fun. And I hope they did, because obviously this is the opportunity of a lifetime for the likes of alternate attacks. And that, of course, interview took place prior to map 1 going down, where they pushed them to the limit of 13-11. So, yeah, not only are you having fun, but now you're making Falcons sweat. And both teams fight for survival here, but one more so than the other. That's a map in the back pocket of Falcons. We transition to the Falcons map pick of Mirage, and I think they've had time to power up. We saw it yesterday versus Complexity. After the first 5, 6, 7 rounds, suddenly the individuals of the favorite teams really came to shine through, and there's a chance that maybe Magis keeps it up, that Madden goes back-to-back. We'll see. Oh, for now it's Snappy. 2 kills into the B bomb site. You'd think that's enough to swarm, overwhelm it all. Freeze will hold the ground a little longer, and then Madden pops him from over top of the van. Last 2 CTs exiting out from Market. Bit of team damage in the middle, so be it. It is Falcons lickety-split to the early T-side lead.
You call him Mr. Freeze. Give him that. There we go.
There we go.
For future moment.
Okay.
Because he does have some good aim moments for sure.
Yeah.
He's ready to go. This is a round where Snappy's aim, I think, is paramount, and we saw towards the end of the game on the last map, it was like him, Magisk came up a lot. Madden was already good.
Oh, yeah.
Sunpies never really got started, so there's still that, but you wouldn't expect him to sort of have like 2 slow maps in a row. It's the clown car coming out of the window.
Like watching baby ducks try to follow their mother.
Yeah, and then they fall off the waterfall.
They fall down the storm drain.
Oh my god, that's so much.
Nature's brutal. And so are anti-ecos. Burnt to a crisp. They get 1. That's a silver lining. But AK upgrade grabbed. Falcons convert.
So I think here's where we find out if the map is too simple for alternate attacks to really make this interesting, or if Mirage is a mistake pick because everyone's good at Mirage. Those are pretty much the 2 ways that Mirage can go. But I think it used to be the case that Mirage was just like, you don't pick it at top tier. But now it is like a very common, like, this is my best map. Because it proves day in and day out that there's still so much variations and variety. It's such a good map. There's just so many ways you can go with it. I mean, they have exhausted all the options, but there's just so many that exist all the time.
Oh, wow. Good dink.
Sometimes you push A ramp.
Yeah.
Sometimes you push B halls.
Sometimes you push both.
Sometimes you push both.
Shame for Freeze not to just get the kill himself, but it's a dink on Sunpius. Cleaned up by Ozek, who luckily gets away with no damage. So I don't think they can be too upset about that one.
And it looks like Complexity are about to beat Eternal Fire 2 straight.
Anything else we should know? Any other updates you got for us?
Those are the guys who could have been in this game.
Coulda. We saw one of those maps versus Complexity get real close for alternate attacks. Inferno had its moments up until that 1v5, and then that's kind of just evaporated their chances. Nice shot from Hyped. Drops it back to the 3v3. Bomb gets out ramped. Where is his teammate? Snappy's over in the B apps while the bomb is out on Tetris.
Yeah, also like...
Snappy, where are you?
Walking out of halls.
Where are you going?
I don't even know. Like,
Snappy, what you doing?
what's happening? What's that?
He's like, yo, I'll be right there, bro.
Walk out A ramp, get opt. Then like Opper's gonna fall back to the safest angle possibly can, which is walk out halls. It's that shot. Snappy's walking through B apps.
He just ghosted his teammate. Like, I'll meet you on A at 4.
Yeah.
Counter-terrorists win.
Okay.
Sorry, man. My car broke down. I just couldn't make it.
They actually just stopped calling for a second.
It's a weird one, but it's a first one. Alternate attacks. Put it on the board. That's a 3v4 at the very least. Weird little hiccup early.
I'm tired of dunking on Falcons.
I know. It doesn't even feel good anymore.
Oh, Yeah. Oh. Oh.
Snappy taking over window control. Nobody's going to stop him. It's just him versus Ozek in jungle. And with the smoke up, he can hang on to his positioning. Magisk taken down to half. Beautiful utility, boys. Hype setting that one up. So Freeze with a couple critical and also challenging fights going into ramp now, a couple of rounds in a row. Snappy trying to set him up for the cat hit. This time bomb comes through the apartments alongside a very wounded Dupree at the moment.
I like this setup a lot when it's going to be a B split. You got one on Halls. Arrow has a very good angle to fight cat. Perks can peer through the window. He can also, help Arrow out if they start running. And
which they do.
Support utility comes. It's also a good distraction for Perks.
Oh, they clear him.
They clear him.
Yeah, but at least Arrow is able to get into the back of sight. Ozek looks to come and help him. Front sight being held onto. Madden just hasn't exposed himself to either player. Unfortunately for him, his teammates dropping left and right. What? Arrow gets there as Dupree drops the spray. Madden's last bullet finds a kill, and Falcons, their lead's gone. Their oomph has disappeared. What was that?
That was also not so pretty. Didn't finish any of their kills.
Everything that was pretty came out of alternate attacks. This labored spray from Arrow got there.
Yeah, like that.
The ramp aggression. I mean, setting Freeze up like that was the cleanest moment of the round. Shout out Hyped. Good util, good call. Shout out alternate attacks, because now you're just up against pistols here in round 5.
The boost is nailed, and the split is coming on to work. Oh no, there's no CT player. They have to be very careful on the A site.
Big Deke, but
he's gotta show up. Oh, did he hit that?
Oh no, but I was willing to get excited.
I saw that kill feed, but he. Oh, got the bomb down.
In the last tick, bomb's planted. Hype gets 3 on the op. Well, 2 on the op, 1 the molly. Had him sweating. Madden's been able to keep it up, 6 kills now. Again, he was the early success of Falcons back on Anubis.
Magisk has 2 ADR.
2 assists?
2 ADR.
That can't be.
2 damage per round.
Oy, oy, oy. They group up. Ooh, Ozek. Beautiful spray. And Freeze is ahead of him. This is a rebound. This is a 3v5 turned into man advantage. Oh no. Hyped off top stairs, flashed. As the Palace player continues to keep the pressure up, the Deagle's out and Madden gets gut punched. Hyped ready for that peak. Arrow's nade finds Magisk. Again, 3v5 from Falcons. Pressure now on Snappy. Bomb planted. They know exactly where he's at. He's going to give smoke to try and get him out of here. CT's dealing with util themselves, exposed and in the open, naked and afraid, but hanging on nonetheless. And he crosses over to CT. It's health advantage Arrow.
Oh.
He fakes the drop. Then he goes for it for real. Puts another smoke on top of the bomb, climbing over, triple and caught. Ooh. Snappy pulls off the 1v2 to close a 3v5.
Yeah, what a zany round. Nice try from Hype from the top of stairs to stop that and bring it back into their advantage, and a great spray from Ozek as well at the beginning of this round. But it's all about the 2 answers back. They got to kill Madden first. He's been the most consistent player here for Falcons. And Snappy, there's a moment where he could lose this, of course, if Arrow is more careful, doesn't try to jump up twice on top of triple, and just scouts that a bit more.
Jumps once, holds.
But Snappy wasn't really prepared for it.
Hype's getting sent down into underpass. We got 3 players in the apartment. Well, back to 2. Perks given a chance to strike one down, and the double op setup from alternate attacks. So 2 ops trying to train themselves on the B side of the map. Gives them man advantage. Hyped doubling back. Ooh, decides not to come all the way. Could have found Madden in the open. Madden just floating here alone. So outnumbered at the moment. Has no idea. 3 players just ready to swing for him. And he will die with none of them collected. Hyped. Missed shot. A little awkward that close. Sunpai is happy to put hands on an op.
And I think that sometimes that's where he thrives. So setting himself up for moments like that is good to see, even if it doesn't work out. But in a round like this.
Back-to-back 3v5s being pieced together by Falcons.
Trying to conjure up these late round situations where more mistakes get made. And it's a very honest interview with James Banks from Freeze, just saying, like, you know, we can see where we do make mistakes and we are lacking some experience, but we're learning. And some of it also is in these moments, they don't have strong communication to put the map back together in their heads, and like the players on the other side of the map are not looking for info in effective ways. And sometimes they just shy away from retake situations. We don't want to see that happen again.
One player crosses back to connector. Sunpai is looking to join him on the reload. Magus tries to pounce, and uh-oh. Now you've got very strong sight lines on this bomb, and they're not going to go for it. They're not. They're going to call it. Pull the plug, and as said, unfortunately here for alternate attacks, that's back-to-back 3v5s for Falcons. That's enough to really start to rip away what was looking like early promise and maybe a bit of momentum for a CT half.
Yeah, that's actually a big thing with them, that they're, you know, they've got very kind of frail man advantages.
Ouch.
I don't think, it's hard to see, I think, when they're in the server, how many times they're pulling away from situations that look plausible.
Yep.
But yeah, they're going to learn about that. It's kind of, you know, hope for their sake. Like it's after this kill, where the round's pretty much over, but it shouldn't be. Shouldn't be close to over.
They should still be making moves, right?
Yeah.
Those B players from that death in underpass forward didn't move.
They didn't move.
They didn't go for the apartments, follow underpass, come up connector, deal with the flank. No.
All they do is
sit and wait.
Sit and wait and create a good situation for themselves where they sit.
Yeah.
But it's not active enough.
And it's going to be gut-wrenching when they have to accept and watch some of these moments back, but the reality is, you know, this is the least experienced team at the event. Biggest moment of their careers.
It's kind of interesting because, like, alternate attacks is a name I know. You know what I mean?
Sure, it's been around a long time.
Yeah, been around a long time, and I think that's the cool part, but it also has me...
Well, you're somebody who enjoys teams with players from the same country.
Yes.
And it's cool that alternate attacks holds on to that.
International lineups.
Yep. Well, hate is a strong word. Maybe we shouldn't use hate.
I despise international teams.
That's a bit harsh.
I love alternate attacks.
You prefer regional rosters, maybe? You know?
I can't live in a world where there are international lineups. It's my mission to change that permanently.
Mission sounds aggressive. Maybe
sorry, purpose.
Okay, that's a lot.
I'll write it down in a book one day.
Don't
teach everybody.
No. Hand it out at
for now, it's just my
gatherings.
tweets.
That's where we can leave it.
Falcons are... The problem is they don't speak Danish. And they'd have my support.
Okay. What if a team had two cores that spoke two different languages and then they just refused to communicate with each other in English?
I would personally love that.
Yeah. Like a half... Like if Vitality, half of them spoke Israeli and then half of them just spoke French.
Yes. I actually...
And then on top of it, Mezzi's just there alone.
Yeah.
Hebrew, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah. No. I always imagine that on G2 when it's just Nico and Hunter alone, that they switch. You know.
Yeah. They tap back into it.
Yeah. They switch to Kovac.
I hear they actually don't even speak to each other. It's just all telepathic.
Right.
Something in the jeans.
In the pants.
Two 3v5s in this bounce back from Falcons. And another strong start from Madden. So, looking to be the guy who kind of gets Falcons through this head-to-head. in any way, shape, or form. Really. Sunpias, hello. Nice headshot on Hyped. We've been kind of sat here hoping Sunpias gets to put forward some form after that Depresso tweet yesterday. And sure enough, now they're just starting to piece everybody up. It's fights on all fronts.
Okay.
This is the Falcons I think we wanted to see out of the gate back on Anubis. That's a confident, fluid, aggressive, headshot hitting, limb ripping, blood bathing, ferocious Falcons.
You know, if there's a team that they should learn from to get out of this rut, I think it's, 2022 Heroic. They were the team that never lost to lower ranked rosters. And right now, like Snappy just said, that they've actually seen that their ceiling can be high in some of the scrims they play and once in a while in matches. I mean, I haven't really seen their ceiling personally, but he said that their floor is the problem. You want like one of the best floors in modern Counter-Strike, it would have been that Cadian Heroic lineup.
Yeah.
They just
marble floors.
And the way that they played it, the way that they played those games, no respect versus lower ranked teams, they destroyed. Like a round like that would be what Heroic would do every single round, right?
Oh, yeah.
And when Zonic says...
There'd be P90s out if this was Heroic.
Lower our expectations. That's fine for like top tier competition, but at this level, they can't be playing like these teams and then playing close to them and losing late round close situations.
Yeah. To say we need to lower our expectations when you're going into a server versus alternate attacks where 4 out of the 5 players have never played an S tier event, you're going to lower your expectations? That's a crazy thing to say.
It is, yeah.
But desperate times call for desperate measures, perhaps. There's no way Falcons rolled out of bed today. I would hope that that's just maybe Zonic being like a professional coach. And in reality, Madden rolled out of bed today, looked at the player list on alternate attacks and said, never am I going to lose this.
Yeah.
You know, there is a difference between a coach's interview and a player's mentality. Which is why hopefully if we get a winner's interview with one of the players, I would actually love to just somebody else ask him the same question we asked Zonic. Ask about what the mentality was. And if they said respect attacks, I'd feel a little better. Sorry, Sunpias. Sidelined this time. Looking for that 7-3 lead, but the Deegs got something to say about it. Quick peek out from Scout, tagged. Ooh, missed shot. Snappy better off with the Glock. We got another and a no-scope.
Okay, and the bomb's still not planted yet.
6 seconds. CT's gonna try to move this forward, but Magisk has the cover from that smoke. The Op is serving up a distraction. Magisk hits the headshot. He seems aware of the threat. Yes, sir. Delivers the 1v2 to make sure things keep rolling.
Yeah, nicely saved here from Magisk. With only a couple of rounds to go. That one gets hairy, but they still close it out. That one gets hairy, but they don't Hugo it. Is that how you put it last time?
Yeah. Things can get hairy, but you never want them to get Hugo.
Don't go full Hugo?
Yeah.
That's the one.
Two chances left for attacks to improve.
Oh.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh.
And it works.
Third time's the charm. Few shots between the two Oppers. It's the blind fighting the blind. Put that in the Olympics. Madden waits. Nothing's going to present itself. This is interesting. Freeze, some of the best moments on Mirage was when he's been getting active. And he's been doing a good job of just kind of poking, prodding the outer A setups of Falcons. Nice to see him get another one of those as his half has been rougher. He's trying to get back to the top of the board for alternate attacks. He nullifies man advantage.
Timing here for Snappy, but I mean, he doesn't have any idea. Freeze is in a position where he doesn't know that he's left a gap here on A ramp. I can't help but feel like this favors Snappy because he might use utility.
But it's so stringy.
Yeah, he did.
I think if Snappy's gonna get him, then Bomb needs to come over. Sunpai is looking to move it forward through Con, but Sunpai is about to get attacked from Catwalk. That's Bomb down at 25 seconds. There's another underpass player, or Snappy has to give up control of A site. Dude, this is just stringy.
Oh man, and they have no idea about window at all?
What is...
God. What a mess.
Remember, we can get through so much with deep breathing. 7 seconds. He's going to try to move it forward. So many players caught off guard in so many different directions. That round nobody wants to replay.
Nah, they don't have much court vision, man, and that's yeah. It's real hard to say why. This one starts up 5v4 as well, but yeah, Freeze is the guy you do want to send it on missions. You can see that aim coming through. And this has just been a more careful approach from Sampaio. He could hear a player on cat above him.
Freeze is going to get a handful.
So
no support at the moment. Oh, Ozek does help out, but that bomb site is so far gone. By the time alternate attacks are going to get a chance to go for the retake, which they have to go for. Final round of the half.
Let's see. Now that they're forced to play, let's see what they can do.
It worked out on Anubis when Hyped was able to come out with a few. They're approaching Ticket. Nade softens up Madden even more so. Flashbangs are great. Double MP9 before Magis starts to turn this one upside down. Dupree 1v3. They know where he's at. He's down to half health. And down he goes.
That's why you go for retakes.
Convincing as alternate attacks. Hand is forced. They put forth a fifth. Oh, what could have been, or maybe what could still be if Falcons aren't able to convert this 7-5 lead on their map pick. Maybe the alternate attacks have a little left in them. It's obviously a massive ask to be going up against one of the most major accomplished rosters out there, and
it's the most
by far. Okay, just double checking.
We're talking about Zonic with 5,
and also the most expensive.
Dupree and Zonic have 10 in total. Magisk 4 more.
All the experience, all the accolades, all the salary.
Yeah.
Falcons gotta win this. 15-1 are the 1x bet odds. And we can understand why. It's a tough spot for the alternate attacks. They have exceeded expectations, I would think. I love their pistol setups versus Complexity yesterday. They look so genuinely prepared and informed for their opponents, which I think deserves props. But I think, unfortunately, they were their own worst enemies today when they just didn't pounce on some of the, what they didn't consider winnable situations.
We've casted so many games like this where like the underdog team, you know, either they win a really crazy match or they could have, and this is one of the could haves for sure. As you said, like, it's actually, you got to give them so much credit because it's very hard to, even if you do good prep, to actually believe in it when the game starts because you haven't played against this team before. And they did translate it yesterday, and they did translate it somewhat today as well. So, yeah, a lot of teachable moments. But, you know, technically the series isn't over. It's only a 2-round game still on Mirage.
Sampaio sneaking up behind him as they're already gone down 4v5. Hopefully they didn't notice. Perks comes through with the snappy headshot. We go 4v4 in the post plant. I think I'd rather be alternate attacks because Sampaio, they know he's back here. He took his one shot.
Oh my gosh. It's just such a bad day for Sampaio.
Oh, Dupree's gonna try to turn the tables. He's got Magis to work with. Sampaio does die. Ooh, damn, dude, these Danes, they're nasty. Nade goes on to Madden. They're trying to hold the window cross. You better cover. And they will. It's all good here for Falcons. Bomb stuck. 8th round added to the tally. Thank goodness they've got Dupree.
He only, yeah, no kidding. He only had one more window to cross, actually, and maybe he gets in front of that plant. Nice shot from Snappy from a retake position. Sampaio waited. You can just tell he has no confidence today because he waited so long to blow his flank to shoot someone in the shoulder in the back and then just have to sit there.
And then fail to climb up. And then when he finally decides to go to the bomb site, he goes running forward, writes off the possibility of corner being held, and just gets one tap to the side of the head. So, missed window smoke. Ooh. That ain't a confidence issue. That's just an issue.
Maybe it really was on purpose, says Nafly, as they quietly approach mid without actually peeking.
Madden slides up. The window player serving up a distraction.
Okay.
Ooh, not bad of a start with the double Galil frag. Perks does come through in time, and Magisk gets pinched. Perfect tethering there between the bottom mid and Temple push. Temple, Palace, what map are we on? Snappy comes up cat.
Pyramids?
Aliens.
Hebrew. And Snappy's like, what happened?
There's an M4 to grab. Incendiary to come with it. He's got the kit, he's got the armor, he's got all the tools for the job, but he's going to keep to the MP9. Yep.
Yeah, why not? It works. It works. Oh, okay. All right, man. Okay, so what happens here, and the part that has me scratching my head, is they molly underpass and then peek top mid with 2 people. That is how the setup's supposed to go. They get the information and they swing and they get these 2 kills, and they somehow lose 3 players in mid to this half buy, even while separating the attack. Intense frustration.
It's a lot of pressure, man.
Welcome to Tier 1. Welcome to Invite.
Stopped by the 5-7. His door may be open, but leave it to Falcons to shut it as fast as it was. Given back over to alternate attacks. Now a second player dead, an M4 in the hands of Dupree. We got Kevlar across the board. And as long as nobody has to make a window jump, Falcons might be all right. Deep Palace control, and it's a completely silent alternate attacks here. Two players ramp. One waits underpass. But I don't think Falcons make a move here. They're just going to react to whatever alternate end up doing in the next 40 seconds.
Yeah, this is the thing with alternate. Sometimes they didn't know when they had good spots, but like surely Falcons are going to be, I mean, they have everything covered right now. Small moment of timing here for Sunpius. Maybe he misses this.
And Magisk is pushing further off of the bomb site, so there's a chance if Sunpius goes down empty-handed, which he won't. Jungle smoke goes down, but Dupree still able to get his kill before. And now bomb needs to be picked up by Arrow. 15 seconds, he's done here. And that is Falcons rebounding, so let bygones be bygones. Forget about the last round. At least you recovered with pistols.
Yes, yeah. It's all well and good now. Careful, Arrow, though. He could potentially die after time. They're actually going to come running at him. Does he die? Oh, they're not exactly confident that he tucked. Okay, he lives. Good thing.
It is crazy, though, that, you know, obviously we have to contextualize this matchup this evening, and it's all just about Falcons kind of surviving this one because, God forbid, you lose against the lowest-seeded team at the first stage of Cologne. And Map 1 was 13-11, Map 2 is 9-6, and you're still making mistakes.
It still has.
We haven't discussed what the next match for Falcons means.
No, I don't even know.
You know what I mean?
I can't even imagine another team they beat in this form.
Is this a result that will inspire them or fans to kind of give them hope in the next... I don't know. I think they had to show up tonight and go 13-2, 13-2.
Yeah.
That's what they needed for themselves, for their fans.
Every team gets better, like
their
day by
doubters.
day in events, but like, how much better are they going to get at this rate?
Arrow pressing into Madden, and he figures that one out. Ugh, it's a bug. Perks are going to sprint for the M4. Damage towards Palace. Perks tries to come back at Madden. That works. We go into the 3v3, and all this while, Magisk has just kept his head down, waiting for the perfect time to strike, making sure that while his teammates may die, they don't lose the bomb site, per se. Nice little jiggles here out of Dupree. He really has been the saving grace alongside Magisk, at least here on Mirage. And Magisk, some as well, back on the T half of Anubis. The Danes have brought it to the table, as has Madden. So Falcons, they go up off the back of this one, 10 rounds to 6.
So this kind of quite simplistic default into A attack almost works out. But they end up dying inside of that smoke once again, just because they stay aware. And Alzek's looking for a cool place to go for a save. So the bomb's still over on the A side, 15 seconds to go. And Falcons will touch 10. But yeah, we've already seen so many mistakes in this game so far that even if they won 13-6 at this point, it would still be just like, meh. At least they did that, but
the tone has been set.
I genuinely don't know who else they'd be able to beat at this event based on what we've seen so far. And I want to give alternate attacks definitely a lot of credit for what they've done.
Yeah.
But still, like, there's a fair amount of criticism that, if we're being honest, still has to be given to Falcons.
It's like the credit is given to alternate attacks because they've also just made those same mistakes that we see so many other less experienced teams make when they try to make this jump to this caliber, right?
Yeah.
Not believing in a 3v3, trying to think about the next round, hoping your defaults work out, not being proactive enough in the face of an uncertain, high-risk situation. To let that slide, it's why I think they kind of lost out on winning Anubis. It's why maybe they lose this series in the end and get knocked out of Cologne. But it's not a surprise to see them do that. Others have come before them and fallen victim to the same. So as Freeze put in that pregame, it's all about just showing up in Cologne, trying your damnedest, having fun, which is genuinely valuable in a budding career. and it's been very cool to watch Hyped as well try to kind of take them back after his cut from Big. I feel like as a German young player, you think Big is your only chance, but he's trying to do it his own way with another long-standing German organization. It's been welcome sights. Unfortunately, the Glocks are going to get swept away here. It's an 11th one for Falcons as we continue down this road of inevitability ever closer.
I saw him outside, and I was just like, "Hey, nice to meet you." Because I think we cast his games that we play, and I maybe have met him once or something like that, but never really talked. And yeah, I was like, "How'd you meet these guys?" And it was just like after Big, he said like they really couldn't get anything going, and then when he got, I think, cut after going up to the main lineup for like a short period of time, he just was like had to find a new team, and this was a German roster, and it was a good timing where they needed a player, so he joined up with them. I'm like, that sounds great. Like that sounds like the perfect thing to do. Try to inject a roster like that with some of the things you've learned.
I mean,
the experience.
Very comparable to ZTR and Metasport, doing the same thing with Swedish CS.
Right.
And look where that led him. Now he's, kind of taking the reins of Gamer Legion. And with this kind of experience and maybe another result at another event, somebody here could be springboarded to that chance as well. Can't imagine how difficult it is to get a chance with a dream team like Big.
Yeah.
Only to kind of be told you're not good enough. It doesn't cut it. How does one go back to the drawing board? Hyped has. Snappy.
Oh, didn't see that gun?
Guess not, man. He looked frustrated again. Dupree has been the saving grace. May be that once more. Deagle attack from Ozek out through Murder Hole. That cuts Magisk off the rotate. Things are getting weird. It's been weird all night long.
If Senpai somehow gets caught off by it, they didn't tell him? What is happening, dude? There's a lot of moments, man, where it's like, did they not communicate this information? Oh, nice one. Okay. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. I was like having a great map for himself. Oh. Thought another one was coming in.
Enjoy the Deegs while you can.
I think Ozek is Greek.
Oh, really?
I think so.
That's cool.
Oh, man. What if I made that up? That would be extremely random.
Be a very weird thing to say.
Because it's not a flag that we see often in Counter-Strike.
Only one so far. Nice, more. I'll rotate a bit. One open. Back CT. Window.
He called window.
He called window.
Called window.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
So. Called window. Yeah, he is Greek.
That's pretty cool.
It's a piece of information.
How many other Greek players do we know of? Frequency, who optimizes everyone's PCs, he's Greek.
That's true. That's about it.
So he can get all the Greek god references for his graffiti moment when it comes one day.
Yeah, next event. Or,
like this game,
this one right
he's
here.
like Atlas with the world on his shoulders.
I don't know enough about them, sorry, dude. Hate to let you down, Mo.
That happened a long time ago.
Dupree through smoke. As you can just see Falcons trying to gear up to close this. They just want to close it fast. But it's, again, maybe already gone on a little too long. For their liking, for sure. But I'll watch them squirm a little longer. I don't mind watching alternate attacks keep the dream alive. A dream of playing in Cologne that was realized this week. A dream of winning in Cologne, of course, still eludes them. If not a match, then a map. things get worse. Alternate attacks not in possession of the bomb, have to walk down this awkward angle, and you know what happens when the bomb's dropped outside ramp and someone's perched up. Just such a difficult angle to clear.
Where would a Falcon be, except perched up?
Call.
I think your impression was actually better, but it sounded weirder.
Yeah,
than mine.
A nice sound. And the sounds of silence, aka the sounds of saving, are deafening. Saving this AK-47 for the follow-up.
Would get booed in London. We don't do saving over there.
That's true, that's true. They did boo everybody.
Yeah.
They started booing people before they were even saving in London.
Yeah, that'd be a good way for them to boot camp. Just do one London.
Pre-perched all over the map this round, from the catwalk railings to outside of the A ramp, all over. And unfortunately for alternate attacks, it's smothering. Double Tech 9, a healthy amount of util. Do they hit the window? Smoke, bada boom.
Boom.
Quick drop down into the underpass out of Madden. He's looking to take the fight to them, and he's got to be careful. There's 4 players up there.
Oh, this nade could sting.
Ah, they're still outside. Perks will take a bit of it.
And right now there's no cat player. Full B hit still coming in.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Dupree's here on cat.
He was preoccupied with mid, but now that the smoke's faded, he's decided to come at himself with Snappy, who sees the util coming. First Tech 9 down, great trade. Snappy's got to deliver.
Okay.
Struggles. And again, we get alternate attacks, man advantage. Earlier in this map, they lost that 5v3. This post plant will not even be attempted. The dream lives on.
Yeah, playing fence. It's a yucky spot. It works better when you can smoke Van Pillar.
Sure.
And like catch jump ups and stuff, but you just got nowhere to fall back to, and it works in really late round situations where people don't clear everything.
Yep. Or maybe when you've got a strong man advantage.
Yeah, but usually it's best to just play bench. And I think he was gearing up for a setup with Dupree where they could like tether off of each other and have a perfect crossfire, but
we get a really quick trade frag out of alternate attacks from the apartments, and it feels like that plan goes out the window, just like the T's did.
Defenestrated.
Defrosted.
Demoralized.
Deforested.
And now I know we're just in words. Now just words. Demonized.
Ooh. Ah.
Oh, the movement. Where is the movement today, boys?
It's been rough, dude.
Oh my God.
You know, it's arthritis in the knees. It comes for all of us. Perks gets the trade frag out middle. Magisk hanging on. But the trade train keeps rolling.
Okay.
And alternate attacks pulling into the station that is this A site, now no longer defended. They've got a bunch of utility to go with this. The dream is alive. 12-9.
Hearts are beating.
All Falcons wants is for alternate attacks to just keel over and die. But they keep fighting.
Yep.
Because they've got everything to fight for.
I don't understand how these setups fail so badly. I mean, we got like Magisk who gets 2 kills on the A site by himself, floating around. And just nothing else to complement it. Is Snappy just gonna see this? Oh my. Wait,
nobody died.
He just ran by it.
Nobody died.
He didn't. What? He saw him go into ladder room from window.
Only 3 rounds between them and overtime.
Yeah.
What do you say if you're Zonic?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I think that, like, the one thing I'd focus on tactically is just getting our kills in connector, because that's where alternate attacks are like constantly game planning on their default and trying to split A. And like earlier on in the half, like that's how the Falcons got their rounds. Dupree was a top con. He killed him coming through the smoke 2 rounds in a row.
Sure.
And then they just have still tried to do that, and it's actually just worked. But they have the right amount of players on the A site. They just don't seem to be working in a way that they like trade frag after they get their first kill. They just like lose. One person gets 2 kills, and then 2 people die.
No risk out of Falcons to start this one off. Just this solo Sunpius B-op. His counterpart's deep in the apartment, so there could be a duel over there at some point. But again, as you kind of alluded to, connector becomes the main point of contention. Keeping the pressure on it. Falcons, 4 players on A. But with the threat of window gone, suddenly Sunpius' support system is also delayed. Madden, he is stuck here. It's going to be all Sunpius. He hits the first shot and gives himself the smoke. This could buy time. Oh, he gets dinked, but he's still standing at half health. Bullets whizzing by him. Hype's already posted. Sunpius keeps on going. The pistol's over top. Sunpius switches spots. Hyped has benched and then gets the kill, but still Magisk has already arrived, peels Perks off the play, and we get Falcons going up 3-2 as pressure is on the T's. They don't have the bomb. They just struggle to get this plant. Sunpius served up such an issue, and now Ozek has to go 1v3. And the first frag's already his. Bomb is on his back. Cautious about the flank that's just not coming. You've got 5 seconds to spare. He's gonna go for the fight. He gets Dupree first. Cautious about Catwalk, stuck inside the corner. Snappy's coming! And he wins that duel to close it. Ozek almost keeps them in this fight. But fight is what alternate attacks brought to Cologne this week.
Yes.
Their dream to compete in the Lanxess just eludes them. A close affair versus complexity. They made Falcons sweat, but we say sayonara as we send them home. Falcons not done yet.
Not done yet. It was very fun to watch the team, all the new ideas that they brought in the last couple of days. It's always fun to watch a new roster when it comes to IEMs, and I think they definitely quietly impressed. They didn't get their win, but they showed us maps where they could have, and now they've got some very valuable game tape to go back and study.
Yeah, 100%. It shows us the importance of bringing in hometown heroes, whether it's Rebels back in Katowice or AA here tonight. Ah, nice try, boys.
The hometown heroes they were indeed, but now they will have to content themselves with giving a good show. Some tough maps, some tough matches to some overwhelmingly powerful opponents. The Falcons, it got a little nervy there at the end again, but they pull it out. It's the 2-0. It's the expectation. What did you see, Blah?
I think it was a dub for both the teams in a way, right? Like as we saw Connor say there for alternate attacks, the fact they made things very competitive yesterday against Complexity as well. It was a close scoreline on one map, and they made them sweat a bit on the other as well. And here against Falcons, map number 1 could easily have gone the way of attacks, right? If a couple of rounds had gone their way. And here as well, showing a lot of tenacity, showing a lot of heart in a game where no one would have really pinned them as the favorites or even having a chance here. So they walk away with the heads held high. For Falcons to get the job done. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, it gets done. And Snappy turned up to help that happen. There was a couple of missed shots, but there was a lot of moments where...
1v3?
1v3?
Yeah, and the A-bomb side he won as well.
There was a few things. And he, look, the fact that he's not on the bottom of the scoreboard, but did a very good job at just keeping the resilience there, firing everyone up, and keeping them in it for long enough to make sure that one got closed out. It shows that he is a leader, he is here. But it just took a while for him to show up, right? And if it's taking him showing up and Sunpius missing for games to get this close and for them to get wins, can they make the lower bracket run work? I don't know.
That's a question we'll have to answer in a little bit, but I know some guys who did show up, who inspired a lot of faith, both in us and I'm sure the fans watching at home. And Banks has caught up with a member of Alternate Attacks to talk to them about the tournament.
Well, I completely agree with your words there, Mike, because they certainly did show up. And Hyped, looking at this, right, in both games you played, you tested and pushed your opponent around. You guys were loud and proud against the Falcons lineup here. Talk me through that Anubis one, because that one, it felt like it was going to be yours.
Yeah, we had a good plan and some really good rounds. But then in the end, I think it was like a little bit of pressure and some like inexperience from both of us that cost us the game. But yeah, I think we tested them really well and showed that we can play actually really good CS. And yeah, that's the most important part.
Now, you said on day one something to Shox that you wanted to show the best you could, right, and show the world that this is what alternate ATACs can offer and make sure that you guys would not be forgotten about. Would you say that is what you've been able to do?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. I mean, we definitely had the chance to win a map here and there. I think today as well as in complexity. But we didn't do it, so a bit unlucky. But yeah, I think everyone saw that we can play the game. We're a good team and we actually put the work in, so we can be really proud of about ourselves.
And it was being told to me by Freeze, right, that you guys wanted to have fun. Did you enjoy this whole experience despite going out the way you have?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a tier 1 event is always nice. Like the whole environment, the people. So many guys are working for CS, for the tournament, so it's nice here to be here.
And it's nice to see you again, my friend. Thank you very much for that. Sad to see you go, but some people have to go at the end of it. Mike, back to you.
They do indeed, but it was joy every step of the way for alternate attacks. And now they'll maybe have some alternate plans going forward. There's a line you had yesterday, Mac. It's either you win or you learn. And it feels like there are a lot of lessons to learn from this one for alternate attacks, and sometimes a loss is the best teacher.
Yeah, they already have learned. You know, going from yesterday to today, you could see the changes in a couple of the styles that they were playing. They were nowhere near as aggressive, which I think in some rounds actually worked against them. It was like yesterday they were very aggressive, very pushy, taking a lot of space, and today they weren't doing as much. They're, all right, we got to dial it back, but maybe they dialed it back a little bit too much.
Yeah, it did feel like also, you know, yesterday coming in with no real pressure, and today the pressure will always going to be there, right? You're like, all right, listen, guys, we made complexity sweat yesterday. Maybe there's a chance Falcons are struggling right now. You could clearly see some nerves coming to play, but overall, I think, you know, with the experience they have with some of the players' names, you know, for many people watching here, I don't think they've seen most of these players for the very first time, right? We keep talking about hype because he was someone we saw in the We Play Academy tournament as well. Apart from that, these guys are pretty fresh faces, so to speak. So yeah, I think overall a good experience for them, and hopefully we see more of them down the line.
Yeah. And I think we talked about this as well for the players as being that audition opportunity almost of like, yeah, it's blank slate for so many of us. You know, they're making their first impression on our minds, and I think they're going to leave a bit of a lasting one. Do you think there's anyone in particular who caught your eye who we could be seeing return either in this team or another?
Well, in terms of with the experience they're taking away from this one, like Hyped, of course, I feel like he has places that he can go. Freeze, it's like IGLs, ones that can frag, ones that can have impact are very, very important. And if he's able to find himself a home, like he is good, but there are, you know, greener pastures across the border. You know, now that they are out of here, maybe he can get picked up because he also gets loud. He fires everyone up when they're doing well, and he's still learning. You can see like they made those changes from today to yesterday, and yesterday to today, and it looked good at moments. It was just, you know, there's individuals. Look, I'm going to talk about Perks. Yesterday had a great game, but today there was moments. There's one in particular where he was like sitting in that smoke. Yesterday he would have kept on pushing. You know, the snappy, the Magic 1v2 at triple. Yeah. He was sitting in a smoke, and yesterday he was pushing that smoke every single time, but he just held and waited, and because he waited, Magic found his number. Boom, headshot, and that was it.
And he's going to learn from that. That's the thing, right? These are players who hopefully they're going to pick up from this. And like, for example, the one round we pointed out on Anubis where they did a little bit of a delayed pump into the A bomb site, for example, that is the lack of experience which netted them the loss. But again, you learn from it. And I agree with you as well. I think Hype is someone we've touched upon many times. And Freeze, look, there's always a dearth of good IGLs who can actually frag as well. And I don't think he's a great IGL. Obviously, still pretty young and inexperienced. But if they keep continuing on this trajectory and, you know, see them in a couple more big events, maybe things can change.
I do want to give another plaudit over to Freeze because my German, I'm going to admit, right off the bat, very rudimentary, but I could understand a little bit of what he was saying to his teammates, and it was a lot of the kind of uplifting words, right? Bring people along, you're doing a great thing there, let's do more of that, like raising the spirits, and that's always nice to see, especially for a player who could be in his own fields for a lot of reasons. But let's switch tracks. Let's talk about the Falcons here, because they did give us some nice things, and one guy in particular gave us a lot today. He's our Air Force Aim High player of the match. It's Matt.
Yeah, he's been easily the standout player here. And listen, on that first map, if he didn't step up the way he did in that first half, it could have easily been the game, or rather the map going the way of attacks and you don't know, this could be us, giving the prefacing map number 3 coming to the series, right? So he was absolutely being the difference maker. I feel on the second map he didn't have to do as much. I think Dupree was starting to hit some nutty shots as well, Snappy as well, a couple of clutches here and there. Sunfire's finding impact too, but Madden was he laid the foundation for what was at the end of the day a convincing win for Falcons.
He was able to find so many openings across both the maps. He was able to also find himself getting traded a lot on Mirage. There was times where he'd get those openings, create a huge amount of space. But then, look, I just want to give a quick shout out as a runner-up to Dupree, because he was going off. Like, if you were paying attention to his crosshair in that second map, he was just putting it on the right spot every single time. There was minimal moments where things were going wrong for him, and he was always in a great position, and that just comes with experience, right? People are saying, oh, he's getting a bit older now, maybe he's slowing down, but frag potential, he's still got it, bro. We need to see more of that going through the tournament.
He's got that dad strength now. Now, there are more games to play. It's not done for Falcons. There are more tests to actually make it on to the next stage to progress further forward. Complexity making it through. My boys, 2-0. Don't worry about the
Yeah, well, wasn't sweaty at all that game.
No. 2-0, 2-0. Don't look into it. Don't look into it.
Desks. I need to go fix that thing.
Falcons gonna have to beat another German team, a team who a lot more other people might know. Big versus Falcons to battle for survival as well, and that's another spicy one right down there. Furia versus Heroic. The game's gonna get even more interesting.
It's occurring to me that if Falcons do manage to repeat their miracle cattle run and actually make it into the arena here, they might not have too many fans in the German crowd if they knock both German teams out of this tournament.
I don't think they care about fans right now. I think they just care about winning, Mike. So hopefully they do that.
There's another whole stage to get through. I'm looking at that Imperial Pain game, yet another South American derby, just to see how they're going. And then, of course, you got Big and Team Falcons, which apparently are on this stream. So there we go. Going to be seeing Big and Falcons going head-to-head. And then I guess we'll figure out who else we're playing. Is that...
TBD's my favorite team.
TBD?
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Is someone getting a double day? Double day?
Oh, boy. Mongols, Eternal Fire, my boys.
Well, that's huge.
Eternal Fire showed a lot of fight today. It was a very, very close affair, right? Eventually, falling shy in that win, that loss to Complexity, and I think they look much better than they have recently. And from Mongols, a very whole different showing we saw from them today. They finally woke up, just completely destroyed our Australian representatives, and the question remains, can it continue the same?
Can they continue indeed? We'll find out, because there is more gameplay to go. There's more days to go. There's more action to go here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. It's been a hell of a day, and now it's time to say adieu. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you all tomorrow for more IEM action. Good night, everybody.
Twisting up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I find my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I don't shove it. I rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up
really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
and it's all done. A flawless win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the Grand Finals. It's Navi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Don't know how it's come to this. I don't know how I could resist. I took a vow to never sin, but I saw the darkness from within.